The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
So, Sid, how have those auditions been going? Well, man, to tell you the truth, I don't really have my heart into this. I thought all you wanted to do was become a film star. Yeah, but it's a bunch of stupid indie projects. I mean, listen to this dialogue. I mean, we marinate in the stew created by the sweat of our own mediocrity? What does that even mean? Let me guess, this was written by some college kid going to film school who got some money from his parents to make his first film. Yeah. But are you gonna do it? Well, I kinda have to. I'm an actor. We take whatever we can get, but gag me with a spoon. Well, while you're doing that, let's get on with this day in history. It's September the 3rd, 2024, and here is what happened. In 301 AD, San Marino, one of the smallest nations in the world and the world's oldest republic still in existence, founded by Saint Marinus. In 1650, Battle of Dunbar, Oliver Cromwell's English New Model Army defeats Scottish forces in surprise attack. Imagine if he had had a real army instead of just models. You're giving me that look, Matt. Moving on. In 1783, Treaty of Paris, signed in Paris, ends the American Revolutionary War between Great Britain and United States of America. In 1791, the new French Constitution declaring France a constitutional monarchy is passed by the National Assembly. In 1900, with proclamation by General Lord Roberts, British annexes the Boer Republic of South Africa. In 1939, Britain declares war on Germany after invasion of Poland. France follows 6 hours later, quickly joined by Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and Canada. In 1944, Holocaust diarist Anne Frank sent to Auschwitz concentration camp. In 19 1988, estimated by the state 50,000 Kurdish civilians and soldiers killed by Iraq, many using chemical weapons in aftermath of Iran-Iraq war. In 1951, TV soap opera Search for Tomorrow debuts on CBS. In 1912, Arnold Schönenberg's Five Pieces for Orchestra premieres in London at Promenade Concert. In 1950, Giuseppe Nino Fernelli wins inaugural Formula One Drivers' Championship by taking out the Italian Grand Prix at Monza in an Alfa Romeo. Wins by 3 points from John Manuel Fangio. And that was this day in history. Now we'll get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. All right. Quiet, Costello.
Here I am.
I know it. I put you there.
All right. Why are you so late? Why are you late again?
Why am I late again?
Yes.
Well, I've been helping my Uncle Tom Zizimers in his butcher shop in Baltimore. He's having a sale on lamb chops for $4 a pound.
Wait a minute. He sells lamb chops for $4 a pound? What does he pay for them wholesale?
About 6 cents a piece.
Then what makes the lamb chops so high?
It's them little paper panties. The Garment Workers Union don't work for nothing, you know.
Right. Well, that's talk sense. But why are you limping?
Well, when I was coming to the studio tonight, a big dog in the parking lot bit me on the leg.
Costello, that dog might have rabies.
Oh, gee, I hope he does. He'll name one after me.
You
You
dummy.
like little Easter rabies?
Stop, you dummy. Was there ever anybody in your family that wasn't an idiot, Lou?
Oh, sure, my great-grandfather. When George Washington crossed the Delaware, my great-grandfather, Valley Forge Costello, was the first man to jump out of the boat.
He was?
Yes, but Washington made him get back in the boat and go across anyway. He was the sissy.
Well, never mind that. What makes you look so tired? Didn't you get any sleep?
Oh, I snored so loud last night I kept waking myself up.
Well, if you snort so loud, why didn't you do something about it?
I did. I moved to another room. Then I dreamed about Marilyn all night long.
By the way, how are you getting along with Marilyn?
We're hitting it off pretty good.
You are?
Yep. I keep putting my head on her shoulder, and she keeps hitting it off.
Costello? All right. Costello, why don't you go back with the rest of the baboons?
Okay, any message?
Get 'em out of here!
Ah, yes, the boys are on the beam tonight, and they'll be back on it in just about 1 minute. But first, let's hear this.
The best things in life may be free. The moon, the sun, a rare day in June, the right someone. But one best thing in life costs quite a few greenbacks. It's a home of your own. And that's exactly what 7 couples have an opportunity to win this evening when they Go for the House. Go for the House is the wonderful show on which contestants can win a beautiful new honeymoon house of their own. Each Thursday night, MC John Reed King calls 7 couples up to the ABC microphone. Each couple selects a room of honeymoon house to furnish, and as they answer each of 7 questions correctly, a different prize goes into the house. After the 3rd question, they can take their prizes or go for the house. If they answer their 7th question, they win the honeymoon house. For a show filled with 30 minutes of excitement and suspense, don't miss Go for the House this evening over most of these same ABC stations. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
All right. Well, wait a minute. What are you doing with that rubber doll?
Huh?
What are you doing with that rubber doll?
It's a present for my sister's baby, Tony. He's 1 year old today.
Has the baby learned to walk yet?
Abbott, the kid is only 1 year old. He only learned how to drive the car last week.
What's the baby's name?
It's my sister's 5th baby, and she named it Ming Toy Lotus Blossom.
Ming Toy Lotus Blossom? Why did she name the child that?
She read in a big book that every 5th child born is a Chinese.
That, Lou. What is your sister's husband doing now?
What's he doing now? He had a little filling station. And what a filling station. But they picketed him and closed him up. Now he's opened a skunk farm.
A skunk farm?
Mm-hmm.
A skunk farm?
He figures that's one business the union won't stick their nose in.
I haven't seen your brother-in-law in a long time. How is he, Lou?
You wouldn't know him, Abbott. The sands of time have changed his face.
Well, he's only a young guy. How could the sands of time change his face, Costello?
My sister belted him in a puss with an hourglass.
Where are your sister and husband living now?
Now has granulated eyelids.
Yeah. Lou, where are your sister and husband living now?
I'll let you know in a second here. In the middle of the page. A minute. They're living in Pasadena, and boy, is that a ritzy town.
Oh, no. It's not so ritzy.
Yeah, but Pasadena's so high class that they stop all the tourists at the city limit and make them rent mink coats before they can drive through town.
No, I don't believe it.
I know.
Stop. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Huh?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
No, I don't.
My brother Pat used to drive a truck for the city of Pasadena. He told me that all the garbage he picked up was gift wrap.
Oh. You mean your brother Pat drives a garbage truck?
Oh, he's just doing that until he gets his new invention on the market. His invention will change the whole toothbrush industry.
What is it?
A tooth on a stick to clean brushes.
Costello, let's face it. Your brother's nothing but a bum.
I beg your pardon?
I said your brother's nothing but a bum.
Abbott, that's why I can't sleep at night. Thinking what a bum my brother Pat is.
Well, if you can't sleep, why didn't you count sheep?
I did. Once I counted to 10,000 sheep. I was just ready to fall asleep when along came a black sheep, and I got to thinking what a bum my brother Pat is, and I couldn't sleep the rest of the night.
Costello, with all the thousands of people that have no place to live and are looking for vacancies, how can you walk around with a big empty head like that?
Show me in the script where it says anything like that. 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 It says anything.
Police headquarters, please.
Hello.
Good evening. I want to report a robbery at Mrs. Frederick B. Updike's house, 13 Sutton Square. Thank you.
All right, what's your game?
What does my game appear to be?
Now, let's get down to cases. You're the guy that pulled the Updike job.
That's a very logical conclusion.
All right, wise guy, and you're trying to unload the stuff.
Well, you're catching on marvelously.
Okay, Joe, make a deal with this guy. He's getting in my hair.
Come on now, let's talk turkey.
I can't get over it. You deliberately committing a robbery.
4. 4 perfect crimes in 4 weeks.
Hey, get that light off me. What's the idea?
Oh, just an accident, old man. Nothing to be upset about.
Yeah, but don't let no more accidents happen. I ain't no guy you can push around like these other dopes.
Shut up. My confession won't hold water, but I'm going to keep those coppers entertained until you can get to him. The professor.
Professor?
Take that dumb look off your face and listen to me. The professor is plenty hot. Get up to his office right away. Tell him to blow town fast. Get out of the country.
Try and keep your eyes open. Look at me. You see me as if you were looking through the wrong end of a telescope. You see the walls of the room waver and sway. In a moment, you will have a sensation of falling in space swiftly. You'll hear a rushing sound in your ears.
You know so much about other people's insides. Why don't you put your stethoscope on and listen to my heart? Maybe you'd like a sample of my blood.
Oh, don't be a fool. Let me out of here. Run!
What time is it? It's time for the Abbot and Costello show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbot and Costello.
Yes, it's the Abbot and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, I went to the YWCA girls' play softball. And one girl was running to third base. She slipped and fell and landed in my lap, and boy, was I mad.
Why?
The umpire made me put her back in the game. Yeah.
Was she a pretty girl?
Oh, pretty. Yeah, but she was gorgeous. I made a date with her after the game, and brother, did she send me.
She did?
Yeah, but when I got back, she wasn't there.
Costello, why do you keep annoying every girl that you meet? Who do you think you are, Casanova?
Who do I think of who?
Who do you think you are? Casanova?
Casanova?
Huh.
I may not be Casanova, but people say that I'm as good looking as Van Johnson.
Who says that?
How do I know? Do you think I go around eavesdropping?
Well, if she's such a pretty girl, why didn't you propose to her and marry her?
I can't marry her. I don't know anything about her.
What difference does that make? In Africa, a man doesn't even know his wife until after he marries her.
What do you mean in Africa?
You dope. You don't even know what marriage is.
Yes, I do. Marriage is a friendship that got out of control.
Costello, you shouldn't have any trouble Lou, you shouldn't have any trouble getting married. Do you know that out here in Hollywood, there are 2 girls for every man?
2 girls for every man? Are you sure?
Certainly.
Then some dirty sneaker's got 4.
Costello, it's no use. You'll never get a girl until you settle down and become a man of regular habits.
I am a man of regular habits.
Then how come you were out until 4 o'clock this morning with that redhead that lives next door?
That's one of my regular habits.
Costello, I can't understand how girls go out with you in the first place.
Abbott, it's my terrific magnetism.
You've got magnetism?
Yes, last week I picked up 2 blondes, a redhead, a brunette, and a rusty nail.
Why don't you be like me, Costello? I've got a way with women.
You haven't got away with many lately.
Is that so? I happen to be the reason that women leave home.
Yes, the day you were born, your mother took one look at you, and she hasn't been back since.
Get him out of
Ah, yes, the boys are on the beam tonight. And they'll be back on it in just about 1 minute. But first, let's hear this.
Costello, will you stop that walking up and down? What's the matter with you? What are you worried about?
Last night, my Uncle Mike was robbed while he was asleep.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could your Uncle Mike be robbed? He's got all his money sewed up in his long underwear.
Oh, yes. Well, it was a hot night, and he left the back door of the bank open.
Don't tell him, lady.
All right. That's no reason why you should worry.
No?
No.
Well, when I get on the next page, I'll find out why not.
Well, you find out.
Oh, no, huh? Well, I got plenty of reasons. Saturday night, they arrested my Uncle Jim Kelly. He broke into a grocery store and he stole $390.
Well, why did he do it?
The poor guy was hungry.
Well, if he was hungry, why didn't he steal all his money, Lou? Why didn't he steal some groceries or something?
He's a proud man, Abbott. He likes to pay for everything he gets. And besides, he needs the money to buy a new car.
Oh, wait a minute. He'd be better off without a car. Costello, it's very dangerous driving in California.
You're telling me? In Los Angeles, you have to drive for 5 people. The one in front of you, the one in back of you, and the ones on each side of you.
Oh, wait a minute. That's only 4 cars. Where's the 5th?
She'll pull out in front of you any minute. Well, Abbott, I gotta leave now. I got a new job with my brother Pat in the trucking business.
Has he got his own truck?
Yeah, you should see it, Abbott. It's 1 inch wide and a block long.
A truck 1 inch wide and a block long?
Mm-hmm.
What does he deliver in it?
Spaghetti. Next week he's going to buy a round truck.
A round truck? What for?
Meatballs.
Talk sense. Is your brother Pat making any money in the trucking business, Lou?
Oh, yes. He did so good last week that he bought his wife one of those new electric blankets. It saves her a lot of time around the house.
Now, wait a minute. How can an electric blanket help her with the work around the house?
Well, she takes the eggs and the bacon to bed with her. And when she gets up in the morning, breakfast is ready. That electric blanket is making her very popular, too.
What do you mean?
Last night, she turned it on too high, and now...
Yes?
She's the toast of the town.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I've got to talk to you. I've got a great idea.
Wait a minute, mister. What's the idea of breaking in here like this?
Well, I've got an idea that will make you two the most popular comedy team in radio.
What is it?
I'll stamp your name underneath every cow in the country.
Wait a minute. How will that make us popular?
Well, at least you'll have all the farmers pulling for you.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
Susan, I'm certainly glad you showed up tonight because I'm going to sing a duel with you.
Costello. You mean a duet. A duel is where somebody gets hurt.
You never sang with me, did you?
Now, when did you become a singer, Costello?
Well, I don't like to brag, but would you believe that I taught Bing Crosby how to sing?
No, I wouldn't.
You're right, but once in a while I catch a sucker.
Costello, you don't know the first thing about music.
Well, I'll have you know what I studied music.
Nah.
I went to a singing school. I used to study until I was blue in the face, and then the teacher presented me with a medal.
For being the best singer in the class?
No, for having the bluest face.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm going swimming down at the beach. I bought one of those new French bathing suits. It comes equipped with a shoehorn and a hacksaw.
Why did they give you a shoehorn and a hacksaw with a bathing suit?
Well, the shoehorn gets me into the bathing suit. And after I wear it, I'll need the hacksaw to get me out of jail. So long, Fatso.
You know, there goes a nice kid, Abbott. The only thing is she's money mad.
Money mad?
Yeah, she's mad because I ain't got no money.
So what? Remember, Costello, money isn't everything. You know, you can't take it with you.
It's nice to have it here so you can say goodbye to it.
You know, my family's always had money. In fact, my Uncle Rudolph was one of the first gold miners in California. One day when he was in the mine digging for gold, he was killed by a falling spade.
A falling spade killed my Uncle Tom.
Was he a gold miner?
No, he was killed by the ace of spades that fell out of his sleeve in a poker game.
Well, Costello, you'll never have to worry about money as long as I got it. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Well, I feel the same way about you, Abbott.
That's swell. You mean you'd share everything you have with me? If you had 2 cars, you'd give me one?
Sure.
If you had 2 houses, you'd give one of them to me?
I certainly would.
And if you had 2 department stores, you'd give me one?
Yes, sir. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Swell. If you had $2, would you give me one?
No.
Why?
Because I've got $2.
So that's the way you feel, eh? I thought I was your pal. Are you trying to tell me that money means more to you than I do?
I didn't say that, Abbott.
Well, does it?
Yes.
That settles it, Costello. I'm going on my vacation to New Jersey, and I'm not taking you with me.
Who wants to go to New Jersey now? When we were there last summer, the mosquitoes were so big they were carrying baseball bats. I woke up in the middle of the night, and 2 of them were sitting on my stomach holding a conversation.
Oh, now, don't be silly. Mosquitoes can't talk.
Don't tell me. These 2 were certainly chewing the fat.
You idiot. The only mosquitoes that bite are female mosquitoes.
Well, the one that nipped me when I was bending over to tie my shoe was no lady. The night your Uncle Roy got drunk, the mosquitoes were biting him all night, and it kept me awake.
Well, if they were biting him, why did it keep you awake?
Well, they'd bite him and then come over and sit on my bed and hiccup.
Well, Costello, on second thought, I don't think I'll go to New Jersey. I need a complete rest where nobody would bother me, where the name Bud Abbott means nothing.
Oh, you're staying in town, eh?
Never mind that. Where are you going?
Well, I think I'll go to Honolulu. Last time I was there, I met a beautiful native girl. She was gorgeous, and what a figure. All day, she'd walk around carrying a big basket on her head. Then at night, she'd sneak off, and she'd meet me. Ah, brother, she taught me plenty.
She did?
Yes. You should see me carry a basket on my head.
Never mind that. Have you been getting plenty of rest?
No. And I've been having a lot of trouble going to sleep. Last night, I didn't fall asleep till 11 o'clock.
What time did you go to bed?
5 minutes to 11.
Costello, you need to... Costello, you need a vacation. You've got to stop running around with girls. It's affecting your brain.
I think you're right, Abbott.
I know it.
Last night I had a date to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine. I drove down to Hollywood and Vine. Then I went to dinner, and all during dinner I felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then to a movie, and all through the movie I felt as though I'd forgotten something. Then I drove to Griffith Park, and I started to neck, and I still felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then I went home, and I remembered what I forgot.
What was it?
I forgot to pick up the girl. And each week at this time, the Abbott and Costello Show presents our feature singer, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Hal Winters, with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that from now on I'll always be true. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you.
Well, Costello, if we're going to do a murder mystery, we'll need a leading lady. Now, how about that blonde actress you're so crazy about?
I ain't going with her anymore, Abbott. We had an argument about mustaches. She likes them and I don't.
You mean she wanted you to grow a mustache?
No, I wanted her to shave hers off.
I thought she was rather pretty. She has such pearly white teeth.
Yes, and when we broke up, I asked her for a picture of her face so I could remember her lovely teeth.
Well, did she give you the picture?
She didn't have a picture, so she gave me the teeth.
Well, we've got to have a leading lady. Now, wait a minute. How about that little brunette actress?
No, I'm mad at her, too. We had a date at Hollywood and Vine last week, and she stood me up.
Did you tell her off?
I'll say I did. I says, how dare you stand me up at Hollywood and Vine? And she said she was sorry, and now we have an understanding.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Now she's going to stand me up at Sunset and Vine.
Costello, I think this idea for doing detective stories is going to be a flop. You know nothing about detectives.
Well, my whole family were detectives, Abbott. My Uncle Tom was smart as a whip, but they threw him off the force.
Why?
They found out there weren't very many smart whips.
I don't believe that. Why did Tom really get thrown off the force?
Well, if you must know, he was taking bribes. He used to put the money in his shoes, and the chief found it out.
If he put the money in his shoes, how did the chief find out?
He got 18 inches taller the first week.
Who else in your family were detectives?
Well, my twin uncles, Gus and Billy. They joined the force on the same day. Billy's first assignment was to find a gorgeous secretary who had stolen $1 million from her boss.
What was Gus's first assignment?
To find Billy.
Were any of the other Costello's detectives?
Yes. Two of my cousins, Bert and Harry. They were working on a case at the racetrack. They had to find a gang that was doping horses.
A difficult case?
Oh, very difficult.
Difficult, eh?
Yeah, very difficult. Bert and Harry disguised themselves as a horse and slept in the stables. One night a guy came along and jabbed them full of dope.
What did they do?
What could they do? They came in third and paid $280.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel story for tonight?
It's one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the boy named Tony, whose mother kept him locked in a closet, or Tony's Home Permanent.
Sounds interesting. Well, let's get on with the case.
And now, we present the adventures of Sam Shovel, Master Detective. Brought to you by Army Surplus Sale. And here is today's radio special. Something no housewife should be without. Yes, today you can buy Fort Dix. So, rush over to Army Surplus Sales and buy Fort Dix. Bring it home and surprise the little woman. And remember, when you buy, insist on the genuine Fort Dix. Do not accept Marchfield. And now for the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes? I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I'm sitting in my little office down by the waterfront all by myself, playing gin rummy the hard way. The hard way. Without cards. I've been playing for 2 hours, and I owe myself $900. And I'm worried. I know I'm not good for it. Being a private detective isn't a bad racket. I remember the first day I opened this detective office, I threw a party. What a party. I bought a carton of beer, and as I was carrying it up the stairs, I tripped. All the bottles were broken. Beer was leaking all over me. Everybody cheered and congratulated me. I had broken my first case. As I'm sitting here now, I feel something creeping up behind me. It's Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicides Bureau. The man who single-handed caught Babyface Nelson, Babyface Cooper, and Babyface Brown, which wasn't too difficult considering they were all babies. Detective Abbott speaks.
Hello, Sam Shovel. My, it's dark in here. Why don't you pull up the shades?
Okay, I will.
Sam, it's still dark in here.
I know. I don't have any windows.
Just look at your office. An old herring barrel for a chair, a soapbox for a desk, a rug made out of old newspapers.
Yes, you may not believe this. Lieutenant, 5 years ago I started out with nothing.
Look out! Look out!
Look.
I scared you! Look, you got another fire. You got another one. Look out! Look out!
Hey, look. Somebody made a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Just missed killing me.
How could a bullet shot at the ceiling hurt you?
If I happened to be sitting on a chandelier, I would have been killed.
Shovel, what made you go into this dangerous business?
The prizes.
There's prizes in the detective business?
Sure. If I'm lucky, I may get to be Ellery Queen for a day.
They're awake.
What was that? Oh, just the backfire of an automobile. What was that?
That must be one of the tires yelling for help.
That sound came from the building next door. Who occupies it?
The Universal International Overseas Interstate Trucking Company.
Where do they ship to?
Glendale.
We'd better go next door and investigate. It may be the killer.
Wait till I get my weapons. My gun, my blackjack, and today's newspaper.
Today's newspaper's a weapon?
If I miss with the gun and the blackjack, I'll show him the headlines in the paper and he'll worry himself to death. Let's go.
Help! Help!
Hey, look. There's a man on the floor. He's in trouble.
What happened, mister?
Oh, I've been stabbed. They put a bullet in my shoulder, a dagger in my back, and all my ribs are broken. Oh.
Does it hurt?
Only when I...
Does it hurt, mister?
Only when I laugh.
Come, man. Tell us who stabbed you.
It was...
This man is dead. We've got to find out who the killer is.
I know. I'll ask Herman the stool pigeon. He'll sell us the information.
What makes you so sure he will?
For money, Herman would sell his own grandmother.
How do you know?
I bought her 3 times already. left Lieutenant Abbott and went looking for Herman the stool pigeon. Then made a trip to the Los Angeles waterfront, the toughest part of town. What a tough neighborhood. The only place in Los Angeles where the pedestrians knock the cars down. I was scared, plenty scared. My throat was so dry I could feel the seeds in my Adam's apple. I drew my trusty revolver. I didn't know whether to put it in my holster or in my pocket. Then I decided to check if the gun was loaded. I held it against my head and pulled the trigger. Putting the gun in the hole in my head, I started for the docks. Suddenly I heard a voice. What are you like that for?
Sam.
What?
It's me, Detective Abbott.
It's dark. I can't see you.
I'm here on the wharf.
On the what?
Wharf.
I can't hear a word you're saying. There's a dog barking someplace. I looked up. Waterfront Lil was standing beside me. She was more beautiful than ever. She spoke.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Waterfront.
Call me Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Okay, Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Never mind the romancing, Sam. You've got to find out if she's a smuggler.
Okay.
Be subtle. Don't let her know you're after information. Okay, take it easy. All right. Okay.
Lil, are you a smuggler?
Sam, I'll tell you if you promise not to turn me over to the police. Now, promise you won't turn me over.
Why should I turn you over? You can't look any better on the other side.
Well, Lil, I got you at last. I'm taking you in.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll never take me alive.
Quick, Sam, put the handcuffs on her.
She got me. I'm shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Quick, Lieutenant, call an ambulance. We'll take Sam to the hospital.
No, not the ambulance.
Sam, don't you want to go to the hospital?
Yes, but I ain't riding in no ambulance through that Los Angeles traffic. A man can get killed that way. I'll walk.
Quick, get him out of here.
Keep the house lights down, boys. We'll have a curtain call by Abbott and Costello after a final reminder on this subject.
Well, Costello, you certainly gave a brilliant performance as Sam Shovel tonight.
Thank you, Bud Abbott.
You're full of pep. Yes, sir, you certainly were effervescent tonight.
Did you ever see me when I ever fussn't? Ever fussn't. Now I know what happened to Baron Munchausen's riders. We've got them.
Writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello.
And our producer is Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Let's pay these folks a visit and hear the laughter ring. Spencer Tracy is the father who is treated like a king. Jean Simmons is the daughter who wants fame and great renown. But it's Teresa Wright, the mother, who really wears the crown.
You want people to think you live in a harem? But it's how the dress has to be. It has to, Mom. It's what gives it that Frenchy touch. All you'd have to do is to walk up Newport Avenue once in that dress, and everyone in Wollaston would know you'd all at once decided to be an actress. It doesn't cost any more to have it stylish, does it? Ruth, do you or do you not want your father to know you want to be an actress?
This teenager's dreaming about the day she will be on the stage. But in her home sweet home, father would raise the roof if he ever discovered her ambition. In fact, he's getting mighty suspicious about her actions.
She's irresponsible, that's what she is. Here I was learning her something really worthwhile.
Nice.
Something everybody don't know, too. Now, that brings up a point I want to tell you. What she knows, you could put in a frog's ear. You don't know beans when the bag's untied. What's she aiming for, anyway? Anything at all? Anything?
She's young.
She's not that young.
Why couldn't you just forget all about this being an actress and settle down with some good man?
Oh, please don't be disgusting.
What do you want to do?
Tell Papa Ruthie wants to know.
I don't want to be a physical culture instructress.
Well, why don't you?
Because I'd rather be dead. Don't say such things, Ruth. God will hear you. God's listening to everybody.
I know, but I'm just listening to her. I'd like to... Why?
Tell Papa. I have to do my homework. Why, no, you don't. Ruth.
Well, don't stand there like a dying calf. If you got anything to say, spit it out.
And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thanks, Stewart.
Rosie, we begin here another day's toil, you might say.
This is toil?
I stand corrected. Hardly toil.
It's sort of fun, isn't it?
It's got to be fun. Will you start the jolly proceedings?
Gladly.
Oh, joy.
Holding hands at midnight, 'neath the starry sky. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Strolling with the one boy, sighing sigh after sigh. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Just imagine someone waiting at the cottage door, where two hearts become one. Who could ask for anything more? Loving one who loves you, and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try. Just imagine someone waiting at the cottage door, where two hearts become one. Who could ask for anything more? Loving one who loves you, and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and if you get it, won't you tell me how?
And now, friends, here's some words and music containing a bit of sage counsel for you all.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, the word spearmint cannot be trademarked, so there are many spearmint gums on the market. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley spearmint, look for the spear on the package. It is the Wrigley trademark. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it is the Wrigley trademark and is your guarantee of real chewing enjoyment. So remember.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
What's the song, Bing?
Song written, Kenneth, way back in 1925. It's called Then I'll Be Happy.
Still a happy tune.
You bet it is. I want to go where you go, do what you do, love when you love, then I'll be happy. I want to sigh when you sigh, cry when you cry, smile when you smile, then I'll be happy. If you go north or south, if you go east or west, I'll follow you, sweetheart, share your little love nest. I want to go where you go, do what you do, love when you love, then I'll be happy. Sigh when you sigh, cry when you cry, smile when you smile, then I'll be happy. If you go north or south, east or west, I'll follow you, baby, share your little love nest. I want to go where you go, do what you do, love when you love, then I'll be happy. I want to go where you go, do what you do, sigh when you sigh, cry when you cry, baby, then I'll be happy.
Say, Bing, I've heard of cuffless pants, but hasn't your tailor gone too far?
Nix cracking, Miss Clooney. I happen to be wearing golf knickers. You care to caddy?
Sure. Your golf bag's full of Rye Crisp.
Indubitably. All size-wise sportsmen keep Rye Crisp within reach. You know, Rye Crisp is perfect when you want to shape up and keep your figure from getting bigger.
Could that be because a whole double square Rye Crisp cracker contains no more than 21 calories?
Well, if it isn't, I'll eat the brush off my Tyrolean hat.
With Rye Crisp, of course.
Naturellement. Why, Rye Crisp crackers are snazzy for snacks. Rye Crisp gives you the real flavor of 100% whole grain rye in its most munchable, crunchable form.
But make sure it's the real rye crisp in the checkerboard package. Speaking of golf matches, Bing, what's your longest drive?
20 miles.
Now, wait a minute.
Sure, you see, I ran out of rye crisp. I had to drive 20 miles to the grocer's.
Hand me one of those big clubs.
Yeah, wait till I get my skull cap on.
Goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young and old. Goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young.
Well, Rosie, shall we kick the language around in several languages?
I'm all for it. What's the scheme?
Well, there's a passel of patois, or clever colloquialisms, in CCC, you know.
Oh, some very intriguing foreign phrases in that number.
Well, then on with the foreign intrigue. If I'd have known, I'd have worn a trench coat.
In Spain, they say, si, si. In France, you'll hear, oui, oui.
Every little Dutch girl says, ja, ja.
Every little Russian says, da, da.
But sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try,
you won't listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. When will you say it's easy? Here's a little knowledge, quite good.
Maybe it won't help me, but it could.
You can't go places unless you've learned how Latin say yes.
That educational, inspirational, most sensational, yes.
in Spain they say, si, si. In France you'll hear, oui, oui.
Every southern lady knows her stuff.
'Cause her answer always is sure enough.
But sweetheart, tell me why.
listen to my plea. Won't say yes in any language to me. When will you say C? When will you say C?
Well, while you two are resting, why not let Buddy Cole and Ensemble take a charge for a while?
I think that would be wonderful. I think everybody would get a big charge out of it, too, I'm sure.
Buddy, looks like you're on.
What you doing, Rosie?
I'm writing a thank you note to DuPont. Let's see. Thank you for Dacron.
Yeah, that's real nice.
So are my new cameo sheerback curtains of 100% Dacron. So crispy, white, and sheer. Just wait and see how beautiful. My windows never looked lovelier.
Well, is that why you look so lovely today?
Flatterer. Seriously, cameo sheerback shears of Dacron really dress up a window. And they're a breeze to care for. A quick sudsing, a quick drip dry, and back to the windows, just like that. I really go for that no ironing bit.
Oh, I hate to iron.
Oh, I know. Anyway, I have Cameo's famous sheerback curtains in the living room. You just pull the tape for a perfect drape. And the matching tailored ones in the dining room look great with sun shining through. Sun can't harm Dacron, Bing. Let's see. Dear DuPont, Dacron is the nicest polyester...
See for yourself, everybody. Dacron and curtains by Cameo at all the best stores. This is the theme song from David Selznick's epic motion picture Gone with the Wind. My own true love, my own true love, at last I've found you, my own true love. No lips but yours, no arms but yours will ever lead me through heaven's doors. I roamed the earth in search of this, and I knew I'd know you by your kiss, by your kiss. You shown true love. I'm yours forever, my own true love.
much of this. I knew I'd know you by your kiss, by your kiss. You've shown true love. I'm yours forever, my own true love.
Seems like we've done it for this week, Rosie. Shall we toddle off?
Let's. See you Monday, folks.
Yes, and have a nice weekend, and thank you very much.
Much of the success of this program is founded on rhythm. Rhythm is the secret of safe driving, too. Recent tests have shown that the motorist with an even rhythm of moderate speed and steering is the one with the best safety record. Learn to develop good driving habits and help cut down the shamefully high accident rate on our highways.
The monumental history-making motion picture, 14 years in the making, the $12 million epic, The Alamo. Starring John Wayne as Colonel David Crockett.
He's still on his feet.
Oh, no!
Oh, yes!
Oh, yes, and it's my turn. Well, thanks, friend. If you don't insist on having them to yourself, I'll give you a hand.
Pleasure, friend.
You must be Jim Bowie. Excuse me. Richard Widmark as Jim Bowie. Lawrence Harvey as Colonel William Travis. And guest star Richard Boone as Sam Houston.
Where's Jim Bowie?
He's indisposed, sir.
Indisposed? By God, if you mean drunk, you say drunk, sir.
He's drunk, sir.
Frankie Avalon as Smitty, youngest of the Alamo defenders.
All you need is a little Dr. Beekeeper fix-all.
See?
Davy, what's going to happen to us? I mean, to you and me.
I'm gonna tell you something, Flacca, and I want you to listen tight. When I come down here to Texas, I was looking for something. I didn't know what. There's right and there's wrong. You gotta do one or the other. You do the one and you're living. You do the other and you may be walking around, but you're dead as a beaver hat.
All occupants of the mission will leave at once. If this order is not followed with dispatch, there will be no quarter given.
I hate to say anything good about that long-winded jackanapes, but he does know the short way to start a war. 185 men fighting to their deaths against a horde of 7,000 in the most savage hand-to-hand combat in history.
filling the giant theater screen with spectacular adventure, filmed on a scale unequaled in motion picture history, recreating the 13 glorious days of the siege history we'll never forget, and you will always remember the Alamo.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood, with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our special guest, Rosemary Clooney. And here he is, Bob Hope. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Bill. Very happy to be back here. And out here in California, we're having some wonderful weather. I feel so full of vigor, I was just mistaken for Donald O'Connor. Really. I met Phil Harris this morning. He thought I was Donald O'Connor. Of course, he also thought it was last night. I really was mistaken for Donald O'Connor the other day. Two women passed me on Vine Street, and one said, "Hello, Donald." She must have thought I was really young and fresh-looking, because then she turned to her friend and said, "Isn't that Donald Crisp?" And this is a wonderful time of the year for gardening. I'd be out digging in my garden like everyone else except for my tax setup. The way things are now, if I strike oil, I'm ruined. Of course, Jack Benny does his planting all year round. I started a garden 3 weeks ago, but I haven't done much with it. Zsa Zsa Gabor's swimming pool is on the other side of the hedge. And you'd be surprised how little you can plant when you're standing on tiptoe. The manufacturers brought out their new cars, you know. You can see them in any used car lot in town. One new car even has a television set in the rear window. It's very convenient for motorcycle cops. While they're chasing you, they can watch Dragnet. And the new models are so automatic that pretty soon we'll have cars running around without drivers. Of course, we've had that in California for years. Altogether, it's been a rough week for me. Monday, I lost my wallet. Yesterday, I got hit by a truck. And this morning, I got a letter from Crosby. You can always tell when Bing has left Hollywood. The Bank of America looks like a saloon in a ghost town. It's a very nice letter. I'll read some of it to you. Bing says he's staying a week in Ireland, a week in England, a week in Scotland, and 4 hours in Paris. I know people get old, but this is ridiculous. So many movies are being filmed over there, there's nobody left in Hollywood except Francis, the Mule, and Lassie. The three of us had lunch together yesterday at the Brown Davis. And you know, foreign films are becoming very popular over here. I saw an Italian picture at a drive-in movie last night, and it was very entertaining. It was wonderful to be able to hear Italians speaking the Romance language and at the same time look around and see Americans acting it out. Well, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, music is the backbone of show business. Now, on Vine Street in Hollywood is located one of the largest recording studios in the world, where the big bands and famous singers gather to make your hit records.
Record City, hello. No, Harry James is not recording today, sorry. Record City, one moment, I'll connect you at the stock room.
Gee whiz, what a madhouse, Bob. I never saw so many people rushing back and forth. Well, you know, Bill, a lot of our hit records are recorded right here in these studios. You see that door over there marked Studio A? Mm-hmm. Well, when the red light goes on over it, Liberace will be recording Somebody Bad Stole the Wedding Bell. Yeah, well, a blue light went on. What does that mean? Well, they found the wedding bell. Now they're looking for his toothbrush.
Telephone, please. Mr. Sinatra, will you answer the telephone, please?
Yeah, I wonder where Frankie is. He's home bathing his Oscar in Lanolin Plus.
Gordon McRae, report to Studio 5, please. Rosemary Clooney, Studio 3. Jack Benny, Studio 12.
Gee, Bob, I wonder what Jack Benny can be recording. Well, Jack brought his violin. He's making a special recording of From the Vine Came the Grape. What for? Next week is Phil Harris's birthday.
Attention, powder room. Attention, powder room. We're ready in Studio 10. Hurry, girls. Bill Spatoli is waiting.
They're probably being delayed by Evelyn and her magic eyelash curlers.
Say, what's this next room, Bob? Is that a recording studio, too?
No, that's where the musicians relax when they're not recording.
Oh. Well, what do they do in there?
Oh, they just sit around and play chess. You know, the musicians are a very quiet bunch of guys. They just play chess. Of course, some of the moves are pretty complicated.
Where is Miss Clooney? Have either of you gentlemen seen Rosemary Clooney?
No, we haven't.
Oh, everything is going wrong today. James Melton wants new orchestrations, and Dude Martin won't be able to record at all. Somebody plugged up the holes in his sweet potato. And now, on top of everything else, Miss Clooney is tardy.
Well, I'm here, and I'm all set to go. You gave me a recording date for 10 o'clock this morning. I've been waiting ever since.
Who are you?
Well, I'm in your catalog, Tex Hope, Western Songs and Medleys. Listen. See them a-tumbling down, pledging their love to the ground. Lonely but free I'll be found.
Hold it. We gave you a recording date?
That's right.
Yee.
What about Studio A? I was scheduled for 10 o'clock.
If this happens to be a commercial enterprise, Mr. Hope, and we allocate our space to our more popular artists.
Now, look, don't get so snooty. I knew you when you were mixing the soap powder for Lawrence Welk's bubble machine.
It's too bad we can't get a studio.
Oh, they're crowded today. All the big bands are rehearsing.
Well, hello, Bob. Hello, Bill.
Well, Rosemary Clooney.
What are you fellas doing here?
Oh, we're recording today, too, Rosemary.
You are? What number you doing?
Well, it's a song I wrote with my brother Jack. It's called The Wagon Wheels Are Rolling Over the Tumbling Tumbleweeds with the coyotes howl and the wind blows free and never's heard a discouraging word, partner, don't fence me in. Calypso number.
Miss Clooney, there you are.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell. I'm 5 minutes late.
You're 10 minutes late. How long do you think the trumpet player can keep puckered up?
I'm really terribly sorry.
Be careful, Rosemary. Tony Bennett was a few minutes late last week, and for punishment, they put the hole in the record off center. Now, no matter what he sings, it comes out Ricochet Romance.
Hey, Miss Clooney, you're disarranging my entire schedule.
What can I say after I say I'm sorry?
We recorded that last week. And now hurry right along.
Well, I'll see you later, Bob.
Rosemary, why do you let them push you around like this?
Oh, they're not so bad.
You don't have to record here. Why don't we form our own company? You'd have your own offices, your own studios, your own records.
Sounds like a good idea.
It's a great idea. Any outfit that you could record for has got to make $1 million a year. I can just see the sign in the building now, the Bob Hope Music Company.
The Bob Hope Music Company. You didn't waste much time cutting yourself in, did you?
Well, I'll have to put up the money for studios and offices and equipment, you know.
Yes, that'll take close to $1 million.
How much?
Well, over $500,000.
How much?
Well, Bob, how much are you prepared to put up?
You know anyone who takes green stamps?
Hey, Miss, wait for you another second. Do you hear? Not another second.
Rocky Marciano is back.
Do you realize, Miss Clooney, that when an artist is tardy like this, the engineers have to wait, the producer has to wait, the director, the arranger, the electricians, the band leader, and all the musicians have to wait? The entire organization comes to a stop?
Well, I'm ready to record right now.
You are? Well, would you excuse me for a moment?
What for?
I'll run next door to Decca and see if we can borrow their needles.
And here's Rosemary Clooney doing a copy of her Columbia record, When You Love Someone. Come in, Rosie, honey.
When you love someone as I love him, you don't stop to wonder why love him. At times he'll adore you, and then he'll ignore you, till you know you'll never let him go. Don't care what he does, I'm all for him. When I'm all alone, I call for him. And though at times there's sorrow, tomorrow is new. When you love someone the way I do. Don't care what he does, I'm all for him. When I'm all alone, I call for him. And though at times there's sorrow, tomorrow is new. When you love someone the way I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, someone once said, humor is the true democracy. We've all heard stories about a familiar American figure, the traveling salesman. In New England, the original traveling man was Jonathan Slick. The people he dealt with were pretty shrewd customers, but not as shrewd as Jonathan. He could give any one of them a head start and outswap them every time. Like the time he tried to sell a razor to an Albany farmer. The farmer didn't want a razor, but Jonathan was willing to bet him $5 that if the farmer made an offer, Jonathan would have a sale. The farmer took the bet and offered 2 cents for the razor. Well, said Jonathan, you drive a hard bargain, so it's yours. The farmer got the razor, and Jonathan got the 2 cents plus the $5 bet. The farmer figured that somehow he'd been cheated, so Jonathan generously offered to give him back his 2 cents in return for the razor. The man got his money back, Jonathan got his razor, and the farmer never did figure out how Jonathan got away with the $5. Even if we do tell stories about the traveling salesman, it's still an important industry. But what good is even a traveling salesman if he doesn't have a sense of humor? Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell stories of our industries, institutions, and legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. And so long as we continue to laugh together as a people, we will live together as a nation. Thank you very much.
And now, folks, let's go on with our story. Bob is all set to start a record company with Rosemary Clooney. We find him now trying to raise the capital.
Mr. Updike will see you now. Go right into his office.
Oh, thank you, Porfirio.
Mr. Updike?
That is correct. I'm Hubert Updike III. I'm also Hubert Updike II and Hubert Updike I.
You're all three of them?
Yes. Pater wanted triplets, but Mater wasn't quite up to it.
Are you the famous Hubert Updike?
Oh, yes, I dare say. My whole family has been in who's who for so long, 3 of my cousins are bookmarks. Mother is very old family.
She is?
Yes, she's so cultured. When we were babies, she didn't diaper us the regular way. She put the talcum on our necks and let it shake down.
I bet she wouldn't let the canary take a bath unless it was wearing a Catalina swimsuit.
Pardon me while I straighten this picture of Fort Knox on the wall. We never should have sold it to the government. There we are. Now, what did you wish to see me about?
Oh, I've got an idea that'll make you $1 million.
A what?
$1 million.
My, you are a quaint one.
What do you mean?
Well, I lose more than that every time I pull out my driver's license.
Well, you must be very rich.
Oh, yes, I am. You see, I wasn't brought by the stork. I was delivered in a Brinks truck. Let me tell you, we are so wealthy in our set, Howard Hughes is referred to as that pauper.
Heavens to Bobo Rockefeller.
I am disgustingly wealthy. To give you an idea now, other people have their teeth filled with gold, silver, or platinum. Ooh, how common.
And you, what do you have your teeth filled with?
I won't tell you, but when I smile, you may become radioactive.
Tell me, Hubert, do you have capital to invest?
Oh, oodles and oodles. Mater and Pater left me all their money, you know.
Oh, have your mother and father passed away?
Not exactly. It's just that I never see them anymore.
Why not?
Well, I just told you. They left me all their money, and now they have none. And I never associate with poor people.
Let's keep the Democrats out of this. Now, what do you do with all your money?
Well, I'm always interested in sound business opportunities. Now, for instance, the Friendly Finance Company just borrowed some money from me.
They did?
Yes, they wanted to consolidate all their debts into one easy payment. Now, what is your proposition, Mr. Hoop?
Well, that's Duke. I want to start a record company with Rosemary Clooney. I'd like to borrow $3 or $4 million from you.
How many?
Well, $2 or $3 million. I wouldn't want you to take off both your shoes. Have you got that much?
Well, now, I think so. Just let me riffle through my mad money.
Say, what is that thing?
My wallet.
Looks more like a steamer trunk. The first wallet I ever saw with curb feelers. Look, Hubert, if you don't have that much money
No. Just a mo now. Just a second. I know I had that much a while ago when I went out to buy a newspaper.
When you went out to buy a paper, then you should still have it.
Well, I'm not so sure. I bought the Herald Express. Offices, buildings, the trucks.
I'd hate to send him out for a pack of cigarettes. He'd come back with Perry Como. Well, Hubert, are you going to let me have the money?
Well, I don't want to rush into this thing. You see, dear old grandfather told me to do business only with honest, trustworthy people.
Well, are you going to give me the money?
I'm debating it. I pride myself on my ability to tell a person's character by his face. Your eyes are shifty and close together. You have thin, crafty lips and a weak chin. You have a mean, pinched face and a loose, sneaky, crooked mouth. Before I give you a yes or a no, I'll have to meet Rosemary Clooney personally and make sure that she is going to contribute her talents to this venture.
Well, I can introduce you to Miss Clooney. Come on, we'll go over to her house right now.
Oh, Mary?
Yes, Miss Clooney.
Mr. Hope phoned that he's coming over with a friend. Show him into the next room till I finish rehearsing this scene for my picture with the dialogue director.
Very well, Miss Clooney.
Now, Harry, let's get started.
Well, in this scene, Rosemary, the plot of the picture begins to unfold. You decide to murder your husband. I'll read the first line. Then you'll do it, Pamela, for us
I can stand Reginald and his brutality no longer. Oh, there's the doorbell. Mary, show Mr. Hope into the living room.
Yes, Miss Clooney.
Oh, hiya. Miss Clooney is expecting us.
This way, please.
Hey, Rosemary's got quite a place here, hasn't she, Hubert? 24. Hey, Hoob, boy. Say, no, look at this place. 24 rooms. A ballroom, sun deck, music room, tennis court, and 2 swimming pools. I told you you'd like it.
Yes, I'm enjoying this immensely. It's so much fun to go slumming.
Wait in here, please.
Oh, thank you. Sit down, Hubert. Say, you may be dubious about me, but wait till you meet Rosemary. All your doubts will vanish. She's a fine, sweet, unspoiled, charming, sincere, typical American girl. She's as fresh and sweet as a flower in the meadow with the morning dew still on the petals. She's fine, wholesome, noble, and pure in word, thought, and deed.
How did you meet her?
We belong to the same rat pack. No, I'm only kidding, Hubert. Rosemary's the nicest, loveliest girl you'd ever want to meet. You'll like her, and you'll like her husband.
Darling, you must listen to me. I'm so happy that you're doing what I told you.
Hey, I hear voices in the next room. I'll peek in and see who's in there.
Oh, darling, I can't bear being separated from you any longer. What shall we do?
There's only one thing we can do. Poison my husband.
Poison?
Tablet into his glass of milk.
At least he'll die healthy.
Oh, my sweetheart. You're sure you can go through with it?
Of course. Nothing to it. My husband's in the way, so poof, I eliminate him.
Your husband's a good sort, really.
This is no time for sentiment. He's got to die.
I can't believe it.
And the sooner he dies, the better. I'll do it tonight.
After this, I wouldn't trust Margaret O'Brien.
How do you plan to do it?
I'll get rid of the servants, and when my husband arrives home from work, I'll be in my bedroom. I'll pretend a headache, and he'll come in and sit beside me. We'll be alone in the house. The shades drawn, the lights low. It will be his last hour on earth.
What did she say? Nothing. Pass the popcorn.
But this is serious.
Yeah, I'll have to tip him off not to buy any long-playing records.
That does it, Rosemary. Anything else I can do for you?
No, thank you, Harry. After this rehearsal, I'm sure I won't have any trouble.
That's what you think, you fiend. We heard the whole thing.
Bob, what on earth are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, you female Mickey Spillane. Well, you got a charge account at Forest Lawn?
This whole thing is a misunderstanding. We've been rehearsing a scene for my picture. My picture.
Are you making a pic?
No, I knew all along that you were a fine girl, Miss Clooney. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hubert Updike III.
What a charming man.
I'm going to put up the money for your recording company.
You are?
Yes. You and I'll be partners. In no time at all, we'll be the biggest company in the recording business. With your talent and my capital, we will clean up. I can just see the big sign in front of our building now. The Rosemary Clooney and Hubert Updike Music Company.
Oh, how wonderful. Come into the library and we'll talk about it.
Thank you, Mark.
Oh, hey, what about me? Who needs them? I can get famous by myself. See them a-tumbling down. Edging their love to the ground. Which way is Tennessee Ernie? Which way?
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
many, many miles east of nowhere lies the amazing land of Oz, a magnificent empire created in the mind of a man who wrote a great book about it. Like wildfire in the wheat field, the fabulous tale of the Wizard of Oz spread from town to city to nation to the entire world. Although the Wizard of Oz has captivated the children of 4 generations and fired the imaginations of those youthful adults who have never grown old, although 10 million copies of the book have reached eager hands and eager hearts, no one has dared the towering task of giving life and reality to the land of Oz and its people. Every delightful character of L. Frank Baum's classic is now reborn. Every glorious adventure has been recaptured and painted with a rainbow. The celebration in Munchkinland, the flying monkeys, the rescue of Dorothy, the castle of the witch, the palace of Oz, and Dorothy's strange journey to the Emerald City to find the wonderful Wizard of Oz himself.
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is the Wizard of Wiz, if ever a Wiz there was. If ever a Wiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things he does. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A hold-up man has been hitting the banks in your city. After 2 months of following down leads, you get a possible identification. Your job? Check it out.
It was Thursday, July 25th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:42 a.m. when we got to 896 Duane Street. Front door. I'll get it again. Guess there's nobody home, huh?
Yeah.
You see in that window?
No, can't see anybody moving around in there.
Now, let's try the back. Right. Around this way.
Uh-huh. Hey, sure pretty, isn't it, Joe?
What's that?
Rose tree there, Bella Portugal. Sure pretty.
What?
Bay's got one started out by the back fence. Isn't that big, but we got roses on it already.
What'd you call it?
One of those Bella Portugal rose trees.
Oh,
I'll pick a couple for you. Bring them in the office.
Well, thanks, Frank. I don't know what I'd do with them, do you?
Well, you can give them to Ann. She'd like them.
Yeah. I get it.
See anybody?
No, looks like there's someone on the lawn chair over there, doesn't it?
Huh.
Miss Clark?
Yes, who is it?
Yeah, come on. You Miss Viola Clark?
That's right.
Police officers, Miss Clark. This is Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Well, how do you do?
How you doing, ma'am?
What can I do for you?
We'd like to ask you a few questions.
About Louis?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, would you mind talking inside? I'd rather the neighbors didn't know all my business.
All right, fine.
We can talk in there without anybody hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure a beautiful morning. Hot.
Mm-hmm.
We're planning a little trip down to the desert this weekend. Get some rest and a little sun.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to get a tan before then.
Mm-hmm.
But come on in.
Thank you.
Just go on through the kitchen. We can talk in the dining room.
All right, thank you.
I just feel funny going to a place where there's a swimming pool and sitting there without a tan, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I do anyway. It makes me feel self-conscious like.
I see, ma'am.
Well, just go on in and sit down. I'll get us something cold to drink.
No, that's all right, Miss Clark. Thank you.
Oh, how about you, Mr. Smith?
No, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to have something. Bill, that's my husband, brought me a case of that new kind of drink, without any calories.
Yes, ma'am.
All kinds of flavors, supposed to be for people who are supposed to reduce. Of course, I don't really need it, just that Bill bought it and all.
Mm-hmm.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what was it about Louis?
He's your brother, is that right?
Well, yes, actually, he's my half-brother. You see, his father died and our mother remarried.
I see.
He's my half-brother.
When did you see him last?
Oh, let's see. I guess it was before the trouble. That'd make it about 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. You heard anything from him since?
Oh, a couple of times. Different people have told me they saw Louis. He always sent his best.
But you haven't talked to him, huh?
Well, no, not in 10 years. Would you excuse me a minute? I forgot the bottle opener.
Yes, ma'am.
When Louis got into trouble, we sort of stopped seeing each other. I tried to write to him when he was in prison, little talky-talk letter, but they just seemed to separate us more.
What was that again, ma'am? I didn't hear you.
I said that I tried to write to him when he was in prison. Sort of a talky-talk letter, but, well, they just seemed to separate us more.
I see. Did you see him when he was in prison?
Oh, no, it was during the war, and I was pretty busy with other things.
Uh-huh.
Bill, my husband, was overseas, and I was writing to him, sending him little things. Just never seemed to get around to seeing Louis. I thought about it, but just never quite seemed to get to it. It's a new flavor. Pineapple papaya. Kind of tangy. You sure you don't want any?
No, thank you.
Oh, that's good. I've got some little crackers, low calorie. Would you like some of them?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Well, when Louis got out of jail, I heard he went back east, Salt Lake, I think. Got a job with a paint store back there.
Mm-hmm.
Did pretty good. Something happened, though. He quit or got fired or something. Anyway, he came out here again.
Do you have any idea where your brother might be staying?
No, last I heard it was in some furnished room down on Pico.
Would you have the address?
I'm afraid not.
Do you have any idea where we might be able to get it?
Not the least.
Uh-huh.
What's he done this time?
Well, it'll be better if we talk to him about it, ma'am.
Well, it seems to me I'm his sister. You should be able to tell me. I'm certainly going to cooperate with you.
I think it'd be better if we talk to him, though.
If that's the way you're going to handle it, there's not much I can do.
Did your brother have any hobbies? Anything that he might try to work at?
No, not that I can remember. Well, when he was a kid, I think he used to collect stamps, but then I guess every boy does that. Mostly, though, he used to read a lot. Always had his nose in a book.
Mm-hmm.
Had a big collection of those books you could buy in the 5 and dime. The little thick ones.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
I guess he had just about every one that was ever published. There was a big thing with the kids in the neighborhood. Well, Louis had about 100, all different stories. He built a case for them out in the garage out of apple boxes. I remember that, out in the garage.
Yes, ma'am.
Had a library going, little cards and everything. Charged the kids 2 cents to read the book. Real going business.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was a funny kid. Always trying to figure out how to get somebody else to do the work for him. He'd say that if he had his way, he'd get what he wanted without really working for it. Wonder if being in jail made him change. If he still feels like that.
What's that?
That he can live the easy way.
He's still trying. "11:31 a.m. We left the house and continued checking out the friends and relatives of the suspect Louis wrote. According to his book, he'd been arrested for the first time 10 years previously on charges of 459 burglary, 5 counts. He'd been sentenced to San Quentin. He'd been released 4 years previously. On June 11th, he walked into a bank at the corner of Reservoir and Montana Streets and robbed the place of $1,180. He'd hit again on June 19th, July 12th, and July 23rd. In each instance, the victims were shown mug books, but they were unable to make a positive identification. On July 24th, we talked to a cab driver who had driven the suspect away from the latest holdup. He was able to give us an identification of the suspect, but when we checked the area where Road had left the cab, we were unable to come up with additional information. The other victims were shown Road's picture, and all of them made a positive identification. Locals and APBs were gotten out on him, and all places he was known to frequent were checked. Still, we couldn't take him into custody. 2 days passed while we looked for the suspect. On Friday, July 26th, the bank located on Hollywood Boulevard was held up for $1,800. The suspect matched the description of Road. From one of the people in the vicinity, we got the number of the cab the suspect was supposed to have taken. We got in touch with the traffic manager of the cab company and got the name and stand number of the driver. 9:20 p.m. Frank and I drove out to see him.
Corner of Hollywood and Loma Linda?
That's right. Bank near there.
What time was it supposed to be?
Well, the way we got it, about 5.
Tonight?
That's right.
I don't recall the guy. You sure it was me?
Well, we got the number of your cab.
Well, you're pretty busy today. Let me check the wave, though.
All right.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, here it is. Loma and Hollywood.
Where'd you drop the fare off?
2000 block on Sunset.
That'd be near Echo Park?
Yeah.
Can you tell us anything about the man?
No, like I told you, I've been pretty busy tonight.
Well, it's pretty important.
Well, what kind of things you want to know?
Well, what did he say to you when he got into the cab?
Oh, not much. Seems to me he just told me to drive right down Sunset, and then he'd tell me where to let him out.
Was there anything about him that stood out? An accent, maybe? Scar, birthmark, anything like that?
No, it doesn't seem to me that there was. I could only get a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror. He was kind of sitting off to one side. Kind of hard to see.
You don't remember anything about him, then, huh?
No, nothing that'd help.
Did you say where he was going?
Well, not that I remember. Just told me to drive right down Sunset until he told me to stop.
When he got out of the cab, did you see where he went?
I didn't notice. He said something about getting a drink and asked me if I could name a good bar for him.
Did you?
I couldn't. I don't know the neighborhood very well. I told him they were all probably pretty good.
Did he seem drunk to you?
Well, he had more than a couple. I can't tell you how many. You know, some guys can hold more than those without showing it.
Yeah.
Well, he was like that. Hard to tell how many he'd lifted.
Uh-huh.
Say, something might help. I just thought of it.
Yeah, what's that?
He had a kind of a mole on his face right by his mouth.
On which side, do you remember?
Well, let me think now. I was looking at him in the mirror. It was on his left side. The mirror shows things on the side that... Yeah, it'd be on his left side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I always get mixed up like that. You know, when you look in the mirror, if you got something on the right side of your face, it's on the left side of the mirror.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking at him, so it'd be on the same side as I saw it. Yes, sir, it was the left side.
Where was the mole?
Right here, right by the upper lip. Not real big so you'd notice it right off. Yeah, I forgot about it until just now.
And when he paid the cab bill, what did he use?
You mean the size bill he gave me?
Yeah.
A 20. I think I got it right here. Real new. Yeah, here it is. He had a whole fistful of those, just like this, all brand new.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him if he was going on a trip. You know, people draw a lot of money out when they're going to take a trip. I figured maybe that's what he was going to do.
What did he say?
Well, he said he wasn't. He said he just made a withdrawal from the bank, but he said he wasn't going away.
Well, he's wrong there.
Huh?
As soon as we find him, he is. The cab driver identified Rote's mug shot, and at 10:08 p.m., Frank and I drove over to the 2000 block on Sunset Boulevard. We checked at several bars, but we were unable to find the suspect. One of the bartenders said he thought that a man answering Rote's description might have been in, but he couldn't be sure. In each of the places, we left our card, and we asked the owner or the bartender to notify us if the suspect should come in. 12:26 a.m., Frank and I checked back into the office.
You want to check the book? I'll sign us out.
All right.
Anything?
Yeah, you got a message here from Faye.
Yeah?
She wants you to stop by the drugstore and pick up a refilled prescription for the baby. Oh, it says she's already called him. You just have to pick it up.
Oh. Well, that blows the coffee. Huh?
Well, I ought to get home anyway. I'd like to get a good night's sleep.
All right. See you in the morning, old buddy.
All right. You gonna have breakfast at home?
No, I don't know if Faye was up half the night with the kids. Might be better if I'd let her sleep.
Well, why don't you meet me at that dairy place?
Good deal. About 7, huh?
That'll be fine with me.
All right.
Go on ahead. I'll get the lights.
Good.
No, hold on. I'll get it. Robbery, Friday. Yes, sir? No, sir, we're the ones. How long ago was that? I see. Right away.
What do you got?
Bar out on Sunset.
Yeah?
Suspect's there now, tearing the place up. We left the city hall and we drove over to the bar on Sunset Boulevard. By the time we'd gotten there, a police unit had arrived and the disturbance was under control. The suspect had left the scene, and a broadcast was put out to all cars in the area carrying his description and the description of the clothing he was wearing. When we walked into the bar, the bartender was sitting at one of the tables in the back of the place holding a stake to his left eye. The place itself was a mess. Bar stools were scattered over the floor, tables were upended. The back bar was smashed, and the mirror that ran along the length of the bar itself was broken. Frank and I checked with the officers from the unit, and then we went back to talk to the bartender.
Why didn't you guys tell me about him?
Sir?
Why didn't you tell me who he was? I didn't know. Look at this place. Look what he did.
What started the fight?
I don't know.
Did you recognize him when he came in?
No, right off. He sat down, ordered a drink. Next thing I know, the place is coming down around me.
And when did you know he was the man we were looking for?
After he belted the fella next to him, that's when I knew. Called you right away. You should have told me he was rough. You should have told me.
Well, we told you not to try to take him yourself.
But you didn't make a point of it. I just thought it was something you told everybody.
Can you tell us what he said when he came in?
We were having a nice night. Pretty good business. Sitting there watching the fights on the television. Nice and quiet, pouring good. Looked like a good night for the till.
Yeah.
Door swings open, and in comes this guy. I didn't pay any attention to him. Walked over and sat at the bar. Right there in the middle. Sat at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Ordered a highball. He had a couple. I should have known right then. Had been in this business any time at all. You should be able to spot the ones that are likely to cause trouble.
What did he ask for in the drink?
Bourbon and ginger. I mixed it, collected for it, and then went back to watching the fight. I had a little bet on it. Always take the white corner with one of the regulars. You know, a couple of bucks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm standing there watching the fight. All of a sudden, there's one going on in the room. This new guy and the fella next to him. Going at it hot and heavy.
All right, go on.
This do any good, you know?
What's that?
Holding a steak on a black eye, supposed to take swelling down.
I wouldn't know, sir.
Sure hope so. The guy laid a bottle on my cheek. Feels like he broke something.
You want us to call a doctor for you?
No, I'll check one later. Other cops asked me the same thing. I'm all right.
Yes, sir. Would you like to go ahead with your story, please?
Not much more to tell. The place just seemed to explode. I jumped over the bar. I got a billy club in the back. Grabbed that and jumped over the bar and tried to get the two guys apart. They were throwing everything they could lay their hands on at each other. Well, look at the place. You bet if I just put a lock on the door and open up someplace else, it'd be easier.
Just to be sure, would you take a look at these? Just the man who caused the fight.
Wait a minute. I can't see too good. Yeah, that's him.
You're pretty sure, are you?
Yeah, Louis wrote. That's the fella.
This afternoon when we talked to you, you said you didn't know him.
It didn't make much of an impression then. When I saw him in person, I remembered.
Well, he was in here earlier then.
Yeah, same guy.
Did you hear him say anything at all that might help us find him?
No, but you ought to talk to the guy you had the fight with.
Yeah?
He went to school with Roth.
We got the name of the man the suspect had the fight with. We drove over to his home and talked to him. He explained that he'd been enrolled in a night class with Roth. He went on to say that they'd met at school when both of them were studying criminology at one of the colleges in the area. We got what information we could about Roth, and then Frank and I went back to the office. We tried to contact the school, but we were not able to reach anyone who could check the registration records for us. The next morning, we called the head registrar and asked her to check the records in the college night extension courses for a Louis Roth. 30 minutes later, she called back with the suspect's address. Frank and I left the office and drove out to the place, a 2-story boarding house out on Adams Boulevard. Road had moved, but he'd left a forwarding address. We drove over there and found that he was still registered. We got the number of the room. We went upstairs. Frank stood on one side of the door while I took the other.
Just a minute. Yeah?
You Louis Roth?
Yeah, what do you want?
Police officers, you're under arrest.
For what?
Suspicion of robbery?
How'd you get to me?
We did.
Can I get a coat?
No, you tell us where it is. We'll get it for you.
Closet over there.
I'll get it.
There's a bottle of aspirin in the pocket there. Make sure you don't drop it. Hangover I got, I'm going to need something.
Yeah.
Don't think I ever had a headache like this one. Terrible.
Well, you better get used to it.
Huh?
They're going to get worse. A show-up was arranged, and all of the victims of the holdups were present. They all gave positive identifications of Louis Roth as the man who'd held them up. A complaint was issued by the district attorney's office, and on the following Friday, August 2nd, a preliminary hearing was held in Division 34 of Municipal Court. Roth was bound over for the charges filed against him. September 2nd at 10 a.m., the suspect pled guilty to robbery in the first degree, 2 counts. Roth asked for immediate sentence, and the judge complied with the request. He was sent to San Quentin, where he went through the clinic. On recommendation of the authorities at the prison, the board ordered him sent to the penitentiary at Chino, California. 7 months had passed since his arrest, and from what we heard, Roth was a model prisoner. During that time, we cleaned up a string of loan company holdups, and Frank's children had gone through the chicken pox and several types of virus. On Sunday, February 23rd, Frank and I were in the office trying to catch up on the detail work.
You got the L.A. number on Lawrence Pachetti?
Yeah, wait a minute. Here you are. 168947.
68947. You sure a mean one.
Yeah. Terrible what he did to that kid, isn't it?
Oh, man.
Robbery Friday.
Yeah, Savage.
Mm-hmm. When did it happen? Well, we know how he did it? All right, we'll check into it right away. No. Send it down, will you? Right. Bye. Teletype in from Chino.
Yeah?
Roth just broke out of jail. An immediate watch was put out on all the places Roth was known to frequent. All officers in the field were supplied with descriptions and pictures of the suspect. From the story as we got it from the prison officials, we were able to piece together the method of Roth's escape. Several months before he'd started on the bank robberies, he'd gotten work as a day laborer up at Chino. He'd managed to bury a gun and several $100s in a watertight container in the prison grounds. On his arrival at the prison, he'd waited for the right moment, and then he dug up the weapon and the money and made a break. He'd picked Sunday, a day when the prison grounds are crowded with visitors. Fortunately, there'd been no one hurt when Roth had escaped. However, we knew he was armed and he was to be considered dangerous. 2 days after his escape, a man answering his description held up a grocery store. From the clerk, we obtained a positive identification of Roth. The next day, he hit again. This time, he beat one of the clerks in the store when the man refused to open the cash register. Additional information was forwarded to all law enforcement agencies throughout the area. Rote's picture was carried on the police television show, and the daily newspapers cooperated and carried his likeness and description. Calls began to come into the complaint board from people who thought they'd seen the suspect. In each instance, the information was checked out, and several of the reports appeared authentic. On Wednesday, March 4th, we got a call from Calvin Niles, the bartender who'd given us the original information on Rote. Frank and I drove out to see him.
I tried to hold him here, tried my darndest, but he wouldn't go for it.
Mm-hmm. Did you talk to him at all?
Yeah, I had a couple of words.
What about?
Mainly about the fight he had before he got him. You know, when he broke up the place?
Mm-hmm.
Talked about that. He said he was sorry about it. Told me the other fella caused it.
Mm-hmm.
Said he'd like to be able to pay for it, but he didn't have the money. I thought he was going to hit me up for a loan. The way he acted and all. Thought sure he wanted to make a touch.
Did he say anything at all about where he was staying?
Not a word.
Didn't give you any indication
Nope.
at all?
Was he driving a car?
Not that I could see. When he walked out, I went over to the door to see if I could spot anything, but by the time I got out from behind the bar, he disappeared.
Is there a cab stand around here?
A couple of blocks up the street. Think he might have taken a taxi?
We'll check it.
I don't think he could have gotten that far in the time it took me to get to the door. I can see that far, and I didn't see him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he took a taxi.
Did he come in alone?
As far as I could tell, he came in, sat down, ordered a highball, drank it up, and left. I don't think he was here more than 5 minutes, all told.
But you're pretty sure there wasn't anybody with him, are you?
Yeah, I had been. I'd have seen him.
Did he look like he was going to meet anybody here?
Not especially.
Give you any reason for coming in?
Not right out, he didn't.
How do you mean?
Lucky I did it now, I guess. I didn't plan it that way.
What's that?
I told you I thought he wanted to make a touch.
Yeah.
I told him I'd just taken the money to the bank, dropped it in the night depository, said I'd cleaned the place out.
He left right after that?
Yeah, finished up his drink and walked out. Sure got a lot of nerve, if you ask me.
What do you mean?
Well, he comes in the place once, breaks it up, then comes back to try to hold it up.
Well, you're not sure about that, are you?
As far as I'm concerned, that's what he came in for.
Can you give us a description of what he was wearing?
Plain blue suit. Looked like it was gabardine, 2-button.
How about a hat?
No, he wasn't wearing one. He had on a white shirt, black knit tie, you know, the narrow kind. One of those little stick pins shaped like a little ladybug. You know the kind I mean?
Yes, sir.
One of those.
All right, Mr. Niles, if anything more comes up, we'd appreciate a call from you.
You get it. I'll tell you one thing, Sergeant.
What's that?
After that fight, I did just about everything I could to help business, help pay for the damage.
Yes, sir.
This is one customer I want to lose.
For the next 2 days, the search for the suspect went on. Roaming houses where he might have been staying were checked. Friends and relatives were interrogated. Al Gayton down in San Diego was notified, and he alerted the authorities at the border in the event Rote tried to escape into Mexico. In the meantime, a rolling stakeout was set up in the area where the thief had been hitting. 2 more days passed without activity. On Monday, March 9th, Frank and I were in Unit 1K80, cruising on West Pico.
Sure is a quiet night.
Yeah.
Be glad when it's over. I'll get home and hit the sack.
How you coming with the books?
Huh? Oh, you mean for the sergeant exam?
Yeah.
Oh, pretty good.
All units, attention, all units. A 211 has just occurred at the grocery store at the corner of Pico Boulevard and Ottawa Street. Unit 1R13, handle the call, code 3.
Better hit it.
Yeah.
Attention, all units. A 211 has just occurred at the grocery store at the corner of Pico Boulevard and Ottawa Street. Unit 1R13, handle the call, code 3.
1K80 to Control 1.
Control 1 to 1K80, go ahead.
Code 6 at Pico Boulevard and Ottawa Street.
Control 1 to 1K80, roger, KMA 367. Attention all units. Attention all units. Be on the lookout for the following described suspect wanted in connection with 211 at grocery store at Pico Boulevard and Ottawa Street. Suspect described as WMA, 40 or 50 years, 5 feet 8 and 1/2, 150 to 155, medium build, gray hair. Suspect was wearing a dark blue suit, no hat, white shirt, black tie, and black shoes. Suspect has a mole on the back side of his face just above the mouth. He is carrying a large blue steel revolver, Western type. Suspect believed to be driving a 1952 Chrysler sedan, dark in color, license number unknown. Vehicle has a damaged left rear fender. Use caution. Suspect is considered dangerous. KMA 367.
Sounds like Rote, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hang on. Here's Pico.
The car that just passed us.
Yeah?
Dark Chrysler sedan, dented left fender. We better check it.
Right. Hold it.
It's taking off. You better lean on it.
Doesn't look like he's going to stop.
Watch it, Frank. The streetcar.
It's a close one.
As long as they don't come any closer, huh?
You see him?
Yeah, up ahead.
You going to try a shot at him?
No, we can't. There's too many people around.
We're pulling up.
All right, hold it steady. Pull over. Police officer.
He doesn't act like he hears you.
It's Rote, all right.
Yeah.
Try to cut him off.
right, come on, Roach. Pull over.
Nothing. All right, cut him off.
All right, hang on.
Come on, pull up. Let's go.
He really plowed into that lamppost.
Yeah. All right, come on, out of the car.
All right. Getting out. Getting out. See, I got my hands up in the air. Doing like you
All right,
say.
come on, move it.
Yeah.
Come on, put your hands on the car here.
Yeah.
Lean on it.
I'll shake it. Yeah, here's the gun, Joe.
All right.
Come on, Rob. Get your hands behind you.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
About my car.
We'll take care of it.
You're not going to just leave it there, are you?
I wouldn't worry about it.
Huh?
You're not going to be driving it for a while.
Louis Albert Rote was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, 4 counts, and violation of Section 4530 PC, escape. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years. Escape from a state prison is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 1 year. Said second term of imprisonment to commence from the time the prisoner would otherwise have been discharged from said prison.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Cooper. Present, teacher. Ben Donaldson. Here, teacher. Huckleberry Finn. Huckleberry Finn. Has anyone seen Huckleberry Finn? No.
What did you say your name was? Mary Williams. I thought you said it was Sarah. Yes, ma'am, it is. Sarah Mary Williams.
What's your real name? Is it Bill or Tom or Bob or what is it?
Don't you go poking fun at a little girl like me, ma'am. I gotta get home. way since I seen you last, ma'am. And the further I got and the more human beings I met, the more I got to feel that no human being has a right to own another human being. Human beings make enough mess out of their own lives without messing another human beings. That's why I'm asking you to please let Jim go free.
Acting. That shall be our medium. I noticed a little town down the river apiece. We shall have some of these printed, and tonight we shall take our place among the immortals.
What's immortals?
Dead people. Soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun. Oh, it is my lady. 'Tis my love. She speaks, yet she says nothing.
Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? A rose. By any other name would smell as sweet. So would Romeo.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Esther Williams is coming tonight. Archie the Mermaid speaking. Hello, Duffy. Yep, Esther Williams herself. Well, you've seen pictures of her, ain't you? And you heard that one picture is as good as 1,000 words? Duffy, this dame is the book of the month. Well, she's going to model in a fashion show here tonight. You'd like Mrs. Duffy to be a model, too. Duffy, Mrs. Duffy ain't a model, too. She's a Model T. She has $1 million figure, huh? Well, if she has, it's all in loose change. Well, anyway, this fashion show will be great publicity, Duffy. You know, I got a terrific slogan. Come to Duffy's, where rags are muffins if worn for raiment's sake. What does it mean? Nothing. It's just catchy, like cement mixer, putty-putty. Well, look, Duffy, I'm busy. I'll call you back. Eddie, you know, this fashion show is a terrific idea. The customers can eat and drink and at the same time see the new fashions.
Mr. Archie, if I know our customers, they'd rather see the old fashion.
Eddie. You pop de corny. Look. They're going to like it new fashion or old fashion when they find out that Esther Williams is going to be the model.
Now, how you going to get Esther Williams a model in a joint like this?
Because all dames love to show off clothes. Now, if Esther finds out that she's going to wear Adrian's clothes...
What's Adrian going to wear? Hey, well, what kind of dress you got picked out for her?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing, Eddie.
What color?
Well, it's sort of wine-colored, with a burgundy sash and a champagne blouse.
What's she going to wear for a chaser?
Eddie, with Esther, naturally, you give her a water chaser.
But, Mr. Archie, what do you know about women's fashion?
Eddie, dame's clothes is practically a business with me. Even as a little boy, I used to spend hours looking through the ladies' department of the Sears Roebuck catalog. Yeah, in fact, my mother used to read me to sleep from the camisole section. But naturally, as I grew older, I matriculated to Esquire.
Yeah, you studied fashion. Mr. Archie, most of them pictures in Esquire don't have no clothes to study.
I know, Eddie. But this is a business you have to learn from the inside out. By the way, if we're going to get any publicity on this show tonight, I better call up the fashion magazines. What's the name of that famous one again?
Harper's Bazaar.
Yeah, that's the one.
Hello? Is Harpo there? Well, I'd like to talk to somebody about a style show at Duffy's Tavern. Oh, well, let me talk to her. Hello, Mrs. Bizarre? We got a style show here at the Tavern tonight. I thought maybe you'd like to know what Esther Williams will be wearing. Well, she'll have on a pair of short kid gloves and a pair of black shoes. Wait a minute, you didn't give me a chance to finish. In addition to this, a little pork pie cloche and a cotton piqué organdy with a thin silk shirtwaist. This shirtwaist is so sheer that... Now take this down. So sheer that it looks like the silkworms just knocked it off during their lunch hour. Now, the dress will be very tight-fitting around the peplum. And will be appliqued with shiny sequences, you know. Now, for the overcoat will naturally be very dishabille, you see. With patch pockets so delicately woven that one would not even know they had been patched. And get this. Instead of buttons, the coat will be fastened with a safety pin. You know, like they wear in them little three-cornered pants. Yes. It will make Madame look much younger. Well, tell me, would you like to run a story on it? You will if Ripley will draw the cartoon. They don't seem to be interested. Well, you got to draw a blank once in a while.
Hart.
Oh, hi, Finnegan.
Say, Art, I hear this Esther Williams is quite a swimmer. I'd like to meet her.
Why? What do you know about swimming?
Oh, it happens I know a guy in Brooklyn who went with a mermaid for years.
Went with a mermaid? Finnegan, a mermaid is half woman and half fish.
Art, when you live in Brooklyn, who cares? You know, I like swimming, Art.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. Every Sunday, me and me little 4-year-old nephew used to go to the beach. It was fun.
Was, huh?
Yeah. He used to like to bury me in the sand.
Pretty smart for a 4-year-old kid. But what about the swimming?
Well, I'm very good until I get in the water.
Oh. What happens then?
I keep swallowing water.
Well, do you breathe through your mouth?
Well,
then you shouldn't. Wait a minute. When you breathe through your mouth, is your mouth under the water?
Oh, I see your point, Art.
Look, didn't nobody ever learn you to swim when you was a kid?
Yeah, my father.
Well, he should have been pretty good. He was always in the tank.
Yeah, but I don't think his method was right.
Well, what did he do?
He pushed me off the dock into the East River every day for 2 weeks.
Well, a lot of kids learn to swim that way. How old were you?
2 weeks.
Water justice, huh? Well, better luck next time.
Thanks, Art.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
I hear you're going to have a fashion show here tonight.
And to whom does that concern?
Well, I thought you might need a model.
Well, we got Esther Williams.
When I'm around, why do you need Esther Williams?
That's right. Ain't much difference between yous. Esther looks like she was poured into a bathing suit, and you look like you was poured into a bathing suit. Only in your case, they forgot to say when. Now, look, Miss Duffy, you ain't going to be a model here just because you was voted Miss Other End of the Davenport of 1945.
Now, listen, Archie. There are other qualifications to modeling besides good looks.
In that case, maybe you got them. What are they?
Well, posture and carriage.
Carriage. Miss Duffy, if you'll excuse the pun, in your case, there's not enough carriage and so much wagon. What are the other qualifications?
Well, in order to show Wolf clothes, a girl must know exactly how to walk back and forth.
And this you know?
Of course.
Okay, I'll call up Adrian. Maybe he needs a picket.
What you doing there, Mr. Archie?
I'm autographing a picture of myself, Eddie. Let's see. To Esther, with all the hot blood in me corpuscles. Signed, your dreamboat. How's that sound, Eddie?
Yeah, she'll get the idea. Now, look, dreamboat. If you'll sail into port for a minute, I'd like to ask you a question.
What?
Miss Williams is going to be your star model.
Check.
And you say there'll be other beautiful models?
Check.
Where are you going to get these beauties?
Well...
I knew that check would bounce.
Wait a minute. Where am I going to get these beauties, Eddie? The answer is right here in this little red address book.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
Just a second. This little book really sizzles, you know.
Sizzles, huh?
They banned it in Boston. I think I'll call up a couple of me old gals and tell them to come down here. Hello? Mabel? This is Archie. Archie. Remember Schützen Park in Astoria? 1929? The one-step contest? Archie. Remember the shoestring tie and the pointy lapels? With the button that says, squeeze me, baby, I ain't no lemon. That's right, Archie, sure. Look, Mabel, we need a model down here. Huh? Your feet are still sore from the one-step contest. But, Mabel, hello? That's gratitude. And I let her keep the cup, too. Well, I guess that's life.
Hello, Archie.
Well, as I swim and breathe, Esther. Esther, you ain't been around the tavern here in quite a long time. Glad to have you with us.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Archie. You know, there's nothing I'd rather do than go into a dive.
Hey, that's very funny. I think I'll take it as an insult. By the way, I don't want to rush you, but did you bring that autographed picture that you promised?
Oh, of course. But remember, you promised to give me one of your pictures, too. Have you got it?
Uh-huh.
In a bathing suit?
Uh-huh.
Well, here's mine.
Well, here's mine.
I'll take mine back.
Well, anyway, this is a swell picture of you, Esther.
Thank you.
But tell me, how do you keep them strapless bathing suits up?
Well, half by the law of gravity
and half by the law of California, huh? Is this the one that you wore in the Ziegfeld Follies?
Yes, it is.
Well, how much does a bathing suit like that cost?
Well, this one cost about $100.
$100? Must be some material, huh? Let's see, that comes to about $600 a yard. Look, kid, you know, after looking at this picture of you, I've been thinking, you know, you and me could tread beautiful water together.
Why, Archie, do you swim, too?
Honey, I am known as Archie, the aqua cat. Underwater, I'm dynamite. You and me got to get on a 50-foot diving board sometime. I'll show you how we can do a half Nelson together.
You mean half gainer. A half Nelson is a wrestling hold.
You don't think I'd be that high up without holding on, do you?
Archie, I didn't think you cared that much.
Well, I don't, but I got to start somewhere. What do you think? With a little encouragement, you think you could learn to like a guy like me?
Well, maybe, if he weren't too much like you.
Esther, you know the trouble with you?
Now, what?
That Hollywood. You know, you're living in a world of make-believe. Why don't you let me take you away from it?
Make believe. I have a brand new car, a swimming pool, a home in Beverly Hills, everything I want.
Then I got a better idea. Why don't you take me away?
Oh, say, Archie.
Oh, Esther, I would like to present the originator of the 3rd Avenue Crawl, Miss Duffy.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Duffy.
Likewise, I'm sure. Miss Williams, you work for MGM, don't you?
Yes.
Have you seen Lana Turner in The Postman Always Rings Twice?
Yes, I have.
Well, a lot of people think I look like her.
Wait a minute. For Lana Turner, the postman always rings twice. You look like he slipped you under the door.
I am not talking to you.
Good.
I'm talking to Miss Williams. Now, what do you think, Esther? Do you think that I look like Lana Turner?
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Archie?
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Esther?
Well, I don't know. What do you think, Miss Duffy?
Well, after all, they say us women are all sisters under the skin.
Well, go back under your skin and send out your sister then. Lana Turner. She looked like Lana.
Oh, you go button up your lip. Well, it was a pleasure to have met up with you, Miss Williams.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Look, Esther, leave us not silly over to Dolly with the hole in her head. You know, I asked you here tonight for a reason.
Oh, Archie, please, not the same old reason.
Nope, this is a new one. You see, I'm going to have a fashion show here at Duffy's, and I'm going to need mannequins, you see. And I thought that...
Archie, you mean you're figuring on me being a model?
Well, could you suggest a better figure to figure on?
Uh-huh. Well, what will I wear in this fashion show?
Is she kidding? Well, I was sort of counting on a bathing suit.
A bathing suit here in Duffy's Tavern?
Well, it'd be something appropriate, of course. Maybe Irish linen shorts, for instance.
Yes, and maybe an ear-and-go bra?
If you think it fits.
Please, Archie, I'm tired of bathing suits. Bathing suits, bathing suits. The only thing that would tempt me to model here would be a beautiful gown, especially designed for me. Maybe by Molyneux or Schiaparelli.
Funny thing, I just ordered one of his gowns tonight.
Who, Molyneux?
No, Shipwreck Kelly. He was supposed to have sent it over here by now. I better go and find out what's holding him up.
Probably a flagpole.
Yeah. Look, Finnegan, come here.
Yeah.
Look, don't let Esther see it, but you know Rentner's the dress shop?
Yeah.
Well, Rentner's a friend of mine, so go over there and tell him I want to borrow the loan of one of his dresses.
Okay, I got you.
Good.
Mr. Archie, where Miss Williams disappeared to?
She's in the back room, Eddie, putting on that dress that we borrowed from Rentner's. She thinks it's a Paris gown.
When was the last time she saw Paris? Hey, now look, when she finds out this dress is a genuine rentner's...
Wait a minute, what's wrong with rentners?
Nothing except that bargain basement of theirs is the deepest spot in town. Miss Archie, let me tell you ain't gonna fool that girl.
Look, Eddie, I got it all covered. I'm gonna have her meet the designer, Shipwreck Kelly himself.
Who's gonna be Shipwreck Kelly?
I got just the man. Hey, Finnegan, come here.
What is it, Arch?
You think you're Clifton Finnegan, don't you?
Yeah?
You're wrong. You are now Shipwreck Kelly, a French dress designer.
No kidding.
Yeah.
This will be a laugh on me mother. She thinks I'm Irish. What's the idea, Rod?
Well, see, I'm going to tell Esther that you're the guy that designed the dress that she's putting on back there. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Well, the trouble is you don't talk French.
Oh, no? Try me.
Well, parlez-vous français?
Oui.
Toujours l'amour comme ci, comme ça?
Oui.
Voulez-vous hinky-dinky parlez-vous?
Oui. I bet you run out before I do.
Well, Finnegan, this has been going to be a big opportunity for you. You got a chance to be stupid in 2 languages.
Well, all I need is a chance, George.
Good. Well, we'll try it anyway.
Yeah.
Here she comes now. Quiet. Well, Esther, that dress looks lovely on you. Très lingerie, I might say.
Hey, Arch, I'm supposed to be the Frenchman.
Shut up, you Jack. Esther, I got a surprise for you. Guess who just dropped in?
Who?
The designer of that dress, and I would like to present him. Shipwreck, this is Miss Williams. Miss Williams, this is Monsieur Kelly.
Oh, bonsoir, monsieur.
Oui.
Monsieur, this is the lady who will model the dress.
Ah! It is pleasure to meet you, beautiful tomato.
Archie, he doesn't sound very French.
He should have stuck to the we. Well, no, I tell you, it's a peculiar accent. You see, Monsieur is one of the freak French.
Oui.
Tell me, Esther, what do you think of the dress?
Well, Archie, it's a little gaudy.
I thought you'd like it. It's that Paris touch, you know.
By the way, what part of Paris is Monsieur from?
Well, he was born right in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, I see. His parents wanted to keep it in the dark, huh?
Oui.
Please, leave us to ignore personalities. How do you like the dress itself?
Well, Archie, it's too tight and the zipper gets stuck.
Oh, madam, I will fix quick.
Just a minute. What is this, Minchkey?
Monsieur, this is shocking. You have torn your beautiful French dress off Miss Williams, and she is now back nearly to her bathing suit. What have you got to say for yourself?
There's only one thing.
What?
Vive la France!
From the director of Time Bandit and Brazil, a new movie full of noise. Flying objects.
Trust me, madam. Your underwear is in good hands.
Seafood.
Hello.
Is there a doctor in the fish?
Celebrities.
I'm Baron Munchausen. That sounds nasty. Is it contagious?
Compassion.
The Sultan is going to cut off my head. And?
Travel.
Now you come back here and expect me to follow you to the ends of the earth. Yes.
very famous last words.
Not yet.
Not yet? Is that famous?
Gravity.
We've been dropped through the center of the world to come out on the other side.
Bull. He was full of it. The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. A true story. We've got the film to prove it.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Jimmy Allen.
And now, on with Jimmy Allen's Air Adventures. Jimmy and Speed Robertson stowed away on the schooner Golden Star, commanded by Captain Clang and carrying Black Pete and Digger Dawson. The boys discover that a seaman, whom they thought one of the crew, is Dick Butterfield, a federal agent. Black Pete discovers their hiding place in the hold of the vessel, and he and Digger Dawson determine to do away with them. With the schooner anchored off an island, the boys are rowed to the beach and are about to be executed by the ruthless cutthroats when Butterfield rescues them. Pete and Digger take to the brush. The two pilots, accompanied by the federal man, start down the beach when suddenly they come upon a strange old man. To their utter astonishment, he reveals himself to be Ezra Whitcomb, for whom they have been searching since the mysterious murder of Quackenbush. The old sailor is overjoyed to learn their identity, expresses great fear of Pete and Dawson, and is about to tell them his story when voices are heard. It is Pete and Dawson returning with help, and the little group is certain that a desperate fight is at hand.
Quick, stop down here behind these rocks. It's our only chance. There's a Black Pete. My hat on the sand. They killed all of us. Watch it now. The first man who shows his head. Hold everything. Pull it. Don't shoot. We're down there, got him. The fellow's a soldier. There's some of them. Steady now, Mr. Whitcomb. They are soldiers. They're going to surround him. Well, what in the...
These are the guys, senor. Put them under arrest.
All right. We're not going to start shooting.
Right, Miss Timbers.
I'll say you ain't. These are the guys, Senor Marino. Stick them in the hoosecar. You, Senor Dawson. Now, just a minute. Who are these men? Where did these soldiers come from? You'll find out quick enough, Robertson.
Yeah, clamp the broken iron. He's the worst one of the lot.
Mercy on the cielo. Who is this man here, Pete?
Well, I said double caution jellyfish. You'll be seeing who.
Senor Pete, you roll at the heel.
Pipe down, Pete.
Let the captain do his duty.
Fair enough. Be quick about it, senor.
See now, senor, where is your position? This is a trick, Butterfield. Show him your credentials.
You have a permit to visit these islands?
What is this anyway?
I am the commandant of the police. You are Americans, I believe.
Of course, certainly. That's a good guess. What about it?
I must see your passport. Your permit to visit this country.
Come on. Get down to business here. What are you talking about now? What permit?
When Americans come to the Republic of Cuba, they must show a permit.
Cuba? Do you mean that we're...
You have landed upon the island of Cuba. Unless you have a permit, you have violated the law.
Oh, so we've landed on Cuba, huh?
I shall be forced to place you under arrest unless you have these permits.
Oh, no, you don't. Smart as a stick, Black Sheep, but it won't work. Now, look here, senor. You say you're the commandant of the gendarmes here?
Si, senor.
And your name is...
Capitan Marino.
Very well, Captain. It's true that we're Americans and have no permit to enter Cuba. But it just happens that we're cruising on a boat, an American boat, which is now anchored a few hundred yards offshore.
Yes, and that isn't all. We were forced to come ashore by these two cutthroats here. And we demand that they be put under arrest.
Absolutely. They're fugitives from justice. Mr. Butterfield here is an agent of the United States government.
Pardon, senor, but that isn't all. Take these two fellows show you their permit.
Listen to the lad blubber like a harpoon porpoise.
You won't laugh at me long. You'll see that...
Hold on a minute, Jimmy. Now, look here, Senor Marino. I'm an agent from the United States government. These two men are criminals, and they're wanted by my government. Please put them under arrest at once.
Listen to them!
I'm very sorry, senor, but I can do nothing without instruction from my own government. But they have no permit to land in Cuba. If you can hold us, you'll have to hold them, too.
That's exactly it.
You are mistaken. These men are not citizens of the United States, and a vessel your name is not registered under the American flag.
What? Do you mean to stand there and tell us that the Golden Star is not an American vessel?
Si, senor. She is under Cuban registry.
Oh, so that's it, huh?
How do you like that, Robertson?
What about these two men?
Senor Pete is a citizen of Cuba, and Senor Dawson, he comes from Australia.
Play that little tune on your concertina, boys.
Let me topsails if they don't look like a bunch of monkeys what's been hit with a shower of coconut.
What do you make of this, Steve? Too much for me. What do you say, Butterfield? Fine. How do you do?
Come on, Marino. Get going. March them down to the hoosgow.
My humble pardon, senores, but you must accompany me unless you have the permit.
And we'll take the old barnacle in tow. Avast there with them. Get up on your old sea legs and quit shaking like a fossil stay in a blasted gale.
No, Blackie. I'm staying with my friends. This old fella stays with us.
He's a-going with me.
Not by a jugful.
Come on, you hard-set barnacle. Get up.
Save me, boys. Save me. Don't lay a hand on him.
They'll kill me. You're going with me, I tell you.
Protect this man, Captain.
I can do nothing. He is a deserter from the Golden Star.
A deserter? Well, of all the... Why, he hasn't laid foot on the Golden Star.
That's the lie, Marino. Pay no attention to those guys. This old fella deserted from our boat, and we're taking him back.
Don't let him take me. You can't do this.
Come with me, you old wall-eyed puppet.
Parada. I shall have no more delay. Senor Pete, catch your man. These other three go with me.
But you can't do it.
Parada. I lose my patience.
I'll stay here with Whitcomb till you get back, Pete.
Right on, honey.
They'll kill me. I'm lost.
Brother hombre, come.
Can't you do anything at all, Butterfield? Our hands are tied, Jim. He can't make a move in this kind of a fix. But Whitcomb, what will happen to him? Goodness only knows. But we can't do a thing until I can find an American consul.
Oh, these fellows put one over on us, sure enough. I had no idea when we tried to land that we were off the coast of Cuba.
And it took me by complete surprise. I figured we were further north, somewhere off the Bahamas.
You don't suppose it's a trick, do you? Maybe we are on the island of Cuba at all.
No, there's no trick about it. This is Cuba, all right. I've been down here before.
Yeah, they got us dead to rights. But what fooled me was the nationality of the Golden Star.
Well, it took us all by surprise, I'll admit. But on second thought, I'm not a bit surprised. There's a lot of schooners that run up and down the coast here smuggling. In the old days, we used to run liquor.
Oh, yeah. This Captain Klein was undoubtedly a rum runner.
That's it, exactly. A good many boats running from the Bahamas and Cuba, well, they're under British or Cuban registry. That's where they got us, boys.
And I suppose Dawson and Black Pete beat it into town, got a hold of this fellow Marina, and put him up to it.
That's exactly what happened. Look ahead. There's the town now. You can see the roofs of the building from here.
Yeah, but how do you suppose they knew that Whitcomb was down here?
Oh, my guess is that the old fellow was hiding out down there, thinking he'd be safe. And when Pete couldn't find him in Brooklyn, well, he knew this hideout, and, well, you know the rest. How are we going to get out of this thing? Oh, don't worry, we'll get out of it all right. As soon as I can get an American consul, we'll be released in a hurry.
Do you think Marino was in with Pete and Dawson?
No, I doubt that very much. All of these little Cuban towns have a small garrison of troops. Marino is the captain. He just wants to show his authority.
Oh, that's what makes me so confoundedly mad. We're not allowed to land on the island without a permit or a passport, and he's only doing his duty. Well, I hate to admit it. It was a smart move on the part of Black Pete. He's apparently sailed in these waters long enough to know the customs and immigration laws.
Yes, he had us cold. We can't do a thing about it until I can reach the consul and explain everything. Do you think there'll be an American consul in this little town? Probably not. We'll have to get to a telephone and find out where the nearest consul lives and tell him to come down here.
In the meantime, Black Pete and Digger Dawson will do a disappearing act.
And they'll take Whitcomb with them. Oh, boy, this is a tough break. Just when Whitcomb is going to tell us the whole story. Well, it may be a break in our favor at that. Whitcomb is an American citizen and is being held on the Golden Star against his will. We can have our revenue fellows pick up the boat and rescue the old fellow, notify the Cuban authorities to arrest Dawson and Pete along with the skipper.
Yeah, provided they can find the Golden Star. I'm afraid that they'll stay down here in Cuba now, knowing that our government's after them.
Okay, what if they do? We'll have the Cuban authorities put them under arrest. The way I see it, we've got them going or coming. We'd better get ourselves free first.
Yeah, we're coming into town. Isn't much of a place, is it?
So this is Cuba, eh? Look at all the white houses and tile roofs. Boy, plenty hot down here.
Yeah, we're in the tropics now. Say, Butterfield, you don't think this fellow will actually throw us in jail, will you?
Well, not if I can help it, he won't. If we can get to the council right away, we might get the Cuban authorities to go aboard the Golden Star before it gets away. Yes, that is if you can get them to move that fast. You know, you're down here in the tropics now, Jim. People don't believe in the kind of high-pressure living that we have up in the States.
Yeah, that's right. Their motto down here is, never do anything today if you can do it tomorrow.
We've got to do something, fellows. I have a hunch that if Whitcomb gets away from us now, we'll never see him again. Well, I'm inclined to agree with you, Jim. This, being a foreign country, complicates things.
Uh-oh. What's this place we're coming to?
Ourselves. Looks like a hoot out to me.
Cesar!
Black Pete and Marino must have something up their sleeves.
I don't like the looks of this. Come with me, senores.
Where are you taking us, Captain?
Come inside. I must lock you up.
I demand to see the American consul.
Come with me.
Hey, you can't treat us like this.
Very sorry, senores, but you enter my country unlawfully. The law says I must lock you up.
Isn't there an American consul here?
We shall see. Come.
Well, fellas, there isn't much else we can do.
Look here now. We're American citizens. You can't do anything.
Save your breath.
Yes, senores. You'll find nice, clean cells. Franco.
Oh, gosh, what a place. Well, come on, fellas.
Blast me if that ain't a sight. Behind the bars where you belong, you jelly-faced lubbers. And now it's clear sailing. Ahoy, me mates, and good day to you. This is the last time you lay your blinkers on Black Pete.
Black Pete has turned the tables and escaped with Ezra Whitcomb. How will the boys get out of this predicament? And will Black Pete's prophecy come true? Join us in the next Air Adventure. This program has come to you through the facilities of the World Broadcasting System.
legendary stars.
Don't be worried, Mr. Allnut.
One extraordinary adventure.
Makes your blood race, your face numb, and your spirit soar.
The African Queen. Starring Academy Award winner Humphrey Bogart.
Mr. Allnut.
I'm still right here, miss.
Academy Award winner Katharine Hepburn.
You all right?
Simply wonderful.
And directed by the legendary John Huston. One of AFI's top 100 films, The African Queen has been meticulously restored and beautifully remastered.
I expect it's just about the prettiest place I've ever been to. I'd like to come back here someday.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Let's talk about your automobile for a minute. I'll admit that as a piece of transportation, it's only as good as the motor and the tires. And I think you'll admit that as a thing of beauty, it's only as good as the paint job. But that's something you do have control over. You can keep the finish of your car clean and sparkling at small cost and with very little work, with the occasional use of Johnson's Car New. This popular auto polish really does two jobs at the same time. It cleans and polishes with one application. Car New, please remember, is a liquid which dries on application to a white powder. When you wipe off this powder, the dirt and grime and dullness come off with it, leaving a shining, beautiful finish that you'd almost forgotten. Car New does an amazing cleaning job without injuring the finish. And it's so easy to use, you'll gladly do the job yourself. Why not give your car a spring house cleaning this week with the old, reliable, unchanged Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. There's a big band concert and bond rally scheduled at the Wistful Vista Auditorium tonight. And when you see who's muscled in as director of the whole thing, you can understand the derivation of the word auditorium. From audi, meaning listen, and toro, meaning bull. Yes, it's himself, of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, Charlie, have the boys move those borders back and lower the teaser a little. Get some new bulbs for the babies and drape some bunting over the apron.
Okay, Chief.
Good thing there's somebody in this town knows a stage brace from an usher's flashlight.
Say, I thought Mrs. Carstairs was in charge of this thing.
Oh, sure. Let her have her picture in the society section. But you and I know who's the brains behind this thing, don't we?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Henry Morgenthau, Jr.
Huh?
Or Henry Morgenthau, Jr.
I had quite a tussle getting this thing out of Carstairs' hands, but I made it. Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
Have Eddie hit the boards with them one sheets and check the marquee for deads. I want 6 chairs and a podium for center stage and the popcorn machine moved into the manager's office. Right?
I don't know, but I'll do it.
Why put the popcorn machine in the manager's office, Magee?
Because that's where I'm going to headquarter tonight. This is going to be one time I come to this joint where they didn't run out of popcorn before I got mine.
Was Mrs. Carstairs annoyed when you moved in on the arrangements, dear?
Annoyed? Oh, wow. She blew out like a 4-time retread. My gosh, somebody had to be in charge that knows what... Oh, here she comes. Old Lady Carstairs. Where do you suppose she learned to walk like that? Like a fat pigeon on a hot pavement.
Now, Magee, after all,
well,
you can't...
dear.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Carstairs? So nice to see you.
How do you do, Mrs. Magee?
Hi, Carsty. Well, you might as well trot home and dunk the frame in a bubble bath, kiddo. I got everything under control.
Mr. Magee, I think the time has come for someone to tell you a few truths about yourself.
Oh, save the compliments till after the show, Crosby. I know how you feel, and I appreciate it. You can't help it if you don't know an amber spot from a center door, Fancy.
Himself here was in vaudeville, Mrs. Carstairs, and he learned the theater business inside and out. Sometimes both on the same day.
This is not vaudeville, Mrs. Magee. This is Wistful Vista's golden opportunity to show the world its interest in and support of the Seventh War Loan. Personally, I feel that Mr. Magee has lowered the proceedings to the undignified level of a flea circus.
Well, better put on too many fleas than too much dog, Kirsty. When people begin... Oh, excuse me. You want to see me, Charlie?
Yeah. Look, Chief, you want I should check with the juicer for cues on the oleo?
On the oleo? You mean for the popcorn? Yeah, sure, as long as we can't get butter. Oleo's just about...
No. Oleo.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, the oleo, sure. Yeah, check with the juice on that, yeah.
Right. And, may I ask a question, boss?
What is it, Bud?
You ever sit on a big boulder at noon on a hot day?
Why, sure, I guess I did.
Well, what's that thing between your eyes and your mouth?
Well, that's my nose. What do you think it was?
My good man, what is the purpose of these ridiculous questions?
We just had an argument backstage, ma'am. The boys delegated me to see if this guy knew his nose from a hot rock. Thanks,
Great bunch of boys, them stagehands. Always kidding, dropping sandbags and stuff. Now then, when I make the big speech of the evening, Kirsty...
Please, Mr. Magee, I specifically asked the mayor himself to make the principal address of the evening.
Sure, but I canceled him out, Kirsty. I told him to stay home. That guy talks like he had a mouthful of coat hangers. I'll make the big speech myself, with inflections.
I'm sure if you buy a big enough bond, Mrs. Carstairs, Magee can arrange to have you sit on the stage and hear it up real close.
My dear, Mr. Carstairs and I have each purchased $5,000 worth of extra bonds.
Oh, swell. Well, that entitles you.
To stay home, I'm sure. Good day, Mrs. Magee.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs. You know, I think she's a little upset about this, dearie.
Ah, poof. All that big goldfish knows about the theater you could pack away in a dab of lint. She's so dumb she thinks the little theater movement is a bump.
Now, just the same, Magee, she can...
That sounds like the orchestra.
Yeah.
I better check their music for tonight.
Oh, now listen, maybe you better stay out of that department, dearie. You're no musician.
Well, so what? The Warner Brothers are no piano team either. But they put on some pretty good shows. Hey, Billy Mills.
Don't bother me now, Skimp. I got to run over this music.
Well, from what I heard of it this morning, it sounds like it had already been run over. By a dump truck.
Look, my tosca little ninny. Just because you have an ear for music...
Oh, you admit I have an ear for music, eh?
Why not? You could put a bass fiddle in each one of them. Now run along home, will you? We got to rehearse.
Oh, Mr. Mills, I'd like to hear what you're going to play. Go ahead.
Okay, Mom. All right, boys, kiss me again from the beginning.
Kiss me again from the beginning. Of all the corny old loudmouths. Hey, stop it. Hold everything. Stop. Oh, that won't do, Mills. That's too schmaltzy. Whoever wrote that arrangement ought to take his musical saw and go back to the lumber camp.
I wrote this myself.
Yes, and I thought it was beautiful, Magee.
Beautiful, my clavicle. Here, give me them scores. I'll go home and dash off an arrangement that'll make Gilbert kick the harp out of Sullivan's hand.
Wait a minute there, Skimp. What do you know about music?
What do I know about music, he said.
Yes, he said that.
I merely studied it for 6 years in the Peoria Conservatory. I studied under Professor Ware for a long, long time. Long underwear Magee, I would.
Oh, my.
Long Underwear McGee, the mighty mucky muck of the metronome, making mugs of the mediocre musical mutts muddling through a mess of monotonous medleys, making millions marvel at the minor melodies made out magnificent musical masterpieces by the miraculous movements of my magic mitts, miffing many maestros as I modulated from March Militaire to minuet and G, so get on with your rehearsal and we shall see what we shall see.
The King's Men sing This Little Bond Went to Battle.
Once upon a time, there was a nursery rhyme that gave the kids a chuckle and a smile. Now the words are changed, it's all been rearranged to serve a purpose even more worthwhile. This little bond went to battle. This little bond fought at home. This little bond turned the lights on again on top of the Capitol dome. This little bond sent torpedoes into a U-boat pen. Every bond's a slam to the foes of Uncle Sam, so let's keep on slamming them again. Everybody knows just how the saying goes. The pen is even mightier than the sword. So get out your pen and write those checks again. Then Uncle Sam can pass along the word. This little bond went to battle. This little bond fought at home. This little bond bought B-29 guns and Mercure chrome. This little bond bought a lifeboat that crossed a stormy foam. Baby bonds for peace, may your worthy tribe increase to bring the boys back home.
Kiss me again, kiss me again.
Oh, McGee.
Huh?
How do you spell billion?
That's easy. B-I-L-Y-O-N.
You know, that's the way I got it, but it looks funny, dearie.
Well, take my word for it, Tootsie. That's correct. How are you coming with my speech?
Pretty well, I think. How does this sound now? The war in Europe against Germany and Italy is over.
Mm-hmm.
But the war against hunger, privation, and distress will go on for many, many months. It is our money, yours and mine, the money we put in war bonds which will fight this war to an end. $7 billion. You know, that word still doesn't look right, McGee. Isn't it B-I-L-L-Y-O-N? 2 L's, isn't it?
No, just one L.
Oh? $7 billion is the quota for individual purchases in this 7th war loan. With this money, we will bring order in Europe and continue the war against the Japanese in the Pacific. That's all I got so far.
Oh, that's very good, Molly. I couldn't have done better myself.
Ah, that's high praise indeed, dearie. How's your musical arrangement coming?
Oh, it's going to be wonderful. Kiss me again. I lead off with the harp glissando, you see, and then
You
I go...
lead off with a what, Sanda?
A harp glissando.
What on earth is that?
I don't know, but they all use them. I just wrote down insert harp glissando here and let Billy Mills worry about the technicalities. Architects don't lay bricks, do they?
No, but composers lay eggs. And this opera of yours begins to sound like hen fruit of a very low order.
Yeah. Now, you wait and see. Birds singing soft. I start with a harp glissando, you see, and then I let the flutes take it for 6 bars and then a 2-bar tacit.
What's a tacit?
That's a musical term, meaning take the derby hats off the trumpets. Have to do that because there's a lady in the orchestra. Kiss me again.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Jeepers, are you tuning the piano again?
No, he isn't, Alice. He's making a musical arrangement.
Oh.
And if Kiss Me Again doesn't wind up a very wet smack, it won't be his fault.
Gee, I never knew you wrote music, Mr. McGee.
You didn't, eh? Didn't you ever hear the high school song I wrote for the freshman class in Peoria High?
Say, I never heard that either, McGee.
Well, Natch, I just wrote it last week. Haven't even mailed it to him yet.
Oh, well, how does it go, Mr. McGee?
Airmail, special delivery. I thought they might as well have it in time for
Oh,
graduation.
she meant how does the melody, if any, go, McGee?
Oh, well, I can't go into all that now. I got no time for prittle prattle. This music has got to be done for the bond rally tonight.
Oh, are you going, Alice?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for a farm with a barn full of Van Johnsons. I told my boyfriends that the one who bought the biggest bond could take me.
Oh, how's the bidding going, Alice?
Oh, very nicely, Mrs. McGee. The high man so far is the boy that his father owns the airplane plant. But I don't like him as well as the boy that he works at the next bench to me, which he naturally hasn't got as much money as Freddie, who is the boy that his father owns the plant.
Well, take my advice, Alice, and latch on to the boy that his old man has got the most Mazuma.
Well, I'm not getting married yet anyway. I want to study art a little while longer.
Heavenly days, Alice. I didn't know you were studying art.
Oil or watercolor, Alice?
Oh, neither one. Art is the boy that he works at the next bench to me. Well, I'll see you tonight, folks.
Well, now we better get on with our work, dearie. Time's a-skipping.
Yeah, I still got a lot to do. I haven't even brought in the string section yet. How many strings has Billy Mills got in his band?
Well, now, let me see. Now, there's 6 fiddles, a guitar, a piano, and a harp. And the saxophone players each have one around their necks.
Counting 4 strings to a fiddle, 4 to the guitar, 88 on the piano, and about 75 on the harp. That's about 171 strings. My gosh, I never realized how big an outfit that was. Oh, well, I'll cut it in there. Birds singing softly above.
Hi, folks. Well, what's everybody so busy about?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. We're getting ready for the bond rally tonight. I'm writing McGee's speech, and he's making an orchestration for Billy Mills.
Yeah. Anything I can do to help? I play a little piano.
Well, that doesn't help much, Mr. Wilcox. The piano at the auditorium is a great big one.
Well, maybe I can help write his speech, Molly. I've got a good angle on it.
Yes, Mr. Wilcox?
Sure. You know what day this is?
May 22nd, so what?
This, my little pal, is National Maritime Day.
Well, I still say so what, Junior?
Well, you can use it in your speech.
How, Mr. Wilcox?
Look, ladies and gentlemen, this is National Maritime Day, a day dedicated to the United States Merchant Marine. It's a day on which we pay tribute to the courage and tenacity of our merchant fleet and its men, who have contributed so much to the winning of the war in Europe and the maintenance of vital supplies in the Pacific.
I still don't see what that got to do with the war loan.
Well, look, many of these men have performed feats of heroism equal to those of men in the armed forces. Their casualty rate has been high and will continue to be high until the final victory in the Pacific. These men in 1944 carried 8,000 tons of supplies every hour, every day. Arms, ammunition, and medical cargoes bought and paid for by your purchase of war bonds. It's up to all of us to keep those supplies going to the fighters who need them. Let's send them over the bounding waves on a sea of waving bonds.
Say, I think you got something there, Junior. Thanks very much.
Yes, I can use that, Mr. Wilcox.
Okay. Now can I help with the music?
I still don't think you know anything about music, Waxy.
Oh, no? Well, for your information, smart guy, I played a sweet potato when I was only 7.
You did? Well, why didn't you keep it up, Mr. Wilcox?
It sprouted when I was 8, and I couldn't keep the leaves out of my eyes.
You answer just one simple musical question, Junior, and I'll let you help me, my bum-bum.
Okay, shoot, pal.
Where do you find G on the piano?
You're kidding. There's no G in Steinway.
Well, we'll see you at the bond rally, Mr. Wilcox.
Okay.
That guy's about as musical as a worn brake shoe.
On the contrary, McGee, I've heard him sing, and he has a very nice voice.
Ah, poof. He's got a rasp in his voice you could file your way out of Alcatraz with. Well, I gotta get to work.
Me too.
Kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. Oh, Dad.
Oh, now what's the matter? Did you default on a note?
Busted my pencil. You got a pencil?
No. Will a lipstick do? After all, if you're scoring Kiss Me Again.
No. I gotta have a pencil.
I'll ask Beulah to bring you a knife. Oh, Beulah! Somebody bowl for Beulah?
Hey, Beulah, I want to sharpen a pencil. You got a good sharp knife in the kitchen?
If I ain't, sir, I sure have persuaded the jackers off a big mess of spuds. Would an extra pencil help, Mrs. McGee?
Oh, yeah, fine. Where can I find one?
Behind your left ear.
Huh? Oh, yes. I had that there for the bass notes. Oh, thanks, Beulah. Thank you very much.
That's okay, sir. Can I ask a question, please, folks?
Why, certainly, Beulah. What do you want to know?
I want to know what's going on here, man. I'm out there in the kitchen trying my best to mind my own business. But between the click-clack of that typewriter and the roomty-boomty of that pen, I'm going quite a berserk from dissatisfied curiosity.
Well, I'm in charge of the big bond rally tonight, Beulah, at the auditorium. I'm arranging some music, and Mrs. McGee is writing my speech.
Well, for goodness sake. What music are you writing, sir?
Kiss me again. Kiss me again.
I thought they'd already been wrote.
Well, he's making a new arrangement of it, Beulah.
The score I'm working on will probably be the classic arrangement of all time, Beulah. You see this sheet here?
Yeah, sir.
You see the staff? Ordinarily, it's got only 5 lines and 4 spaces. I'm doing it on 6 lines and 5 spaces. Nobody's ever done that before in the whole history of music.
And if you hear a thump, thump, thump in the distance, Beulah, it'll be that little white dog that sits by the Victrola in the advertisement scratching his head.
Yeah, that's thump, thump, thump. Little white dog. Little white dog. I love that man's wife.
Hurry up, Molly. We haven't got too much time now if I'm going to give the band this new music.
What time is it?
I don't know, but listen. 7:32.
How do you know?
That burglar alarm on Bernstein's first store. It always goes haywire at 7:32. Been doing it for years. Why they don't fix it?
Oh, look, McGee, here comes Dr. Gamble. Yoo-hoo. Hello, Doctor.
Well, hello, Molly. And how are you, drop seat?
Hi, Aerosmith. What you wandering the streets for? Waiting for somebody to get run over so you can bum a free ride to the hospital?
No, dear boy. I am attending the big bond rally tonight, and for the sheer joy of going to a theater and not seeing Alan Ladd's picture in the lobby.
Don't you like Alan Ladd, Doctor? I think he's wonderful.
I'm sure he's a fine young man and splendid actor, my dear, but he reminds me too much of my youth. He's the image of me in my 30s.
In your 30s, Narcissus, moving pictures were just a question mark in Edison's notebook.
Speaking of moving pictures, soundtrack, just where are you going?
We're going to the Bond Rally, too, Doctor. McGee's in charge of it, you know.
Who put him in charge? The Japanese embassy? He couldn't sell a $20 bill for 35 cents to a Portuguese pawnbroker.
Oh, yeah. Well, now look, Artery Pincher. You can't get a seat at this rally without buying a war bond, you know. And if you think you can wave a 25-cent war savings stamp at the usher and peek out through the door of the men's lounge, you better reconnoiter.
Don't heckle me, you noisy little corn popper. I gave up the idea of buying some new X-ray equipment and bought a $1,000 bond to help this thing out.
Well, I'm sure McGee didn't mean anything.
I don't care what he meant, my dear. Now, look. I've worked on hundreds of men back from Europe and the Pacific. Believe me, a trip through a veterans hospital is a sure cure for complacency. And if any bonds I buy will help shorten this war by 1 split second, they can have the gold out of my teeth.
No, I was just kidding, Doc. I merely meant...
I know what you merely meant, rabbitfoot. I was just trying to say that if anybody thinks he can sit back and let the world come to a lovely state of milk and honey, he better start buying a cow and get the bees out of his own bonnet.
Yeah, I agree with you, Doctor.
Me too, Doc. Have a cigar?
Thanks, I have one.
You got 2? Thanks. I'll smoke it after the rally. Uh-oh, here's the stage door. Come on in, kids. If anybody says anything, you just tell them you're with me.
My. Sounds like a tremendous crowd out there, dearie.
Should ought to be. The promotion work I done on it.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Mousie. You'll probably be awarded the purple ticket stub with a cluster of peanut brittle.
You and Molly wait here in the flies, Doc. I got to get to the pit. I'll see you later.
tonight a broadcast of the great 7th War Loan Bond Rally from the Wistful Vista Civic Auditorium. This is a gala scene here, folks. All the cream of Wistful Vista society is turned out, and every person in this great hall tonight has bought a war bond, an extra war bond for admission to this rally.
Do you see Magee, Doctor?
No, I don't, and I count it among my blessings.
We're very fortunate tonight in having with us one of the finest orchestras in the state, the Wistful Vista Philharmonic, under the able baton of Maestro William Randolph Mills. The Maestro acknowledges the applause, takes a bow. Just a minute, folks. There's a slight disturbance in the pit. Someone is talking to the Maestro. He's waving a sheet of music at him. Maestro Mills shakes his head and turns away. The man tugs at his coattails. The Maestro... But there seems to be a slight argument.
Who is it, Doctor? Can you see?
No, but I can guess. That stupid, clabber-headed little runt.
Something very unusual is going on down there. They seem to... Maestro Mills has just thrown down his baton and climbed out of the pit. The other man, according to a note just handed me by my assistant, is a Mr. Flabber McSpee. Just picked up the baton, raised his hands. Here's the downbeat.
Of it, Bud. Why?
I bought a bond to get in here.
Well, naturally.
If I buy another one, can I get out?
Yes, you can, wise guy, and anybody else that don't like it can do the same thing.
I'll take it. Give me $100.
Now, wait a minute.
Hang on. Get out of here. I've got to get home.
There are so many extra uses for Johnson's wax, we're apt sometimes to forget that its first use is to protect and beautify your floors. After all, they get the hardest wear of any part of your home. Now, if a floor isn't beautiful, it's almost impossible to have a lovely, attractive room. On the other hand, a gleaming, richly polished floor sets off your furnishings to their best advantage. So there's every reason to keep all of your floors well polished and well protected with genuine Johnson's wax. Actually, they take on greater beauty with every waxing. The tough film of Johnson's wax seals the pores of the wood against dirt and moisture and protects the finish itself, and thus saves costly refinishing. And you need not re-wax the entire floor. You can touch up as often as necessary those areas of extra heavy traffic, such as doorways and the entrance hall. Remember also that a Johnson waxed home is a clean home, and a clean home is more healthful.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are some shows you can't buy your way out of, except at the price of blood, sweat, and tears. There's a show like that going on in the Pacific right now, and it's up to us to buy an end to it.
We can do it with our purchases of war bonds in this mighty 7th War Loan. We can buy the guns and ships and planes and tanks that are needed to overwhelm a tough and determined enemy.
Yes, and we can buy more than that. Your war bond purchases are merely loans to your government. That means you are purchasing post-war security and a controlled economy for our fighting men to come home to.
So buy your extra war bonds today, all you can afford, and a little more. Let's prove that when it comes to buying bonds, American clothing has no pockets of resistance.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's the kind of house they don't build anymore. A relic of a time when the world wasn't in such a hurry, when there was still time for a little charm and elegance. It has stood empty for a long while, and at the price, it is a bargain. For a growing young family, it is almost too good to be true.
What do you think?
I love it.
James Brolin, Margot Kidder, Rod Steiger in the Amityville Horror.
God's peace in this house.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. Father Delaney, there's something very important.
Mommy, I want to go home.
What do you want from us?
What's all going wrong? We have to do something.
I'm coming apart! Oh, Mother of God, I'm coming apart!
28 days after the Lutz family moved into their dream house, they were running for their lives. What happened to them is an experience in terror you will never forget, and you will believe in the Amityville Horror. From the best-selling book that made millions believe in the unbelievable, the Amityville Horror.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guests, the Quiz Kids, Richard, Harvey, Ruthie, and the kindergarten Einstein, Joel Kupperman, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack as the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Yours truly, Jimmy Wallington, is here to say, let this show remind you of the miles that regular Texaco care can add to the life of your car. If it's of average age, it's good for many, many more thousands of miles of service with Texaco Care and Lubrication. So see your Texaco dealer regularly for the products and services that keep them running. Last week, ladies and gentlemen, California had its worst rainstorm in years. Hollywood radio comedians told rain jokes all week. Well, New York had no rain. But tonight we bring you a comedian who will spout for the next half hour. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, that rain out in Hollywood must have been terrible.
Rain? Rain? What rain?
Oh, I forgot, Jimmy. You're from California. I forgot. The only time a native Californian will admit it's raining out there is when he steps out the front door and goes down for the third time.
Oh, you're exaggerating, Fred. Why, the dew might have gotten out of control.
Dew, Jimmy. 4 days of dew. I heard it rained so hard in Hollywood, the Brown Derby shrunk 3 sizes. They say the water got so deep you couldn't tell Veronica Lake from any side street out there. It rained so long, Walter Pigeon started looking like Donald Duck. It was very confusing. I also heard that...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... You're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were talking about the big rainstorm out in Hollywood. These must be happy days in Florida.
They say tourists who drove to Florida can't get home.
Well, I know they can't get any gas for their cars.
One motorist stuffed his tank full of grapefruit.
Put grapefruit in his tank? What happened?
His car squirted 200 miles into the next state.
You just stand there and enjoy it alone. We'll go on. Say, what? I guess it's a little late in the day for a grapefruit joke. There's something happens to the grapefruit when the sun goes down. I don't know what. Say, what are those things you have there?
Oh, I brought you some bandages, 2 splints, and this minute rub.
What do I need with bandages, splints, and minute rub?
Aren't you going on Truth or Consequences next Saturday night?
Yes, I'm going over to see Mr. Edwards next Saturday. You think it's risky?
Well, Mama says they're putting a new wing on the Polyclinic Hospital just for people who go on Truth or Consequences.
Oh, really? Well, your mother reminds me of that new book Luella Parsons wrote about Jack Benny.
You mean?
The Gray Illiterate. Now, I broke that in on the Quiz Kids show, so I knew it was safe to tell up here. And if that doesn't start us for Allen's Alley, nothing will.
What is your question?
The mayor's blowing his horn outside. You hear the all clear is blowing? Programs 18 hours a day, shows are going on. He waits till we go on the air. He blows the thing outside. He couldn't blow it on the Benny show, where it would be a comedy highlight. Well, last week, I don't know how he reaches that horn anyway, the mayor. Someone puts him up to it, I think. Oh, man. Well, our question for tonight, Portland. Last week, a Southern senator proposed an investigation of the cotton industry. The senator had bought a dozen shirts, and the tails of the shirts were so short, he feels that the cotton conservation is being overdone. And so our question tonight is, has the shorter shirt tail caused you any inconvenience?
Shall we go?
Wait a minute, madam. The jokes come shortly. Yes, please. She's a good audience. She's just hoping that they're that funny when we come to them. Yes, we better go, Portland. As the 2 flies on the tom-tom said, let's beat it. Well, Portland, here we are. There's a leak in the zoo, sure. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes.
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. I've got Senator Barkley locked in a closet.
Locked in a closet?
Yes, I'm trying to keep him in the house.
Good. Tell me, Senator, what is your reaction to this short shirt tail problem?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
yes,
every man will sew war bonds on his shirt.
And if every man uses war bonds for a shirt tail?
He'll have something to fall back on. Thank you.
If the senator would donate one of his shirts, you could make a house dress for Bear Mountain. Well, let's see what happens next door.
Well, what is it?
Mrs., she looks like she sounds, doesn't she?
I feel like I look.
You couldn't feel like you look. You'd be horizontal. Mrs. Braun, has this shirt problem wrought any havoc in your house?
My husband's a tall man. I've been sewing everything on his short shirts to make them longer.
Yes?
Doilies, bath towels, dish rags, old snoods.
Old snoods? Fascinators, What is he using now?
Well, I finally cut up all my tablecloths and put long tails on all his shirts.
And now your table is bare?
It's better the table should be bare than...
Thank you. Well, now Mrs. Prawn knows how old Mother Hubbard felt. Perhaps Mr. Nussbaum has solved the problem.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, are you a short shirt tail victim?
This confidentially I'm overcoming.
You're overcoming how?
At first I'm making my own shirts. I'm using a flour bag.
Well, how did the flour bag shirts work out?
Only one thing is wrong.
Yes?
When I'm perspiring,
yes,
little biscuits is rolling down my
way. Little biscuits?
Yeah. Sometimes bran muffins, but occasionally a bagel.
A bagel.
But I'll tell you the truth. I'm giving up.
Well, what are you using for shirts today, Mr. Nussbaum?
I'm wearing short shirts. Ishkabibble.
The short shirts don't bother you?
I got a system.
A system?
Every day I'm going to the blood bank and I'm giving with blood.
You give blood every day?
Until I am anemic.
I see.
When I'm anemic, I'm white like a sheep.
Yes?
When I, Randy Nussbaum, am white like a sheep.
Yes?
Who can tell where the short shirt is leaving off for Randy Nussbaum is commencing?
Well, once again, we come to the little tumble-down shanty at the end of the alley.
Sic transit Gloria Mundi, Falstaff's here to ruin your Sunday.
Are those new poems in your seersucker robe you have there in the pocket barred open shore?
Yea, verily. Have you heard, said the three little hairs on the bald man's dome, bend down, brother, here comes a comb?
Not by Tennyson.
No, Openshaw.
Openshaw. I haven't heard it.
Or, the osteopath told him his system was acid, so they sent him away for 2 weeks at Lake Placid.
No.
Or, when mother screams now, it's not that she's cranky. The radio's on and she's listening to Frankie.
You are only hastening television. Tonight, we are mulling over this short shirt tail problem.
Precisely why I am here. I have spawned a dactyl.
What is your poem called?
I'm writing a letter to Congress tonight.
How does it go?
I'm writing a letter to Congress tonight to protest the short shirt tail. I don't think it's right. I'll get up a petition. I'll prove and assert that the white-collar worker is losing his shirt. Yes, I'm writing to Congress. I'll call their bluff. The short shirt tail must go. Enough is enough. For a little more cloth, to the death I will fight. When a man's shirt is short, his end is in sight.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff leaves applauding himself, Maestro Al Goodman, the oldest pixie in Local 802, raises his wand and presto, we see Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. Their song, Have I Stayed Away Too Long?
Have I stayed away too long? Have I stayed away too long? If I came home tonight, would you still be my darling? Or have I stayed away too long? I'm just outside of town, I'll soon be at your door. But maybe I'd be wrong to hurry there. I'd best keep out of town and worry you no more. Or maybe someone else has made you care. Have all of my dreams gone wrong? My beautiful dreams gone wrong? If I came home tonight, would you still be my darling? Or have I stayed away too long? Are you far? Have all of my dreams gone wrong? My beautiful dreams gone wrong. If I came home tonight, would my dreams turn out all right? Or have I stayed away too long?
Thank you, Harlow, Jack of the Day. That was excellent. Now I think...
Okay, Al, when I give you the downbeat, have the boys come in plenty solid. Nothing schmaltzy, you dig me? Just put them on and let them ride.
Jimmy, what is this jive talk all of a sudden?
Oh, well, Al's going to play the accompaniment for my new song.
Oh, you haven't, perish forbid, you haven't written another song. There's one of those going around now, Leave Us Face It. This isn't Leave Us Face It reversed, is it?
No, not exactly. It's a little thing I call Life Begins at 40,000.
Oh, I see.
It's for folks who think their cars are about worn out because they've gone 40,000 miles or so. When the fact is that those cars can be kept running well for many, many more thousands of miles with regular Texaco lubrication and maintenance. Don't think your car's through. Take it to your neighborhood Texaco dealer for high-quality products and services like Texaco's famous Marfac lubrication and Texaco's insulated Haviland motor oil, and help it live to an active old age.
You say you work all this out in the verse of the song, Jimmy. How does the chorus go?
Well, let's sing it together, Fred. Are you ready, Al? Reuben, I've been thinking cars are getting pretty old. Some folks think that theirs are worn out. I know what they should be told.
Jimmy, why not tell them cars have lots of miles to go? Life begins at 40,000 where the sign says Texaco. Life begins at 40,000. You can get more miles, we know, with the care that keeps them running. Regular care by Texaco.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's an impression of an oboe player taking a bow after his number. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wallington and I are available for bachelor dinners, smokers, black market openings, seances, eviction parties.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland.
How do you spell sad sack?
Are you writing to that? Are you writing to that rookie cousin of yours again?
Yes, he's at Camp 6.
Is he still doing KP duty?
Mm-hmm. My cousin dehydrated a bushel of potatoes.
What happened?
All he had left was a little box of dust with 200 eyes in it.
200 eyes in it. Well, he ought to get his head dehydrated. He has water on the brain. I know a...
Gosh, was that a shot?
Oh, yes, but a shot doesn't mean anything in a radio studio. It's probably in the next studio, the man behind the gun rehearsing in there. Say, somebody's at the door. Come in.
It's the studio policeman, Pop Shapiro.
Pop Shapiro, eh?
Hey, Mr. Allen.
Well, what's up, Pop?
There's been a murder in Studio 8.
A murder?
Yes, there's no clues nor nothing. You've got to help me.
Well, all right, Pop. I'll have a look at the body. Let's go.
Studio 8 is right here across the hall. Look on the floor.
Gad, it looks as though Inner Sanctum just finished and they forgot to sweep up.
Do you recognize the body?
No, but he must be an announcer, Pop. His mouth is still open. Who else was in the studio with him?
Nobody. He must have been standing at the microphone rehearsing his commercial.
Yes?
I heard the shot and I rushed in. He was all alone.
Look, Pop, this bullet hole in his scalp.
Be jabbers. He was shot down through the top of the head.
Well, this must be the dead man's wallet. We'd better look through the other studios, Pop. The murderer may be hiding on this floor.
Okay, Mr. Allen, let's go.
Now, let me see.
Here, try the studio across the hall here.
Howdy, partner.
Well, who are you?
I'm the lonesome stranger. This here's my horse, Swayback.
Well, horse looks familiar, if you don't mind. Lonesome stranger, do you know anything about this murder in Studio H?
No, I'm busy saying goodbye to my horse. Swayback is 18 today.
He's 18 and he's going away?
Yep, today they put Swayback into 1A.
Now, wait a minute. How can a horse be put in 1A?
He's a draft horse.
Well, that does it. Shouldn't have awakened the horse for that. Well, there's no luck in there, Pop. I'll have a look in this next studio. Well, pardon me, madam.
Yes.
Are you crying because of this murder in Studio 8?
I'm not crying. I'm on a radio program, and I'm rehearsing my part.
Well, what is the name of this program you're on?
Life can be beautiful.
Well, it's no use, Pop.
Didn't you see no suspects?
Not in there, just a lady crying. Let's see who's in this studio here.
Quiet, I'm still on the air.
Excuse me.
And now, folks, before I sign off, this is your old friend, Singing Dan the Umbrella Man, just saying that in all kinds of weather, don't forget to carry a parasol. Parasol. No snow, no rain, no sun hits you. Not a single thing gets through. Parasol, parasol. Their sleek, unique, they reek with chic. Oh, parasol. Okay, I'm off here now. What do you want, my autograph?
It's hard to tell when you're off the air. It smells just the same in here. Singing Dan, there's been a murder in Studio 8.
Well, I'm no killer. I'm everybody's old friend, Singing Dan the Umbrella Man. A parasol, a pair.
Any looking there, Mr. Allen?
No, just Singing Dan was in there, Pop.
Well, there's only one place left, Studio I.
Well, the murder was committed in Studio 8. I is next door. The murderer must be in here. Get your gun out, Pop.
It's out, Bejabbers. Open the door.
All right, hands up, everybody.
Yes, Bejabbers, we got you covered.
Here, what is this?
Come clean, brother. Where's the murderer?
What murderer? We're going on the air.
What program is it?
This program is presented by the Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer and one-a-day multiple vitamin capsules.
Never mind that commercial, Bub. There's been a murder committed in Studio 8 next door. The murderer escaped.
Well, he isn't here.
Oh, no? Who are these suspicious-looking characters sitting around this table?
These are the quiz kids.
These are the quiz kids, eh? What is your name, son?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Roosevelt High School at East Chicago, Indiana.
And you, Sonny?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 13 years old, and I'm a freshman at the South Shore High School.
And you, sister?
I'm Ruthie Duskin. I'm 9 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at the Parkside School in Chicago.
Well, who is this other sinister character?
I'm Joe Kupperman. I'm 7 years old. I go to both schools.
All right, Alan. Are you satisfied?
Been using the product. Well, how do I know these are the real quiz kids? They could be the overflow from a Sinatra broadcast.
Well, I'll prove it to you. Joel, how much is the quantity A plus 2B times the quantity 3A minus B?
The answer is 3A squared plus 5AB minus 2B squared.
These are the quiz kids, all right. Well, Pop, I guess we're stymied.
Well, perhaps the quiz kids can help you, Mr. Allen.
Help me? Why, that's ridiculous. If I, the poor man's Ellery Queen, have failed in this murder, how can a bunch of children solve this crime?
We're good detectives, Mr. Allen.
You are? How do you know you are, Richard?
When we were in California and lived at Jack Benny's house...
Yes?
We found enough food to keep us alive.
You kids must be bloodhounds. Benny's is the only house in America, Richard, where the mice have pellagra. But enough about the Surrey with no fringe on top. This isn't solving the case.
What is the crime again?
An announcer in the next studio was found dead in front of a microphone. He was shot down through the top of his head. Now, there isn't any gun. I don't know his name. We have just one clue, this wallet.
May I look at that wallet, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Richard, here.
Let's see. Here's an identification card.
Yes?
The announcer's name was Burlington Culpepper.
Burlington Culpepper.
It says he was born in 1907.
1907? That makes him 43 years old.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Joel?
If the man was born in 1907, he is 37 years old.
Now, wait a minute. You keep out of this, Joel. I was talking to Richard. All right, go ahead, Richard.
Where were we?
Well, I had just said the man was 37 years old.
I said it.
Now, quiet, you. Go on, Richard.
He was born on the 17th of January, under the sign of Capricorn. Capricorn people are nervous.
Yes?
Being nervous, this man continually wet his lips. Therefore, in this cold weather, the murdered man must have had chapped lips.
You're right, Richard. The dead announcer did have chapped lips. Is there anything else you can tell us?
Capricorn people should be successful in business this month.
Now we're getting someplace. This announcer probably signed a big radio contract. Then he realized the income tax he'd have to pay, got disgusted, pulled a gun on himself, and shot himself.
But, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Joel?
Didn't you say there was no gun in the studio?
Yes, Joel. Well, after he shot himself, he probably threw the gun out the window.
Is the studio next door like this one?
Yes, just the same.
There isn't any window in the studio.
Well, maybe he swallowed the gun.
How could he swallow?
Oh, go away, Joel, go away. I'll come to you later.
I'd like to get the facts.
Well, you'll get the facts. Possibly where you don't expect them. You're mixing me up, Joel. Now, Harvey has his hand up. Did you want to ask me a question, Harvey?
Yes, Mr. Allen. Richard said the murdered man's name was Burlington Culpepper.
Burlington Culpepper, that's right. Does the name suggest anything to you?
Genealogy tells us that the first Culpeppers came to this country in 1656 in their bare feet and settled in the hills of Arkansas.
You mean the murdered man was a hillbilly?
Yes, sir. The early Culpeppers were great whistlers.
Great whistlers, eh?
During the Revolution, when Paul Revere's horse gave out, it was a Culpepper's whistle that warned the people when the redcoats were coming.
No kidding.
When Robert Fulton invented the steamboat, a Culpepper stood on the deck and whistled till Fulton had time to invent a whistle.
Well, I didn't know that.
A Culpepper was once mentioned to run against George Washington for president.
Good, Harvey. The case is solved. Last week was Washington's birthday. It must have reminded Burlington Culpepper of his ancestors' defeat by Washington. He was so humiliated by the memory that he shot himself.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Joel?
I told you before there was no gun.
No gun, that's right. You did tell me, Joel.
And there was no window.
All right, no window in either tent, Joel, but you never find a window in a tent. I mean, if you look at the tent closely. All right, Joel, there was no gun, no window. He didn't shoot himself. Culpepper was born with a hole in the top of his head. He died from natural causes. Now, are you happy, Joel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, we know Burlington Culpepper was a hillbilly whistler. Richard, what else is in that wallet?
2 tickets for Othello.
2 tickets for Othello? You know what that means.
He couldn't get tickets for Oklahoma.
No, Richard. It means he couldn't have been a hillbilly. What hillbilly would want to see a Shakespearean play? Am I right, Harvey?
Yes, Mr. Allen. I guess I made a mistake.
No, Harvey's right, Mr. Allen.
Well, Ruthie Duskin, you think a hillbilly would want to see one of Shakespeare's plays?
Yes, sir. You see, most of the mountain people, or hillbillies, came to this country from England.
Yes?
Hillbillies understand the Shakespearean language much better than most other people.
Really, Ruthie?
Yes. All through the hill country, you find Shakespearean names like Cymbeline, Cressida, Ophelia, Romeo.
And Orson?
Orson?
Yes. Orson Welles, it ends well. That's a joke, Ruthie.
Thank you for telling me, Mr. Allen.
Well, it was nothing really, Ruthie. It's a service we have on our show. We stop and let the people catch up. Well, now, let's see. We know who the victim is, but who killed Burlington Culpepper?
I know, Mr. Allen.
Joel Kupperman. You think you can solve this case?
I can crack it wide open.
Not with your front tooth loose the way it is there, Joel. Well, here's the problem. The bullet hit the man on the top of the head, Joel. It must have been fired down through the ceiling.
No, the bullet was fired up into the ceiling and deflected down.
Deflected down, hey? How can you prove that?
We take the height of the ceiling 11 feet, and drawing the hypotenuse of the right triangle, it equals the sum of the two sides.
So what?
We let x equal the other side, and we get the sum of 11x over the hypotenuse. It's obvious.
Obvious, he said.
The bullet was fired straight up and bounced down, hitting the victim on the top of his head.
That's all right, up to now. But who fired the shot, Joel? Nobody was in the studio.
Now, calculations prove that the shot was fired 10 feet from the murdered man.
10 feet? Why, that would be between the studio next door and this studio in the wall. Now, how could anybody...
There was a broom closet between the studios.
This closet here. Been here 20 minutes and didn't see it before. I'll open this closet door. Ha-ha! Come out, you.
Here, what is this? Don't you see the do not disturb sign on the door?
Gosh, it's Mr. J.D. Badu, head of that big advertising agency, Foot, Corn, Bunyan, and Badu.
Aha! Is this a blueprint sticking out of your Bal McCann pocket, Mr. Badu?
Here, now give me that blueprint.
Joel, you were right. A blueprint of this floor of the studio. He knew just where to fire that shot.
And look, a gun on the floor of the closet.
Well, Mr. Badu...
Well, I confess.
You killed Burlington Culpepper.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Didn't you just sign him to a big radio contract?
Yes, Richard.
Wasn't he a hillbilly?
Yes, Ruthie.
Wasn't he also a whistler?
Yes, Harvey.
Didn't you shoot up at the ceiling?
Yes, Joel, yes. I knew the ceiling beam would deflect the bullet. I shot and killed him. I had to kill him.
But why?
His lips got chapped. I knew he couldn't whistle. He was a hillbilly and stubborn. He insisted on going on the air tonight.
And you killed him because he couldn't whistle?
With chapped lips, Culpepper would have ruined my program.
What program?
The Rinse So White program. With his chapped lips, instead of that glorious and musical... Instead of that, the world would have heard...
The case is closed. Call the reporters. Fred Allen has done it again.
Mr. Allen, are you kidding?
Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank the Quiz Kids for helping me solve our mystery tonight. And I hope Joel Kupperman is a big hit in the new Universal picture, Chip Off the Old Block. Next week, our guest will be Ralph Edwards, mastermind of Truth or Consequences. And next Saturday night, I will drop in, use the words lightly, on Ralph and Truth or Consequences. And now, Jimmy Wallington.
Today's average car can be going strong for many more thousands of miles with correct care and regular lubrication. Keep yours fit by seeing your neighborhood Texaco dealer for high-quality products and services such as insulated Haviland motor oil and Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication.
This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
The 1st Fighter Command has announced the all-clear for the practice air raid drill for southeastern New York. We repeat, the 1st Fighter Command has announced the all-clear for the practice air raid drill for southeastern New York. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood.
I am here to investigate the disappearance of a young girl. Where is Rowan Morrison?
If Rowan Morrison existed, we would know.
I suspect murder.
Sergeant, I've already told...
In the name of God, woman, what kind of mother are you? That can stand by and see your own child slaughtered.
You are the fool, Mr. Harry.
You're liars. You are despicable little liars.
Dear God in heaven, even these people can't be that mad.
Morrison.
If Rowan Morrison existed, we would know.
I suspect none did.
She was burned. You are the fool, Mr. Howard.
Where is Rowan Morrison?
Oh, my God!
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
People today think young, make more time for fun at home, family style. This is the life for Pepsi-Cola. Light, bracing, clean-tasting Pepsi. So think young. Say, Pepsi, please.
So go ahead and pick a drink that lets you drink young as you think. Yes, get the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi for those who think young.
Just get this fool gun belt set just right again. Ain't no reason at all I can't draw a gun as fast as the next fella. Hey. This is fancy, too. Ain't really nothing to it. We just quick. Oh, grab it more.
Oh, hello, Chester. What are you doing with that gun?
Gun? I ain't doing nothing at all. Well, the fact is I was practicing, Mr. Dillon.
You practicing with a six-gun?
Well, ain't no reason I can't, are they?
Well, no reason, except it seems to me you're taking it up a little late in life, aren't you?
Well, there comes a time when a man has to stand up for himself.
Is somebody fixing to cause you trouble, Chester?
Well, he ain't exactly causing me no trouble. More like he's fixing to plague me to death with his everlasting bragging and carrying on.
Oh, who?
That Joe Sleet down at the Long Branch.
Joe Sleet?
Joe Sleet. I forgot. You ain't been here for a couple of days. Ain't likely you even saw him.
What about Joe Sleet?
Well, he's one of them hard-talking gunfighters. That's what's about him.
Oh, Chester, now, you've got more sense than to tangle with somebody like that, haven't you?
Well, sure I have, Mr. Dillon.
Then why are you practicing?
Well, it don't hurt none, does it?
No, I guess not. But you better be sure of one thing, Chester.
What's that?
That a fellow like Joe Sleet knows that you're just practicing.
Hello, Marshal.
Alvin.
Howdy, Marshal.
Hi, Proney. Hello, Bryce. Giddy, Doc.
Oh, Matt.
Matt, how it sounds like you're running for office, the way you're greeting folks.
I speak when I'm spoken to, Doc.
Very friendly. Very friendly.
Well, sit down and have a drink.
Thank you, Kitty. I've been looking for you, Doc.
You've been looking, not very hard, you haven't. I've been right here.
Well, I figured it was a little early in the day, but I guess I should have known.
Was somebody sick?
No, Kitty, but Judge Meadows is coming in this afternoon. He wants to talk to Doc about the wound that killed Blewett.
Oh, sure. I guess I'll go along with you.
Well, there's no big rush, Doc. The stage won't be here for another hour.
I have some things to do first.
Oh, there he goes again. I wish he'd do his drinking someplace else.
Who?
Oh, that big one, Joe Sleet. Every time he talks to anybody, there's a fight.
I want to talk to him. I'll be right back, Doc.
I'll be here.
Put that thing away.
Well, you ain't roped so's you have to stay.
Got a right to drink without no gun spinning in my face.
You want to fight me about that? That's just what you want, ain't it? Somebody to fight.
All right, quiet down, both of you.
Listen, Marshal.
All right, Meeker, I'll handle it.
Always trying to get somebody to fight him. Slick drawing.
I said I'd handle it. Now, go on, Meeker. Sit down.
That's right, Sonny. Go sit down, like the marshal said.
I've been hearing about you, Sleet.
Well, there's lots has heard about me.
You aren't making many friends.
Ain't meant to.
You're not meant to do your gunslinging in the saloon, either.
I do it where it suits me.
And it suits you even better if it causes trouble, is that it?
I can handle trouble if it comes, Marshal.
If trouble comes in Dodge, I handle it, Sleet. You remember that.
Sure, Marshal.
Are you ready to go, Doc?
Yeah. Thanks for talking to him, Matt. He's bullied around with that gun ever since he came to Dodge.
I just hope it did some good. We'll see you later.
Goodbye, Kitty.
So long.
Oh, my, that Joe Sleet's a miserable human being, isn't he?
Yeah. His kind should never get near a gun.
They're not grown up enough to use one. You're right about that. It's an interesting study, Matt. About his prowess with a gun, a fellow like Sleet is childlike. He's absolutely childlike.
But he's killed a lot of people just the same.
Well, certainly, but what I meant...
Come on. It's Sleet.
Yeah, but let me through. Stand back, please, folks. Stand back. Oh, help me turn him over. Let's see.
How about it, Doc?
He's alive, all right. A couple of you men help me carry him up to my office.
Yes, sir. I'll be up in a minute, Doc.
Yeah, all right, Matt. Take it easy now. Gently. Men.
What happened, Kitty?
It was Meeker.
Meeker?
Sleet finally said too much. He's been deviling Meeker all day.
Yeah, but I never thought Meeker would draw on him.
Well, Sleet wasn't expecting it either.
You didn't shoot him in the back, did he?
No. Sleet wasn't paying any attention, and Meeker didn't exactly warn him. He shot twice and ran out the back way. Will you have to go after him?
If Sleet dies, yeah.
He's a gunman, Matt. He had it coming.
Yeah, but the law isn't very choosy sometimes.
Are you one of those people who are always on the go? Like you, our CBS newsmen are on the move all the time, too. Always in the direction of the biggest news developments of the day. Their own busy schedules give them a practical understanding of the value listeners put upon their services. They know you rely on them for accuracy at all times. And they have a first-hand appreciation of the importance of clarity and brevity as well. That all of these standards are kept in mind by our highly skilled, highly experienced newsmen is demonstrated over and over again in the frequent news broadcasts you hear on CBS Radio. The busier your own day, the more you'll appreciate the efforts of our CBS News staff. These men offer you a direct link with history day by day. But more than that, they do their job with full regard for your busy schedule. They keep you fully informed with no waste of time, no waste of words. For accuracy, brevity, and clarity in news reports. For news at frequent intervals and at convenient times, keep tuned to CBS Radio every day.
let you know if there's any change, Matt, but I'm sure he's going to be all right.
Thanks, Doc. I'm glad for Meeker's sake.
Yes.
Well, I'll be in the office.
All right, man.
Doc, I want to talk to you.
I'm coming.
Am I going to make it, Doc?
You'll make it.
You know, he didn't give me no chance to draw.
Apparently not.
He'd have never got me if he'd give me a chance.
Just lie still now.
Nobody could have outdrawed me if they'd give me a chance.
Now hold your head still. You mustn't move. Seems like one bullet just grazed your temple.
It's my arm that hurts, Doc.
Yes.
What about my arm, Doc?
Well, I took that bullet out, Sleet. That's all I can do. Now.
It'll be all right, won't it, Doc?
Well, you'll be all right. I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, there won't be nothing wrong with my arm neither, will it, Doc?
It's too early to tell.
It's my right arm.
I know.
What? I wouldn't be no good without I could use my right arm.
Well, we'll have to see how it heals.
Well, you fix it, Doc. You can fix it. Doc?
Yes, Sleet.
You wouldn't do nothing to keep it from healing up good, would you? I mean, because it's my gun arm?
No. I'm a doctor, Sleet, not a judge. No matter how much I might want to be. Hello, Sleet. Back to see me again, huh?
It ain't no better, Doc.
I'm sorry, Sleet, but it isn't likely to change overnight.
It's been more'n a month, Doc, and I still ain't got the use of my fingers.
I've told you, Sleet. Sometimes it happens that way.
Well, it ain't no good without the use of my fingers, Doc. It's my gun hand.
You were lucky not to lose the whole arm. I've told you that from the start.
Listen, Doc. If it's money, I'll find me some money so you can fix it.
There are some things that money can't buy, and one of them's a good right hand.
You mean it ain't never going to get well?
I can only tell you what I've told you all along. It just doesn't look good. It isn't just a matter of muscle and bone. It's the nerve. Nerves don't often come back.
It's got to come back. I ain't nothing without my gun hand.
If you ask me, he wasn't never much with his gun hand, neither.
Sleet is waiting for you at your office every day. Is that right, Doc?
Yes, every blessed day. It doesn't matter how often I tell him I can't do anything for him. He's still there, showing me his arm, trying to work his fingers.
Well, with anyone else, you'd be sorry for him.
I'm kind of sorry for Doc, having him hang around like that.
Yes, indeed. I wish he could find something to do. For my sake. I can't get in or out of my office without stepping over him.
Well, I can hardly get in or out of the Long Branch these days either, Doc. If that'll make you feel any better.
Well, what's the trouble, Kitty?
Oh, it's just one of the penalties of owning a business, Doc. You know that fellow I had to help out at the bar and be a general handyman?
You mean that Romy fella?
Yeah, that's the one.
What happened to him?
Well, who knows what happened to him? He just hasn't shown up for 2 days. You'd think nobody else could do anything around there. Except me, of course.
Why don't you get somebody else?
Nobody's down and out enough to want the job, I guess. It isn't much.
No, wait a minute. Could a man with one hand do it?
One hand tied behind his back, you mean? Yeah, just about that.
Well, I was thinking about Sleet.
Sleet?
Well, maybe if he had some simple job to do, he'd snap out of it.
And quit bothering you.
That's right.
Well, now, Miss Kitty wouldn't want no fellow like him around.
Oh, I don't know, Chester. I've had worse. You think it'd work, Matt?
I guess it wouldn't hurt anything to try it.
Well, there's one thing sure. Sleet isn't able to hurt anything.
All right, then. If you can talk him into a dock, I'll chance it. I could sure use some help.
Now, it just don't seem right, Miss Kitty. I wouldn't do that if I was you.
Well, will you take the job for me, Chester?
Oh, no, ma'am. It ain't something I'd rightly feel like doing.
Nobody feels like it. Go ahead, Doc. Talk to Sleep.
Strengthen America. Character counts. Are you familiar with that slogan? You are if you have a Boy Scout in the family. That is the motto for this 51st anniversary year of the Boy Scouts of America. Strengthen America. Character counts. In a time of delinquent juveniles and the problems they give families and communities, such a slogan can be a rallying point for betterment. A delinquent juvenile also believes in a stronger America, an America capable of world leadership, of defense against democracy's would-be enemies. The trouble with some delinquents may be that nobody has troubled to show them how they can have roles in America's future. A logical starting point lies no farther away than the nearest Boy Scouts of America program. Youth can grow and serve the nation's needs through programs of the Boy Scouts of America. Look into scouting, an important first step towards a better life through teamwork with high purpose.
Oh, I brung us our beer, Miss Kitty. Miss Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
Did Sleet pour 'em all right for you, Chester?
Well, sure he did. There ain't nothing to pour in a glass of beer.
But then you're not worried about Sleet anymore, huh?
Well, I wasn't ever worried about him, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, you were a couple of weeks ago, Chester. Don't deny it.
Oh, well, that was before he changed into a changed man, you might say.
You figure he's changed then, huh?
Well, sure he is. Anybody can see that. Ain't that so, Miss Kitty?
Yeah, Chester, you're right. It's almost as if that gun had been a part of him, Matt. Without it, he seems to have lost part of his whole makeup.
Does he ever talk about it?
Well, he never talks about anything.
Not even the doc, huh?
Doc says Sleet won't even speak when he's passing him on the street.
Well, I guess Doc can do without all the talk he used to get from him.
Yeah, I guess he can.
It's a funny thing, ain't it, Mr. Dillon? How a fella can change. Sleet always used to like to be around where the crowd was. Now nobody don't never see him.
That's right. He leaves here as soon as his chores are done. Nobody knows where he stays.
Must be out of town somewhere. I see him walking out there most every night.
Do you suppose all men would calm down like that if there were no guns?
I don't know, Kitty, but it sure saved me a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Save women a lot of worry.
Well, don't hold your breath, Kitty. I think we'll be hanging on to our guns for a while.
And women will go right on worrying.
What's the matter, Chester? Somebody chasing you?
But no, sir. The door just slipped out of my hand. That's all that happened.
You nearly broke it off. Where you been?
I was seeing to my horse down at the livery stable.
No?
He's got that lame leg and all.
Oh, did you get him fixed up?
Oh, yes, sir, I think I did. Moss is going to keep an eye on him.
Ah, that's good. He's worth taking care of.
Oh, yes, sir, he is. Say, you know who I seen down there at the stable?
No. Who did you see down there at the stable, Chester?
That fellow Meeker, Mr. Dillon. You know, the one that shot Joe Sleet? He just rode into town.
Did he say where he was heading?
No, sir, he didn't. I don't think it'd be hard to find him, though.
How's that?
But he said he'd been on the trail all day, and he was packing around to Awful Thirst.
All right, come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Where are we going?
Just come on.
Bartender, whiskey. Yeah, I want some whiskey. Well, Joe Sleet. They told me you was working here. I wanted to see for myself. You remember me, Sleet. Sure, you gotta remember me. I'm the one that put you back at that bar. Best job of work I ever done, too. Fixing it so you couldn't shoot no more. What's the matter, Sleet? Can't you talk neither? If I fixed it so you couldn't talk neither, I done better than I thought for. Sleet? No, Sleet, wait.
All right, put that gun down, Sleet.
You can have it, Marshal. Meeker's dead, Mr. Dillon. He's dead. And I shot him.
Yeah, you did.
I shot him with my left hand, Marshal. I've been practicing up. Every night I've been practicing up. I taught myself good, didn't I, Marshal?
Seems like it.
No man could have lived that shot me down, Marshal. He should have known that.
He found out.
Guess it proves I'm still a top gun, don't it, Marshal? Even with my left hand. After all that practicing, proves it, don't it?
I don't know about that, Sleet. But it proves one thing for sure.
What's that?
That you're a man to be tried for murder. Let's go.
Hi, this is Dennis James to make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand.
Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. Hi, this is Dennis James to explain why Kellogg's Way is the reliable way to get the effectiveness you want from brand with just half a cup a day. See, Kellogg's All Brand is the real Battle Creek formula, the one that millions of people depend on. And they depend on it because Kellogg's All Brand contains more vital brand bulk to help you keep regular. It's low in calories, and it's mighty pleasant eating, too. Kellogg's All Brand comes in crisp, toasted shreds that have a wholesome brand muffin taste. I think you'll like it. So be sure you remember, for the effectiveness you want from brand, get reliable Kellogg's All Brand.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand. Reliability.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Yes, 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 Radio Network.
You lack principles, Charlie. Isn't there anything you'd die for?
Well, easy, Tiger. That's a tailored shirt.
Oh, shut up and let me kiss you.
The first dead man on Omaha Beach must be a sailor.
Who is it?
Who is barging?
Boss, the strangest thing just happened.
Say, Charlie, close
Admiral
the door.
came barging into my room in his nightshirt. Buzz yelling at the top of his lungs, the first dead man on Omaha Beach must be a sailor.
Every few years, there comes a motion picture so extraordinary, so provocative, that it excites controversy and curiosity from its very inception. Such a film, one of the most important and talked about in more than a decade, is the Americanization of Emily.
Well, it's a hell of a D-Day, that's all I can say.
How did we ever get into this? What tomb?
Well, the tomb for the unknown sailor.
Unknown sailor. Holy cow! Commander, I think you're out of your ever-loving mind.
But it all ends in someone's bed, doesn't it? I mean, that's the point, isn't it?
Think I want to tell my kids that on D-Day their father was shacked up at the Westchester Hotel? Will you stop jumping around?
Oh, well, I'm naked, dear. I'm looking for something to put on.
This is my best friend, you Dolly Witch, not the house detective. Now, just stand at attention while Commander Madison and I confer. I'm a practicing coward. You're quite dog robber. Yeah, I range girls, but individual tastes varied, of course.
You're despicable.
You're a scoundrel, Charlie. Seems I don't mind making love to a scoundrel, but I think it immoral to marry one.
Oh, we're gonna make a brass band hero out of Charlie.
How could you do this to me? Get your pants on, Mac. You're forever falling in love with men on their last nights of furlough. That's about the limit of your commitments. One night, a day, a month. You'd prefer lovers to husbands, hotels to homes.
I'm gonna slap your face, Charlie.
Go ahead, I won't hit you back. I'm a coward.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from the Plaza Theater in Palm Springs, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Phil Harris Concerto No. 6 for oboe and drum. If you can make a collection, ladies and gentlemen, of all the grocery orders written by American housewives during the past few months, you notice there's one item on these orders that's been appearing more and more often, and that item is Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings, those swell new members of the famous Jell-O family, are fast winning a place among America's most popular desserts, and no wonder. All three flavors, Jell-O's rich chocolate pudding, Jell-O's creamy vanilla pudding, and Jell-O's golden butterscotch pudding are luscious, mellow puddings, as smooth as cream and chock full of tempting goodness. And like Jell-O, they take only a few minutes to make and a few pennies to buy. So the next time you write Jell-O on your grocery list, write down Jell-O puddings, too. And remember, in buying either of these grand desserts, be sure to bear the name Jell-O, because Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. Always look for the name Jell-O whenever you buy Jell-O or Jell-O puddings. That was the Phil Harris Concerto No. 6 for oboe and drum, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may remember, 3 weeks ago, a certain young man came to Palm Springs run down, anemic, and pale.
Oh, I was a wreck.
And now, after 3 weeks on the desert, I bring you that picture of health, that Greek god, that bronze Adonis, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and folks, I wish this was television. No kidding, Don. I don't want to sound vain, but isn't it marvelous the way this deep tan of mine sets off my big blue eyes? And all in 3 short weeks.
Well, you do look wonderful, Jack. Your face is as brown as a berry.
Isn't it, though?
But I meant to ask you, what are those 3 round white spots in the middle of your forehead?
Those white spots on my forehead?
Yes.
Well, I sent Rochester out for a cigar the other day, and I was asleep in the sun when he came back. So that's where he laid the change. You see?
Oh, yes, those spots look like a quarter and 2 dimes.
Exactly. In other words, Don, I'm just 45 cents short of a complete tan. But, Don, isn't it a shame we have to go back home next week? You know, you're commencing to look great yourself.
I feel good, too, Jack. As a matter of fact, in the short time we've been here, I've lost 4 pounds off my stomach.
You lost 4 pounds off your stomach, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Don, if you're interested in finding out where they went, take a peek in a rear view mirror. But at that, you have lost a little. How did you do it?
Well, I go horseback riding every day, and it's wonderful exercise.
Oh, it is. It is. There's nothing in the world like horseback riding. I do it all the time.
You do what all the time?
Oh, hello, Mary. We were just talking about horses. You know, Don, I've had a lot of experience with them, and the main thing to remember...
Oh, stop, will you? All you know about horses is they don't wear high-heel shoes.
Is that so? I know plenty.
Tell Don what happened at Roger's stables the other morning.
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Jack wanted to get on a horse, so he tried to make it kneel like a camel.
Well, I remember a horse in vaudeville that used to do that. He got more money than I did. And he could count, too. Of course, he had to. He was working on percentage. Anyway, I was talking to Don. You see, Don, the main thing about riding a horse is rhythm.
Is that so?
Yes. Now, take, for instance, galloping. When the horse goes up, I go up. When the horse goes down, I go down.
And when the horse stops, leapfrog.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The only time I fell off the horse is when I was trying that new trick. And you know it.
What trick was that, Mary?
Well, Jack put a handkerchief on the ground and said he'd ride by full speed and pick it up.
Oh.
So what happened?
He picked up his handkerchief, dropped his teeth, picked up his teeth, and fell in a gopher hole.
Oh, boy, you really dream it up, sister. You didn't leave out a thing. You had to tell him everything about the horse, didn't you?
I didn't tell him where you try to put the bit.
Now, lay off, will you? Don't listen to her, Don. You know, I've been riding for... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Well, here I am.
So I see. What are you going to sing, Dennis?
Can I have some dialogue first? I got friends in the audience.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Tell me, kid, have you been having fun while we've been here in Palm Springs?
Oh, boy, have I?
Good.
I will now sing Frenesy.
Now, wait a minute. You said you wanted some dialogue, didn't you?
That was enough. I didn't want to run it into the ground.
Oh. Well, there's a kid that's easy to please. All right, go ahead with your song.
Okay. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you something.
What is it, Dennis?
Can I be sent to the penitentiary for parking my car in front of a fire plug?
The penitentiary? Of course not. That's ridiculous.
Darn that, Mr. Harris.
What's Phil got to do with it?
He said I'd get 10 years, so I gave him my girl who was in the back seat.
Well, don't worry about it, Dennis. You'll never see jail or your girl either. Sing, kid.
It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Frenesy meant please love me, and I could say Frenesy. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed Frenesy. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was I to resist? Quiero que vivas solo para mí y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti. Bésame con frenesí. Bésame tú a mí, bésame igual que mi boca te besó.
dame el frenesí que mi locura te dio.
¿Quién si no fui yo pudo enseñarte el camino del amor? Muerte y maldivé cuando mi orgullo rodó a tus pies. Quiero que vivas solo para mí y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti. Bésame con frenesí. Dame la luz que tiene tu mirar y la ansiedad que entre tus labios vi. Esa locura de vivir y amar, que más que amor frenesí.
Ahí en el beso que te di, alma, piedad, corazón, dime qué sabes tú sentir, lo mismo que siento yo.
And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known, because her kisses are for me alone.
Now you can say frenesí.
Now I can say
Very good. That was Frenesy, sung by Dennis C. Day and accompanied by the Guadalajara Trio through the courtesy of the Dollhouse. And very good, boys. By the way, these fellas are from Mexico, aren't they, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for appearing on our program, boys. It was really a pleasure listening to you.
Él nos dijo que viniéramos. ¿Será bueno cobrarle ahorita?
Él no paga nada, nunca tuvo intención. Oh, no sean tontos. Si ustedes creen que nos va a pagar, están locos.
What did they say, Dennis?
One guy said they were going to be paid for singing here tonight, and the other two said he was crazy.
Oh, well, tell him I'll see him tomorrow.
He'll see you tomorrow, fellas.
Tell him in Spanish. I can tell him in English. Anyway, boys, you were swell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our vocal specialty, you were swell, boys. Adios, adios. I don't know what they're waiting around for. You know, they sang and they're through, that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our vocal specialty to our feature attraction of the evening, as a tribute to Palm Springs, we are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Racket Club, or Ain't His White Flannels Messy? Now, I will play the part.
Oh, by the way, Jack, speaking of the Racket Club, did you finally join it?
No, Don, I was thinking of joining, but, after all, how often do I play tennis? You know?
Well, that isn't their only attraction. They have a beautiful swimming pool, too.
I know, Don, but, how often do I swim?
But, Jack, the club is right out there on the desert. The air is wonderful for you.
Is it?
Oh, how often do you breathe?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The only reason I didn't join the Racket Club is because they don't take in actors.
They don't take in actors?
No.
Don't tell me all that ham around there is just for sandwiches.
All right, I didn't join the club, and it's none of your business why. Now, getting back to our play, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold everything, Jackson. Here I am, folks, the Sheik of Palm Canyon Drive.
Well, he finally got here. Listen, Sheik, the next time you're late, into your tent I'll creep and hit you on the head with your option. Now, where were you?
Well, it ain't my fault, Jackson. This is what happened. I was walking over here in plenty of time for the broadcast, and I bumped into a girl I hadn't seen in years.
Oh.
In fact, I've never seen her before.
I knew that.
Well, anyway, I honked my horn and said, are you going my way, babe?
Honked your horn? I thought you said you were walking.
I was.
What?
I always carry a little horn with me. Whistling ain't polite.
Oh, you carry a horn. Well, you're the only masher I ever met with accessories. Where is this girl, Phil? I'd like to meet her.
Well, she had to go to work. She's a date picker in Indio.
A date picker?
Yeah, you ought to see her climb a tree.
I'd love to. Well, Phil, I'm glad you finally got here. I just started casting our murder mystery.
Am I going to be in it?
Yes, Phil, you've got a very important part. You're going to be the doorman at the racket club.
Well, that's life for you. Tonight, I'm the doorman there, and last night, the doorman threw me out.
You'd have gotten a bigger laugh if you'd have read that a little faster. I don't know what you were stalling around there for. Well, anyway, you're the doorman. I'm going to be the chief of police of Palm Springs. Dennis, you're going to be a sergeant. And Don, you're going to be a member of the force. All right, Don, go ahead.
Oh, Jack, you're so ridiculous.
I like it. Don, you're going to be a member of the force.
Oh, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that you don't have to use force to open a box of Jell-O.
See, that's very clever.
Oh, I hate to do the next line.
Don, that's the whole punch. Don, that's the whole punch. Don, you're a member of the police force.
Oh, all right. It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So the next time you're in your neighborhood grocer's, police ask for Jell-O.
There. Now, there, that was swell.
Was that your idea, Jack?
Yes, at rehearsal, it was terrific.
Well, that's life for you. Now the doorman can throw you out.
Say, I wonder if I've had too much sun. I don't know. Anyway, Mary, in our play tonight, you're going to be a glamorous Hollywood movie star, Miss Mitzi LaRue. And you came to Palm Springs to be near your sweetheart.
Oh, boy.
Who has just been murdered.
Oh, nuts.
I can't help it. That's the plot. Anyway, folks, this play will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Are you ready, Phil?
All set, Jackson.
Say, Mr. Harris.
What do you want, kid?
Can I borrow your horn? I want to get another girl.
Give it to him, Phil. Honk it twice, Dennis. I'm free tonight myself. Play, boys. Wise Old Owl, played by Phil Harris and his Palm Springs Orchestra. Palm meaning I've got the boys on my hands, and Springs meaning they ought to take a drink out of one sometime. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, Murder at the Racket
Que
Club.
nos pague para irnos.
Te dije que no nos iba a pagar nada.
¿Qué se puede esperar de un hombre como Jack Benny?
Now, wait a minute. Fellas, wait a minute. I told you I'd take care of you tomorrow. Mañana. Please,
Mañana,
fellas.
he says. Mañana.
Exactly. Now, the opening scene, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what they're waiting here for. I can't... All right, fellas, adios. Now, the opening scene is the police station in Palm Springs, California. Police Captain O'Benny is seated at his desk, attired in a sun helmet, a tin badge, and shorts. Curtain. Music.
There's the phone, Chief.
I'll take it, O'Day. Hello? Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, miss? You're taking a sun bath and there's a peeping Tom annoying you? Don't worry, I'll take care of it immediately. O'Day, get away from that window. Donna, I forgot to ask her if she wanted some stuffed dates. Hey, Sarge.
Yes, Chief?
You arrested 2 fellas last night, and I want you to stop filling this jail with crooks.
Well, I gotta do something with them.
I don't care. During the height of the season, this jail is for tourists. I'm getting $12 a cell, American plan. We can catch crooks during the summer.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, Sarge Wilson. How are things on your beat?
Marvelous. I sold 40 pounds of dates.
Good. Keep going like that. You'll soon be a lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
But, Wilson, I wish you wouldn't push the plain dates. You know, we make our profit on the stuffed ones. O'Day, where are you going with those satin bedspreads?
I thought I'd make cell 9 and 10 into a bridal suite.
It's a good idea. Put a canopy over the bunk. You know, if business keeps up this way, it'll really be... I'll take it. Hello? Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shoppy. O'Benny speaking. What's that? What? Murder at the Racket Club?
Well, there's life for you. That's the title of our play.
Quiet, you. Yes? Yes, we'll be right over.
What's up, Chief?
Les Stoffen, the tennis pro at the Racket Club, just phoned that Kerry Carew, the well-known playboy, has been murdered. Get the squad car, Wilson.
Yes, sir.
O'Day, bring along some stuffed dates, the ones with the gold tinfoil. We ought to clean up at the Racket Club.
Okay, Chief.
Now, come on, fellas. I'm going to find the murder of Kerry Carew, or my name ain't... I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Look, fellas, I told you. Mañana! Adios. My goodness. Now, come on, fellas. I'm going to find the murder of Kerry Carew, or my name ain't...
Calling all cars. Be on lookout for newlyweds. Bridal suite now available at police station. That is all.
Forgot to tell him about the canopy. Well, boys, here's the place.
How do we get in, Chief?
Right through the door. See that sign there? Racket Club, members only. Open up! Open up, it's the police.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm chief of police, and I want to get in here.
Are you a member of the club?
No, I'm here to investigate a murder. I want to see the body.
Well, if you're not a member, you can't come in.
What?
I'll have to throw the body over the fence to you.
What are you talking about? A man has been killed on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
That's who did it. No wonder you're not a member of this club.
Oh, fine. From Harris yet. Now, look, Bud, please. We got to get in here.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to speak to the owner, Charlie Farrell. Here he comes now.
Oh, hello, Mr. Farrell.
Say, what's all this racket at the Racket Club?
Thank you. Thank you. You can thank them later. Now, listen, Farrell. I'm Captain O'Benny of the Palm Springs Police Department.
Glad to know you. Remember me in 7th Heaven with Janet Gaynor?
Yes. I remember. Now, listen. Kerry Carew has been murdered on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
Who done it?
I warned him.
All right. Who did it? Who did it? Well, how about it, Farrell? Do I get in here or not?
Just as soon as you sign this membership blank. That'll be $300, please.
$300? Well, I don't take in that much at the police station all season.
Well, you ought to. You're charging more for rooms than I am.
Okay, I'll make out a check. Pay to the order of the Racket Club, $300.
Boy, our date's gonna go up.
You said it. Well, I'm a member now. All right, Wilson O'Day, follow me. Now tell me, Farrell, was Carrie Carew alone when he was murdered?
No, there were several people with him.
I see. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is grill the suspects.
I'm sorry, the grill doesn't open till noon.
I'm ignoring that, brother. Well, here we are in the lounge. Quiet, everybody.
Dates, get your fresh dates here. Would you like a box of stuffed dates, sir?
Not him, that's the body. Now, everyone line up. I'm going to find out a few things around here. Who are you, miss?
I'm a movie star, Missy LaRue.
What studio are you with?
RKO.
Oh, yes, I saw you in Kitty Foo. Have you played any other outstanding roles lately?
Yes, I had 10 words in Western Union.
Stop. Now, Miss LaRue, I want you to tell me everything you know about this crime.
I don't know anything. I was just sitting here popping my bubble gum.
And you didn't hear a shot?
No, I really pop it, kid.
Now, don't evade the issue, Miss LaRue. You were in love with the victim, weren't you?
Pardon me, dry martini, boy. No toothpick in the olive. I like the bob for it.
Hey, wait a minute. What's your name?
Butterworth. Charles Butterworth.
Oh, Butterworth, eh?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Never mind that. Now, listen, Butterworth.
How'd you know my name?
You just told me.
Well, I better watch that.
Now, listen here, Butterworth. What do you know about Carrie Carew?
Oh, a lovely chap. I'm going to play tennis with him this afternoon.
Want to play tennis with him? Why, Carrie Carew is dead.
Too bad. Now, if he wins, he won't be able to jump over the net.
Of course not. Look, the man is dead. There he is, laying on the floor.
Well, I was laying there last night, and I'm not dead.
You can take my word for it. Carew is dead. Now, come clean, Butterworth. What do you know about this murder?
Well, I tell you, Captain, I was just sitting here bobbing for olives. That's my hobby, you know.
Yes, go on. Yeah. Miss LaRue, watch that bubble gum. Continue, Mr. Butterworth.
Oh, forgive me, Captain O'Benny. Are you looking for a murderer?
Yes, I am.
Then, would I do, Captain?
Who's that guy?
That's Peter Lorre.
Peter Lorre?
Thank you.
Now, listen, folks, will you please stop applauding these guys? One of them is a murderer. Now, Mr. Lorre, what is that gun doing in your hand?
Oh, I was just going out to shoot pheasants.
I see. Well, what's that dagger doing in your other hand?
Well, I have to pick my teeth, don't I?
Now, Lorre, I want the truth here, and no beating around the bush. Did you kill Carrie Carew?
Who?
Carrie Carew.
Carrie Carew? I don't think so. No, I'm positive I haven't killed anyone by that name.
Now, cut that out. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, and I don't want any... What's that? Somebody threw a rock through the window.
Look, Chief, there's a note on it.
Give me that.
Let me read it. I'm just standing here.
Okay. This may be vital evidence. What does it say?
We want our money. Signed the Guadalajara Trio.
Well, write mañana under it and throw it back. Now, Mr. Lorre. Mr. Lorre, where did he go?
He went for a plunge in my martini.
Oh. Come on out of there, Lorre. Now, there's no use trying to hide. I want the truth. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Well,
Come on. Think fast, Mr. Moto.
Oh, I was exceptionally good in that, huh?
Yes, you were swell.
Say, what about me in Seventh Heaven?
You were marvelous. You were marvelous.
I wish I could think of a picture I was in.
Me too.
See, folks, remember what I said about the ham here?
Never mind that. This case is solved. Peter Lorre, I arrest you for the murder of Carrie Carew.
All right, if you insist. Tell me, shall I go voluntarily, or do you want me to struggle a bit?
What? You can't arrest him, Jack. I made him do it.
You made him do what?
Yes, Jack, it was the only way we could get you over here to join our club.
Oh, so that's it. Well, what about Carew, the fellow you killed? Who is he?
A dummy from Bullock's window.
Oh, well, I thought he was much too pretty. Well, it was a good gag, fellas. As long as I'm hooked, I might as well enjoy myself. Say, Farrell, give me one of those Coca-Colas there, will you?
Here you are, Jack. That'll be $12.
Yikes! Move over, Carew. Play, Phil.
Tomorrow night, when you're trying to think of what you'll have for a dessert at dinner, why not decide on Jell-O's new treat, Apple Lime Whip? For here's a tempting dessert that will make the whole family smile their approval and give you a shining example of how good lime Jell-O can be. Best of all, you can prepare this grand dessert in almost less time than it takes to tell. Simply dissolve 1 package of lime Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and chill until cold and syrupy. Next, whip as directed on the back of the package. Then fold in 1 cup of strained applesauce and mold. And there's a gay, attractive dessert that you'll agree is one of the most successful you've ever served. So enjoy a delicious treat tomorrow with this swell, creamy combination of spicy applesauce and rich emerald green lime Jell-O. Serve a luscious Jell-O dessert real soon.
We're a little late, folks, so good night.
Any messages for me from the White House? Not a thing, Dr. Stone. But you have it.
The set you've just seen is the nerve center of a secret 5-story underground laboratory, which is the star of the Andromeda Strain, my new film for Universal, which is based on last year's best-selling novel. It's the story of the world's first space-age crisis.
We see bodies. Lots of them. Stay to stations. Hit that security button.
We need a flyby over Piedmont, New Mexico. Infrared, a FLIR scan, all sectors. Film to come direct to scoop.
Too bad he can't tell us what happened. Maybe he can, if he lives.
I recommend calling a wildfire alert.
Yes? I just wanted to inform you that all members of your team have been cleared and are now being called in.
No other way to halt the infection spread.
Are you sure the old man and the baby are still alive?
What the hell are you doing?
Turn off the oxygen. Put him on room air.
No, the air is thick with Andromeda. Experiment with your own life, damn it.
Andromeda will spread everywhere. They'll never be rid of it.
There are now 5 minutes to self-destruct.
The core is equipped for safeguard.
What would my chances be in there?
Well, they don't exist for anyone anywhere if you stay here.
Hey, Doc! You ain't leaving us here, are you?
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Lady in the Dark, starring Ginger Rogers and Ray Milland. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer for tonight, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, in the absence of my good friend Cecil B. DeMille, I'm going to act as your producer. I am especially glad to have a hand in bringing you one of the screen's most entertaining and sophisticated comedies, Paramount's Lady in the Dark, adapted from the Broadway stage success produced by Sam H. Harris and Mark Hart. In the next hour, you'll see what happens to a girl who can't make up her mind. A girl who is pulled and twisted by her inner dreams, bewildered by her own success, and pressed by impatient suitors for a hand. You will hear, too, music by Kurt Weill and Ira Gershwin. I don't want to go beyond that, except to add that our stars tonight are more than equal to the roles assigned to them. First, because they played in the original screen version, and second, because they're a combination you'll find hard to beat in Hollywood. Ginger Rogers and Ray Milland. They've been on this stage together once before, and I'm sure you share the hope they'll be on many times again. Now, of course, the meaning of tonight's title, Lady in the Dark, is a lady who's in the dark about herself, and not a lady in the dark about Lux toilet soap. Although they may be one and the same thing. A lady who isn't sure of her appearance may prefer a dim light, while a woman with a captivating, smooth complexion wouldn't choose to stay in darkness very long. Now, if you recall your Latin, you'll remember the word lux means light. So if by any chance you are a lady in the dark yourself, perhaps the easiest solution to your problem is Lux toilet soap. And now, our curtain rises on the first act of tonight's play, Lady in the Dark, starring Ginger Rogers as Liza Elliott and Ray Milland as Charlie Johnson. The most modern suite of offices in New York's most modern skyscraper is occupied by America's most modern fashion magazine. This glossy journal of elegance is called Allure, and its equally sophisticated editor is called Liza Elliott. Liza's a little late for work this morning, and the reason is a rather disturbing interview she's just had with her family doctor.
Elliot. Hello, Foster. Oh, Dr. Harris just phoned. But I just left Dr. Harris. But he said he forgot to take Dr. Brooks' address, and you were to see him. Dr. Brooks is a psychoanalyst. I refuse to see him. I told Dr. Harris that. It's perfectly ridiculous. All right, let's get to work. Yes, Miss Elliott. Oh, Mr. Russell wants to see you right away, and those dresses we're to photograph just came in. There are 3 people waiting outside to see you.
Liza, you've got to do something. You've simply got to do something.
All right, Russell, what now?
I'm in a frenzy. A frenzy. Either he leaves or you get another boy to shoot your picture.
He who?
Who, she asked me. Mr. Charlie Johnson, that's who. Last night, when I should be shooting pictures, Johnson takes out all the models. 2 of them haven't even shown up yet. And the others, bags under their eyes down to here.
Please, Russell, do the best you can.
I am so mad I could spit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Phooey! Good morning, Maggie.
Hi, Liza. Come in, Maggie. Well, what's this? Oh, an apple. So that's what I thought. One of Mr. Johnson's clever jokes. An apple for the teacher. Maggie, if Johnson weren't the best advertising man in the business, I swear it.
Hello, Maggie. You want a gooey kiss?
Why don't you stop being a pixie?
I was hoping the boss lady would have a minute.
Look here, Johnson. I just saw Russell. If you've got to take out models, try Harper's Bazaar.
And be disloyal to the home team? Never.
We won't discuss it any further.
You know, when I was in the 3rd grade, Miss Compton used to make me stand in the corner.
If you've got business to talk over, get to the point.
Boss lady, you kill me. It's just a matter of our next issue. I've got a great idea. A circus number. Cover, layout, articles, everything. All a la circus.
Our next issue is the Easter anniversary issue.
Yeah, I know. But just for fun, I had the art department work up a dummy. Here, look. Isn't that swell, huh?
A circus theme isn't even remotely right for a fashion magazine.
Anything's right if it brings in the ads. I'll go downtown and sound out the department stores.
You'll do nothing without my okay.
Oh? And when do you suppose I might get that?
When I'm ready, I'll send for you.
You'll... Well, what do you know?
What?
Your suit. Just like mine. We must go to the same tailor.
You...
The paperweight. Always wanted to have a paperweight. Thanks, boss lady. Oh, Maggie, come on in. Close the door.
Now, look here, Charlie. What are you trying to do to Liza?
Nothing at all. She's just sore because I'm wise to her.
Wise about what?
Did you ever see a brick house that really isn't made of bricks? The bricks are just painted on? Well, that's Liza Elliott, that big executive pose of hers. Every time I get close to her, I can't resist chipping off little hunks to see what's underneath.
Well, you can just cut it out. Liza's not feeling well, and you be decent to her, do you hear?
Well, why doesn't she quit? Her publisher's in love with her. Why doesn't she marry him?
You know as well as I do that Kendall Nesbitt's married, and he can't get a divorce, so shut up.
She can still quit. I've had my eye on that job of hers ever since I came here. A girl like Liza shouldn't try to be top man. She's not built for it. What she should really do...
Never mind. I know your views.
You want me to apologize to boss lady?
You wouldn't. Besides, she's gone home. Well, good night, you stinker.
Good night, sweetheart.
Kendall, come in.
Hello, darling.
Oh, I thought you'd gone to that publisher's dinner tonight.
I have, but I wanted to find out what the doctor had to tell you.
Oh. I'm a very disappointing medical case. It's all in my mind.
There's nothing wrong.
No.
Well, then what are you worrying about?
Worrying? I'm not worrying.
You were just humming, and when you start humming, dear, you're worried. I know.
Why, that's silly.
Oh, no, dear, it isn't. You are worried, Liza. And I know why. Whatever's wrong with you, it's all my fault. Liza, darling, when I think of the life that we might have had...
Darling, please.
I should bow out of your life if I didn't love you so much. If I weren't so completely selfish.
Oh, don't say that. Don't ever say that.
It's true, Liza. You mean everything in the world to me. And what can I be to you? A companion who takes you to dinner, someone to talk to, your boss on the magazine. What kind of a life is that for you?
Kendall, I'm perfectly happy, and I don't know what I'd do without you.
Thank you, Liza, but I still think I'm right. Well, darling...
See you tomorrow at the office?
Sure, and try and get some sleep tonight,
I'll try, dear.
Good night, Liza.
Good night. That melody. What is it? What is it? It means something to me, but I can't remember. Martha!
Yes, dear?
Come here, please, Martha. Call Dr. Harris for me. Tell him I want Dr. Brooks' telephone number. Right now, Martha, right away.
Now, what else can you tell me about yourself, Miss Elliott? Dr. Carlton mentioned something about nervousness.
Nervousness? No, it's more than that, Dr. Brooks. It's fear. All day long, I'm in a kind of panic.
Ever think of stopping work?
Oh, I couldn't. The magazine's the only steadying influence I have. Except now I'm beginning to slip. I can't make decisions over the simplest things.
What about you and Mr. Nesbitt?
Oh, I see no point in being schoolgirlish about this. Mr. Nesbitt's been in love with me for some time. We can't get married because his wife won't give him a divorce. Look, I came here hoping you'd be able to help me. Do you think you can?
Perhaps. I'd like a trial analysis for a month. starting now.
Oh, but that's impossible. I'll be terribly busy for the next few days. And...
I see. Well, in that case, perhaps you should find someone else.
All right, you win. What do I do?
It's going to sound foolish, but I want you to lie down over there and start talking. Just say anything at all that comes to mind.
And meanwhile, you'll get into your beard, I trust.
Start talking. What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about a song. A song I knew as a child. It's been running through my head all day. I even dreamed about it last night.
Oh? What kind of a dream?
I was all alone in a vast misty cloud, and all around me was the song. I was dressed in blue, a blue gown, the most beautiful gown I've ever seen. In it I felt so light, intoxicated. I thought I was the loveliest creature on earth.
Does the color blue mean anything to you?
Well, that's just it. I really dislike blue intensely. Anyway, in my dream, I heard cheering and applause in the distance. The mist suddenly disappeared, and I was standing on a huge stage. I had just made a speech. The cheers and applause were all for me. I was the center of attraction. Oh, thank you. Oh, how lovely to be me. If there's a party, I'm always the host of it. If there's a haunted house, I'm always the ghost of it. If I'm in town, I'm always the toast of it. Oh, how lovely to be me.
A message, a message.
Who bears a message?
I do. I'm Mr. Charlie Johnson. A message to Eliza Elliott from the President of the United States.
And?
The President requests that for national unity and for the advancement of cultural achievement...
Yes?
...that your portrait be painted for the new two-cent stamp of the U.S. of A.
Oh, how really, really lovely. Who is to paint me and where?
I am to paint you and hair.
In this dress? Like this?
Exactly. The most beautiful woman on earth. And I'll paint you in 3 strokes of my brush. Like this, and thusly, and so. Look, multitude. Look, admiring throng. The portrait is finished. Here is a true picture of Liza Elliott.
It's a caricature. It's a caricature.
Is it? What's the matter, boss lady? Can't you take it?
Go away. Go away. Go away. I woke up sobbing. Shaking.
Well, Miss Elliott, it appears that in your dream you were just the opposite of your real self.
Opposite?
Obviously, you're a girl who cares little for feminine adornments, and yet in the dream, you were glamorous, seductive. Dreams often are wish fulfillments.
But I haven't the faintest desire to be glamorous.
You never wanted to be that alluring woman?
Never. The only thing I ever wanted was to make something of myself.
Most girls want love and marriage.
Well, I didn't. And I despised girls who did.
Why?
I don't remember.
Or you don't want to remember? Which?
I simply don't know.
Well, I think we've done enough for one visit.
And that's all there is to it?
For the moment, yes. I'll call you soon.
Thank you. Good night, Doctor.
Do you happen to have the time, Miss Elliott?
It's 20 minutes after 3.
Oh? I thought our staff meeting was set at 3.
It was. Foster! Foster!
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Elliott. I've just been in Mr. Russell's office.
And what's so important in Mr. Russell's office?
Why, Miss Elliott, Randy Curtis is there, getting photographed. Everybody's there.
Then you'll kindly tell everybody that I called a staff meeting for 3 o'clock and I intend to have a staff meeting.
Yes, Miss Elliott.
Are you kidding? Nobody's going to get any work done with Randy Curtis here. He's a movie star.
Oh, we've had celebrities here before.
Incidentally, what about my circus idea? I've been to the department stores, and they like it very much.
We'll talk about that at the staff meeting, if there is such a thing. Now, you wait here. I'll be back in a minute.
That's what you think.
And as far as the rest of you are concerned, get back to your desks immediately. I'm thoroughly ashamed of you. I'm terribly sorry this has happened, Mr. Curtis. I'm sure that you'll think they've never seen a movie star before.
Oh, it's okay. I'm used to it by now.
This is Miss Elliott, Mr. Curtis, our editor.
Yes, I know.
You know?
You don't remember? Mrs. Brackett's cocktail party about a year ago.
Oh, why, of course.
We're going to have dinner sometime. We still could, you know.
Well, I think that might be very nice sometime.
Oh, Mr. Curtis.
Yes?
Mr. Curtis, may I have your autograph?
Look, you're kidding.
Oh, no. I save all sorts of things. Autographs, paperweights. I put them in a memory box, and on rainy afternoons, I just sit and look at them. Please?
Okay. Here, for stormy weather.
Gee, thanks.
Oh, Mr. Curtis, telephone for you.
I'll be right there. Excuse me, Miss Elliott.
Yes, of course.
Dream lover, put your arms around me. Boss lady, sometimes you kill me.
I don't like you, Johnson, and I never have. And I'm definitely repelled by what you consider amusing. And if you can't confine your remarks to your work, perhaps you can make more pleasant connections elsewhere.
My.
Liza. Oh, Liza.
Well, publisher.
Liza, could I see you alone for a moment? Oh, hello, Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Kendall, we're supposed to have a staff meeting now.
I'll only be a moment, dear. Let's go out on the terrace.
Just be careful, Nesbitt. Teacher's mad.
Don't worry. This isn't business. So I changed my mind. I didn't go to the dinner last night. I determined to see Catherine and settle this one way or another. Well, Liza, she's agreed to a divorce.
Divorce?
Yes. That's what we've been waiting for, Liza. It's... Why, Liza, dear, what's the matter?
Nothing, Kendall. It's just wonderful.
Oh, darling, why don't you get out of this office and go home? You're not well. Johnson and Maggie can get out the magazine.
Please, I'm all right.
I thought you'd be glad to hear the news.
But I am. It's just that
There you are. Oh, Miss Elliott, Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's quite all right. Randy Curtis, Kendall Nesbitt.
Well, how do you do?
How are you?
We were talking about having dinner, Miss Elliott. How about tomorrow night?
Well, I think tomorrow night might be fine. You'll have to call for me here, though, Mr. Curtis. I'll be working rather late.
Well, that's okay. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you can make it. Well, goodbye again.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Nesbitt.
Bye. Like me to leave now, too?
Would you mind, dear?
Work, huh?
Yes, that meeting.
Sure. Just wait till we're married, darling, and you'll be able to forget all about staff meetings and movie actors and deadlines and everything. Except me, I hope.
Kendall, you're the sweetest man that ever lived. Just try to put up with me a little longer, won't you? Please, just a little longer.
In just a moment, Mr. Barrymore and our stars will return in Act Two of Lady in the Dark. And now, two young girls comparing notes.
Firsts are awfully important, aren't they, Anne? What do you mean by firsts, Rita? I mean those things you always remember. Like your first day in high school or the first time you went to a dance.
Oh, yes, and your first evening dress. And your first pair of high-heel shoes.
And remember the first time you wore makeup?
Wasn't I thrilled when I got my first lipstick?
My mother was pretty smart, though. She showed me just how to take the right care of my skin.
She certainly must have. Your complexion always looks so nice and smooth.
Mother told me how important it is to remove stale cosmetics from your skin. She said never go to bed without taking an active lather facial with Lux soap. Then you know your skin will keep on looking fresh and smooth.
What's an active lather facial, Rita?
It's so easy to take. You cover your face with lots of the Lux soap lather. It's so creamy and rich. Then you rinse with warm water, splash on cold. And then you just pat your skin dry with a soft towel. Try it, Anne. It really works.
There's no doubt about it. Regular beauty facials with gentle Lux toilet soap really do make skin lovelier. Recent tests proved that actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this daily care. Active lather facials are Hollywood's beauty care, you know. Famous screen stars, 9 out of 10 of them, depend on this fine soap's creamy active lather to help keep their million-dollar complexions exquisitely smooth. Why don't you try active lather facials? Ask for Hollywood's beauty soap, Lux toilet soap, tomorrow. And now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lady in the Dark, starring Ginger Rogers as Liza and Ray Milland as Charlie. The sudden news that Kendall Nesbitt soon would be free to marry her leaves Liza Elliott in a state of complete jitters. Not even sleep brings any relief. After hours of tossing, she finally dozes off, plunging straightway into a highly fanciful dream. So disturbing a dream that she's now back in Dr. Brooks' office, telling the psychoanalyst all about it.
The dream was grotesque, fantastic, but it seemed so terribly real. The people were singing the procession.
Procession?
A wedding procession. It was my wedding day. Dozens of men were crowding round about me, laughing, dancing, flirting men.
Again, the center of attraction. The beautiful, glamorous woman.
Presently, all the men vanished. But one, he put his arms around me. He made love to me. It was Randy Curtis.
You resented his lovemaking?
No. No, I didn't. Then suddenly I found myself in front of an altar. In back of it, grinning at me, was one of the men from the magazine, an especially annoying person named Johnson.
Well, what was he doing?
Well, he seemed to be a judge or a minister. I looked around for Randy, but he was gone. Another man was standing there, stretching his hand out to me. It was Kendall Nesbitt. Then the people began chanting, and they said I wasn't the true Liza Elliott. They demanded that I tell the truth. Tell the truth. Oh, it was awful. I started to run away, and they laughed at me. And then it all turned misty and blurred. I woke up, shaking as usual. I'm still shaking.
You told me, Miss Elliott, that Mr. Nesbitt is getting a divorce.
Yes.
Had you ever been aware before now that you did not want Mr. Nesbitt to get a divorce?
How did you... You're very clever, Dr. Brooks. No, I was never aware of it before, but it's true.
You mentioned an engagement with Mr. Curtis tonight.
Yes, but I'm going to call it off.
Why?
Because I haven't the slightest desire to keep it.
In your dream, you're ready to marry him. Yet now you reject him. That's a rather curious denial.
Is it?
Also, in your dream, you suddenly see it is not Randy Curtis at your side, but Nesbitt. And immediately the mocking voices of the people are heard. They taunt you. Your dream becomes a nightmare and you run away.
Yes?
Miss Elliott, hasn't your affection for Kendall Nesbitt been based on the fact that he resembles your father?
My father? I've never mentioned my father.
That you have, in fact, transferred your love for your father to Nesbitt? And as long as he remained married, you were safe?
Safe? Safe from what?
Safe from competition with other women. But the moment you were faced with becoming his wife...
Well, that's horrible. That's not true.
Yes. You're afraid to compete with other women. Even the plain way you dress is a protective armor. And with it, you are not forced to compete.
I loathe fancy clothes.
Your dreams deny it.
Those are dreams and your interpretations of them, nothing else.
I think you'll find the interpretations are true.
I refuse to go on with this. Thank you, Dr. Brooks. You can send me a bill for whatever I owe you. Good day.
Oh, boss lady. You got a minute now, maybe?
Can it wait, Johnson?
Well, it waited all morning, then it waited all afternoon. Now it's 6 o'clock. Where have you been?
I've been out.
Oh. Well, the big stores like my circus out there. They'll really splurge on ads. And me? Well, I'd like to leave your magazine in a blaze of glory.
Leave?
Yeah. This might be turned my resignation, boss lady. But please, no tears. Just a light kiss on the cheek, perhaps, and a quick goodbye, huh?
You're certainly thin-skinned, aren't you?
For me? Because you bawled me out? Oh, no. I just got a better offer.
I'll meet that offer.
Why? I annoy the life out of you, don't I?
That has nothing to do with the way you do your job.
Look, it isn't a question of money. Actually, I'm taking less. But I'm getting something I could never get here. Your job. I'm afraid that's what I want.
Well, it's nice of you to be so frank.
Yeah. I'm ambitious, too. I want to run the whole thing myself, and there isn't a chance of that here. You married that desk of yours years ago, and you're never going to get a divorce. You have magazines instead of babies.
Why? You insolent pup. I'm sick and tired of that incredible sideshow you put on under the guise of a gay young man with a wicked tongue. It doesn't always excuse your being an ill-mannered boor, and I question if that isn't the extent of your talents.
Rage is a pretty good substitute for love, isn't it?
Get out of here.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, if we should ever need a good man over there, I'll make you an offer.
Liza.
Oh, hello, Kendall.
I just passed Johnson. He said you were back. Darling, where have you been? I've been searching for you all day.
I've been to a psychoanalyst.
What?
To the eminent Dr. Brooks. I stood just about all I could stand, and then I walked out on him. And I kept walking, and walking, and walking.
Liza, be honest with me, will you?
Yes.
You don't want to marry me. That's true, isn't it?
Kendall.
There's someone else.
No. Oh, I can't explain it to you. I can't even explain it to myself. Oh, Kendall, I'm sick. I'm ill.
I know you're ill, Liza, but you're going to be well again. And you haven't the right to trifle with other people's lives, even with this as an excuse.
All right, what am I going to do?
Stop acting like a child.
Don't talk to me like that. I'm fighting as hard as I know how.
Listen to me, Liza. I can't stand aside while you proceed to destroy something very important to me.
All right. Come back later, then I'll get through as soon as I can. But don't push me into a corner, Kendall. It's no use.
I'm going to fight, Liza. I love you, and I can't help that. Can I?
Foster.
Yes, Miss Elliot.
Come here. I've got a million things to do. I want Allison's galleys right away and send in Russell.
Oh, what will I tell Mr. Curtis?
Mr. Curtis, oh, I forgot to call him.
You said you have a dinner engagement with him.
Oh, yes, I know.
Oh, say it. He's something in white tie and tail.
Send him in, please.
Yes, Miss Elliot.
If I'm early. Sorry.
No, it's my fault, Mr. Curtis. I've just been snowed under. I haven't even had a chance to change.
Say, you know what?
What?
Let's go out just as you are.
Just as I am?
Sure. Oh, you look wonderful. Oh, to tell the truth, I was scared stiff. I was going to run into a glamour girl tonight instead of...
Instead of what, Mr. Curtis?
Oh, please. Randy. Well, instead of... Well, as you are now. You're natural. You don't know what a relief it is to find a natural girl.
Thank you. But just the same, I am going to dress. And I can do it right here. Now, if you don't mind waiting outside.
Oh, why, sure. I'll wait and take your time.
Yes?
Maggie, do you have those sample dresses from Bergdorf's?
Liza? Yes, sure.
Send them in,
Yes, but I simply don't
I was
understand.
scared stiff, he said. Scared stiff. I was going to run into a glamour girl. Just as I am, he says. He likes me just as I am.
Liza Elliott, what's the matter with
Nothing, darling. I'm just going out. Out with Mr. Curtis.
Randy Curtis?
Yes, ma'am. And you can get the magazine to press, Maggie. I'll show Dr. Brooks who's afraid. Do you realize, Randy, that in 3 hours we've been to 6 nightclubs?
Well, I thought that you
Oh,
were...
no, I'm having a wonderful time.
No, you're not. And we haven't been alone for 2 minutes.
Oh, you're a movie picture star. Too many people know you.
Oh, Mr. Curtis.
Here we go again. Yes?
Would you mind, Mr. Curtis, just one picture, please?
Liza?
Oh, by all means, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a little closer to the young lady, please. There, that's fine. Hold it. Okay. Swell. Thanks a lot, Mr. Curtis.
Liza, this may not be the place. Not the time, maybe, either, but I'd like to talk to you.
You talk very nicely, Mr. Curtis.
Well, I might as well come straight to the point.
Mr. Curtis, would you mind a few autographs?
Oh, sure, glad to.
For a party from Boise, Idaho.
Does this go on all the time, day and night?
Well, I have to laugh. 3 years ago, nobody would give me a job. Now I'm in with all the big shots. Writers ask me to read their books. Businessmen ask me about the market. Oh, here you are. And here's your pencil.
Thanks very much, Mr. Curtis.
And I even get a chance to meet you.
Randy, you're very endearing.
Liza, it isn't just this, my being in the movies, that made you come with me tonight.
No, Randy.
Well, that's swell.
I really came to prove something to myself.
Do I figure in that something?
Yes.
Liza, I know you've known me only a couple of days, but it doesn't take time to know that a person is the only person you want to be with. From the first time I saw you a year ago, well, I'm crazy about you.
Randy, I'm not very good at this sort of thing.
Oh, I know you couldn't feel the way I do. Not yet. But do you think you could think about it?
I think so.
Oh, gosh, Liza, Oh.
Randy!
Hello.
I thought you went back to the coast.
I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, this is Miss Liza.
Hello. But, darling, that's wonderful. So am I. Oh, you know Charlie Johnson?
I am.
Good evening.
Miss Elliott, you look wonderful.
Thank you, Johnson.
You know, this is the first time I've ever seen you like this. Actually like a woman.
Now, what does that mean, Charlie? Oh, Randy, I saw Marie yesterday. And a she-bird. You really shouldn't be so mean.
Well,
Hey, Ellen, come on.
Just a second. Excuse me. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, sure.
Liza,
What?
I know you don't like me because I want your job. And I know you don't like her because she wants your man.
Randy, what time is it?
Why, what's early? 11:30.
11:30? I really must go. I have work to do.
Work? Oh, couldn't you forget it, Liza, just this once?
I don't think she could ever forget it, Mr. Curtis.
Randy, I really must go home.
Home? Thought it was work.
What is it, Liza? Are you all right?
Oh, it's nothing. Maybe I'm just a little tired. Please, you don't mind.
Oh, of course not.
Well, good night, all.
Good night.
What's the matter, boss lady? Can't you take it?
What's he talking about?
Oh, nothing.
Well, Liza, if your work won't take too long, maybe we could...
Randy, if you don't mind, I'd like to go home alone.
Well, sure, if you want. Liza, will I see you tomorrow? I'll be leaving, you know.
Yes, call me, won't you?
And you will think about what I said before?
Oh, I will, Randy. I think in a way that's why I won't be alone.
Thanks, Liza. Well, good night.
Good night, Randy.
Pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Mr. Barrymore and our stars will return with Act 3 of Lady in the Dark. Busy days these are for women everywhere. For women who work in offices...
Oh, goodness, I'll never get this report typed. No, Miss Brown is out today. Oh, yes, I'll give her the message. Yes, Mr. Adams. A reservation to Washington? Oh, I'll start phoning now. Yes, I'll be sure to finish the report, too.
For women who work at home...
All right, darling. I'm coming right away. Now, Bobby, be still while I give little sister her supper.
Oh, heavens, I never knew children could make so much noise.
Strenuous, trying days for women everywhere. But thousands of them have learned this secret.
Thank goodness for this nice, relaxing bath. Lux soap gives such rich, creamy lather. So fragrant, too. It's a real beauty pickup.
Yes, Lux Soap's active lather whisks away the day's dust and dirt in a jiffy.
Leaves skin really fresh and sweet. Makes me sure of daintiness.
Screen stars discovered long ago that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a truly luxurious beauty bath. This fine white soap has a light flower-like perfume that appeals to fastidious women. Lux Toilet Soap is hard-milled. It's inexpensive to use because it lasts and lasts. Why not try using it as a daily bath soap? You'll enjoy the rich, luxurious lather, the lovely clinging fragrance Lux Soap leaves on your skin. And now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
After the play, we won't exactly psychoanalyze our two stars, but we will present some searching questions on their private lives. And I think you'll want to hear their answers, too. Now, Act 3 of Lady in the Dark, starring Ginger Rogers as Liza and Ray Milland as Charlie. An hour ago, Liza Elliott entered her apartment, put on her glasses, and dived into a pile of papers representing the Easter issue of Allure magazine. For a while, she forgot all about Randy Curtis and Kendall Nesbitt and Charlie Johnson. But now Liza's yawning. Her eyelids are fluttering. Her pencil drops from her fingers. The editor of Allure magazine is fast asleep, and presently she dreams a dream.
It's true, Miss Elliott. You don't dare compete as a woman. You don't dare.
No.
Liza, I don't expect you to answer now, but do you think you could think about it?
Oh, I will. I will, Randy.
It's my resignation, boss lady. Now, what about the circus idea? Come on, decide.
Decide on the cover. You've got to. The Easter cover or the circus cover. The Easter cover or the circus cover. The Easter cover or the circus cover. I'm at the circus. I'm not only at the circus, I'm in the circus. In a cage. I'm in a cage. Hey, let me out of here.
Now, what's that?
Clown. Oh, please, clown, let me out of here.
Well, ma'am, I will go to the judge. Hear you say that, young lady.
Judge?
He holds you in contempt of court.
Are you crazy? I demand to be taken out of here.
Quiet down now. Trial's going to begin. Quiet, please. Stop the band. Attention, everybody. Attention.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Johnson. It's Charlie Johnson, dressed like a ringmaster.
I take pride in introducing the greatest show on earth, featuring for the first time the captivating and tantalizing Liza Elliott, the woman who cannot make up her mind.
Order in the court. The charges against Liza Elliott.
What is all this? The charges against me for what?
Liza Elliott cannot make up her mind about the Easter cover or the circus cover. Liza Elliott cannot make up her mind whether she is marrying Kendall Nesbitt or not. Liza Elliott cannot make up her mind as to the kind of woman she wants to be. The executive or the enchantress. Therefore, let Liza Elliott be brought to trial and made to make up her mind. I am the attorney for the prosecution. My worthy opponent, where is he?
Introducing the standing writer and attorney for the defense, Randy Tucker.
Hi-ho, Silver. All right. Let's get going now. My first witness, Your Honor, Kendall Nesbitt.
Here I am. I'm here. What's the question?
Mr. Nesbitt, you are divorcing your wife so you can be free to marry the defendant. Isn't that so?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant led you to believe she'd marry you when, as, and if.
Yes, sir.
Ha-ha.
What do you mean, ha-ha?
Tra-la, I never gave my word. Tra-la-la, commit a change of mind. When a maid gives her heart, but does not give her word, how on earth can that maid have betrayed him? Tra-la.
You've heard the charges. Have you made up your mind about any of these things?
No, how can I?
Can you give a reasonable explanation? Why not?
I can't. I just can't.
Stop being evasive. There must be an explanation.
Let me alone.
You see, Your Honor, she wants to be alone.
Very well. Clear the courtroom. Everybody out. You want to be alone, Miss Elliott. All right. Be alone. Get away from everybody. Get away.
Wait. Not everyone. Don't everyone leave me, please. I'll tell you whatever. Gone. They're all gone. Hey, come back. Don't leave me here alone. It's getting dark and all misty again. And that music. I don't want to hear it. Who's playing that music? Stop it! Oh, stop it, please! Stop, Father!
Who are you calling Father?
Help me, Father!
Liza, what are you talking about? This is Kendall.
Father, don't let them play that.
I'm not your father. What's the matter with
Make
you?
them stop it, please. Make them stop it. Help me, Father. Help me. Hello. Dr. Brooks, please. Elliot. What? Would you give him a message, please? Tell Dr. Brooks I apologize for my behavior this morning, and tell him that I must see him again. I've got to. The morning. About 10 o'clock. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. And I stood there, Doctor, terrified, pleading for my father. That song all around me, and no one would help me. No one. Then the dream ended, and I woke up. That was hours ago, but I can't seem to shake it off.
And you think it was that song you heard, that lullaby that upset you so?
Yes. It gave me that same feeling of hurt and humiliation I used to have as a child. I called it my bad feeling.
Can you remember when you first had this bad feeling?
Yes, I was about 6 years old. One night my mother and father were going out. Some men came to the house to call for them, and my father brought me downstairs to meet them.
Well, here she is, everybody. Here's Liza, and she's going to sing for you.
Helen, surely that's not your child.
That's what they tell me.
But you're so gorgeous, and she's so... Well, what I mean is she doesn't look anything like you, and not like Bob either.
Well, perhaps they switch babies on you in the hospital. I'm perfectly content with Liza. One beauty in the family is enough for me.
It went on and on like that. I wanted to shout, it's not true, it's not true. I am like my mother. But I just stood there. My heart broke and sobbed.
We simply got to go.
But Liza's going to sing, aren't you, dear? Come, darling. You remember it? My ship has sails that are made of silk.
My ship has sails that are made of silk. The decks are trimmed with...
Liza, what's the matter, dear? Liza!
I ran into my room. I had to get away from them, from their laughter. I felt ugly and ashamed. A year later, my mother died. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. I loved her, but the tears just wouldn't come. My poor father. I watched him sitting there by himself hour after hour. The only way I knew how to take my mother's place was to try to look like her, so one evening I stole into her closet and got out her blue evening gown, the one he loved the best.
A blue gown, I see.
At last, I thought, I was able to do something to please him.
Liza, how dare you put on that dress? Take it off at once.
I had a terrible convulsive shock.
Don't ever do that again. Go back to your room. Go back!
My father, whom I loved completely, had turned on me. I never tried to come close to him again. As I grew up, I buried myself in my schoolwork. I made up my mind that if I couldn't be anything else, I was going to be tops in my class. I never went to parties or dances, except one. It was graduation day. I remember I'd gone to the library. It was deserted that night except for one person. It was Ben. Ben had been chosen the handsomest boy in the class.
Hello, Liza.
Hello, Ben. What are you doing here? I mean, why aren't you at the dance?
How about you?
Oh, I had a headache.
Want to go to the dance with me?
Young man, this is a public library.
Well, where's Barbara, Ben?
Huh?
Where's
Barbara?
Uh-huh.
Oh, anymore.
Oh.
I'm not speaking to her, and she's not speaking to me. Honest, Liza, do you think a girl should flirt all the time?
Well, I imagine it's pretty difficult for Barbara not to flirt. She's so pretty.
Oh, heck. Why talk about Barbara? You're much nicer.
If you please.
Oh, sorry. Look, what do you say we drop over just for sort of last dance with the kids, huh?
Well, I'll have to go home first to tell my dad.
Oh, swell. Well, come on, Liza. Let's skedaddle out of here.
I really didn't have to go and tell my father. I wanted to go home just to put on my party dress. Well, Ben called for me, and we walked down the street toward the high school.
You know, it's funny.
What's funny, Ben?
Well, it just dawned on me. You're awful pretty, Liza.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like me or something?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do, but I just never thought you ever noticed me before.
Guess I didn't. Not very much. Boy, I'm a sap. What's that song, Liza?
What song?
That song you're singing.
Oh, was I singing?
Yeah, well, what is it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Just something I remember. I think when I was a little child, I used to sing it or something.
Oh, but it's nice. Go on, sing it.
Oh, Ben,
Oh, go on.
Well, all right, but I don't know if I remember it all. Let me see. My ship has sails that are made of silk. The decks are trimmed with gold. And of jam and spice, there's a paradise in the hold. La-dee-dee. My ship's aglow with a million pearls, and a ruby spill each bare moon. The sun sits high on a sapphire sky when my ship comes in. I can wait the years till it appears, one fine day, one spring. But the pearls and such, they don't mean much if there's missing just one thing. I do not care if that day arrives, that dream need never be. If the ship I sing doesn't also bring my own true love to me. If the ship I sing doesn't also bring my own true love to me.
Oh, it's pretty, Liza. Liza, look at me.
Why, Ben, you kissed me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that's all right, then. But I guess we better hurry up if we want to get to the dance.
Yeah.
Gee, I haven't had so much fun all my life.
I didn't know you could dance so well, Liza.
Thank you, Ben.
Ben?
Oh, hello, Barbara.
Oh, hello. Ben, could I talk to you for a minute?
Well, what for?
Why, I just want to talk to you, silly.
I didn't know you were speaking to me.
I'm not. And I think you're the rudest boy I've ever known.
Oh, hey, wait a minute, Barbara. Oh, gosh, say, excuse me for a minute, will you, Liza? Hey, Barbara.
Sure,
Barbara.
Sure.
And Ben didn't come back. Did he, Miss Elliott?
No, Dr. Brooks.
Well, there are certainly a lot of pieces. Suppose I try to put them together. As a little girl, you convince yourself you're ugly, decidedly inferior. So you build a wall around yourself. As an older girl, you drop your defenses for one crucial moment, receive another cruel blow, and withdraw forever after as a woman.
What does that mean, withdraw as a woman?
You resolve never again to risk being hurt as a woman, competing against other women. You buried all your painful memories, and with them, that little song, which expresses the fulfillment of love. You proceeded to escape in a loveless world of work.
But it wasn't loveless. I loved Kendall Nestor.
No, Miss Elliott, you dominated him, just as you've attempted to dominate all men, to force all men to accept you as their superior.
All right. What's the answer?
Perhaps a man will dominate you.
Oh. Silly, isn't it, that a grown woman should be governed by the desperate desires of her childhood?
Do you agree with me?
I feel better. Lots better.
Do you agree with me?
I don't know. I don't know.
Seen Liza this morning, Charlie?
She hasn't come in yet. Oh, Maggie, wait a minute. How long have I worked here?
Too long.
6 years. That's a long time in a world of women.
Charlie, what makes you such a heel? If you tell Liza you're sorry for what you said yesterday,
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, I'll apologize. I know now I was wrong.
Well,
I saw her last night. I got a look at her without that brick front. Underneath, Maggie, she's quite a gal.
oh, my goodness.
You suspected me for a long time, you old battle axe. You know, I'm kind of sick of trying to be cute. Yes, here's a secret. Inside, I'm as romantic as the devil. And outside? Oh, go away, Maggie. You're a hard woman.
You said it. But when Liza comes in, you apologize.
I promise.
You're really not such a louse after all.
Oh, Miss Morgan.
Yes?
Miss Elliott's in. She'd like to see you right away. Randy Curtis is with her.
Liza.
Hello, Maggie.
Well, where is he?
Randy?
Uh-huh.
Telephoning. Hollywood's been paging him all morning. And stop looking like an owl, Maggie. I just happened to meet him on the street corner after I left the doctor's.
Well.
Yes, and I'm glad I did. You might not suspect it, Maggie, but Randy is a very domineering young man.
How domineering?
Brace yourself, Maggie. He's asked me to marry him.
Liza!
Maggie, I'm learning about someone I never knew before. Myself. It's frightening and wonderful. I'm giving up the magazine, and I'm giving up hiding and running away.
When did you ever run away?
Oh, lots of times. Only now I know why I ran. I wanted someone to lean on, to take care of me. Oh, Maggie, be happy for me, please. I think I found the answer.
Darling, I am happy for you. It's what I've always hoped for you.
Thank you, Maggie.
But while you're still the boss, there are a few things I'd like you to okay.
Well, just bring them in.
Right away.
Oh, sorry, Kendall.
Hello, Mag.
Kendall, come in.
Well, Liza, this is it, isn't it? Between us, I mean.
Yes, Kendall.
I guess I've known it for a long time. But somehow, somewhere, find a place for me in your life. Will you, Liza?
Kendall, you'll always be very, very dear to me.
All this time, Liza. And in 10 seconds, it's all over. Well, maybe that's the best way. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, Miss Elliott, Miss Curtis has through his call.
Oh, we'll send him in.
Oh, Russell and Allison are having another row, and Mr. Johnson was looking for you.
Let him wait.
Oh, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, Liza, I've got great news. You want me to form my own producing unit. Make me the boss. Stories, production, profits, everything.
Well, that sounds wonderful, Randy. I don't know anything about the picture business, but
I've been battling for it for a year. But this is what I mean, Liza.
Yes?
If I knew that you'd be in back of me, that you'd be in charge of the whole thing, just as you're here, I'd tell him yes in a minute. Would you do it, Liza?
I'm not sure I understand, Randy.
Oh, it's simple, darling. It just means that you'll still be the boss. Oh, Liza, I can't tell you what it means to me, knowing that I can be running to you for the rest of my life.
The rest of your life.
And now, just one kiss and I'll get out. Oh, I'll be back, though. Oh, gosh, thanks, Liza.
Thank you, Randy. And thank you for telling me.
Be back at 5.
Oh, hello, Mr. Curtis. Liza, I demand a showdown, an immediate showdown. Do you realize what Johnson has done to me? He deliberately took my color plates.
Russell, not now.
Not now, not now. What am I supposed to do to get some attention around here? Bleed in front of you?
Russell, the dog department wants to see you.
Oh, that's good. That is fine. Really, I could spit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whee!
I'm supposed to apologize to you, Liza, for what I said the other day.
Who said so?
Maggie and I.
All right, Johnson. Put him up. This is the kid's last fight.
Well, look, I've been thinking it over quietly, and I've decided I'm not going to apologize. I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I know I've been pretty rotten to you, Liza, and I've kicked myself for it afterwards. But there's always been that secret battle between us from the very beginning, and I've always had to win it because... Well, because I'm me, I guess.
Johnson,
Wait a minute, I'm not finished yet. I just wanted you to know that. And now that I'm leaving, in spite of all your shenanigans, I think you're fine. Well, I turned in a Hattie Carnegie layout to Paxton, so I guess that washes me up.
Johnson, or Charlie, if I may, do me a favor. Give me back that paperweight and stay, will you?
What?
Look, I know all your reasons for wanting to leave, but it seems as though I'm getting a divorce from myself, and I think you ought to stick around and see the fun. What do you say?
I'm sorry, but I'm sure it wouldn't work.
Oh. I see what you mean. Well, why don't we run the magazine together? After a while, I might even step aside and... Well, that is, if you don't get too drunk with power.
You mean that, Liza?
Yes. And give me back that paperweight just as a token you intend to stay. Because I want you to stay very much.
Yeah. Catch.
Thanks.
You got a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Here. Now look at this format. That's the first thing I want to change. You got a layout?
Yeah, right on my desk.
I'll show you what I mean. Now look, instead of having the name on top,
yes,
why not put it over here?
Oh, and change the type too, huh?
Why not? You mentioned that yourself months ago.
Oh, I know I did. Oh, just a minute. Maggie, I want you to
see something. Coming? But look, Charlie, we can't get this ready for the Easter issue.
Sure we can.
We can?
I've got a dummy issue in my office. Let me get it. Be right back.
Well, come in, Maggie.
Oh, be nice to me, Maggie. I'm your new boss now.
Would you mind telling me what the devil goes on around here?
Maggie, I almost made a great mistake. I almost twisted up my whole life all over again.
You did, huh?
I might have married Randy Curtis. I thought he was a refuge, a tower of strength. Well, you know the parts he plays and the things he does. But Maggie, he's just what Kendall is. He needs a mother, not a wife.
But Liza...
Maggie, I don't think you'll have to worry about Liza anymore. I think I'm going to be all right. Now, get out of here.
Well, I'll be.
Excuse me, Mag. Here it is. See what I mean? You see where that desk with the whole magazine?
Yeah. Now, let me sit down here.
I'd better sit down. What are you doing down there?
Oh, just having a few laughs.
Well, get up. Now, look. We put the ads back here, see?
Yeah.
And the color section up in front.
Yeah.
Now, what about that? Sure, it sounds dangerous, but it could be great.
Well, go on.
What did you say?
I said, go on and do whatever you're going to do.
Really?
Well, sure.
Baby, I've been waiting to do this for years.
Oh, Liza, Well, this is the end. The absolute end.
For throwing light on Lady in the Dark and giving us a highly entertaining hour, our thanks to Ginger Rogers and Ray Milan. Ginger, you played Liza Elliott so convincingly I could almost believe you'd known the lady.
Well, Mr. Barrymore, I think there's a little bit of Liza Elliott in every girl.
You mean you all have your secret room?
Mm-hmm. When I was a little girl in Kansas City, I had a special room under the eaves that I used to crawl in there just to dream.
What did you dream about mostly, Ginger?
What every kid dreams about, I guess. That someday I'd be able to have a soda fountain in my home.
And I understand the dreams come true, complete with trimming.
Mm-hmm. You come around sometime and I'll give you a double chocolate soda, too.
Well, what about you, Ray? What did you dream about at an early age?
Me? Girls?
What kind of girls?
You really want to know?
Uh-huh.
Girls with Lux toilet soap complexion.
Hey. Are you sure somebody didn't put you up to saying that, Ray?
Well, those Lux toilet soap complexions are no dream, Ray. They're the real thing.
Yes, and you see plenty of them around Hollywood. At least in the studio where I work.
What are you doing now for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Barrymore?
Well, I just finished a picture called Between Two Women with Van Johnson.
Between Two Women with Van Johnson?
Yeah.
That's tough competition.
I'm making a picture at MGM with Van, too. Weekend at the Waldorf.
Well, I hope we can telescope that weekend into a pleasant Monday night on Lux soon, Ginger.
What do you have on Lux for next week, Mr. Barrymore?
Well, next Monday night we plan to startle and bewilder you with one of the screen's most thrilling mysteries. It's the current 20th Century Fox hit Laura, starring Dana Andrews, Lynn Barry, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger. Start with a strange and baffling murder. Add to it romance and suspense, and you have the sizzling ingredients of next Monday night's play.
Wouldn't miss it, Mr. Barrymore. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thanks to both.
More delicious meals with less work?
Yes, ma'am. More delicious meals with far less work when you start cooking with Spry. Spry is the amazing new type vegetable shortening that makes shortcut methods possible. Gives lighter, better-tasting cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crispy, digestible fried foods. So for better-tasting meals with far less work, get S-P-R-Y, Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Laura with Gene Tierney, Dana Andrews, and Otto Kruger. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
God moves in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. Baby.
Get out! Get out! It's not a knife, it's a spoon. I could kill you with this spoon. Who are you?
Insofar as one is able to identify myself, I bear the name Alexander Levine.
This is from the welfare department.
No, Mr. Mishkin, I don't come from the welfare. I come from God. I am an angel, and I was sent here to help you.
That's the way a Jewish angel talks.
Are you circumcised?
Why don't you call the police? I can't. He's using the telephone. You're not an angel.
I'm an angel, and you better believe it, because I'm the only one you're ever going to get.
All right. Make a miracle.
What kind of miracle?
Any kind of miracle. Walk into the stove, make a flood of seltzer, fill the icebox full of halva, something, anything. Go ahead.
No. First you believe in me, then I'll pass a miracle.
It's enough that I believe you're Jewish.
Zero Mostel. Harry Belafonte. The Angel Levine.
You told me you were an angel? I believe you're an angel. Come on down.
How the hell did they expect me to make you believe in me as an angel when I couldn't make anybody believe in me as a man?
Have you come to take me away?
No. I've come to give you life. No, you saw it. Right here, in this room. The miracle.
I saw nothing.
I'm an angel. I'm an angel, and you won't believe it.
I don't need angels in my life. It's too late for angels. What am I, a dog? An animal in the streets? First I should be tortured, and then I should believe. It's too late. Too late.
The Angel Levine. If he's an angel, imagine what God is like.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, with Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. That's the street I walk. But today, trouble is waiting for me in the squad room of the 47th Street Station House.
Lieutenant Clover?
That's me.
Well, they
Danny Clover.
Told me out front I'd find you here. You've got to help me.
Sure. Hey, by those tags on your shoulders, I see you two fellas are in New York for a convention. What's your trouble?
Well, you see, I've never been in the big city before, and, well, I've heard about things like this happening, but I never thought it would happen to me. A girl is trying to blackmail me.
Blackmail?
That's right. Now, there's nothing to it, but if my wife finds out about it...
Hey, wait a minute, young fella. Now, make me acquainted with you first, and then we'll listen to your troubles.
Oh, my name's Peter Daly. I'm stopping at the Cleveland Hotel. Exactly 2 hours, my wife arrives in New York.
Hold on. Where are you from? You sound like Kansas.
No, Arkansas.
That's close enough. Who's this gent with you here?
I'm his friend, Lieutenant. Name is Ben Cotton. Pete asked me to come up here to the station with him, sort of moral support, poor devil.
You from his hometown?
Yes, sir, Little Rock. We're partners in a little business out there. We've been in New York a week now, Pete and I, attending a convention.
Oh, boys. When will you out-of-towners learn how to relax in New York without getting into trouble? You attend a convention, you gotta go unconventional.
Oh, sir, I don't even know that girl. She's a stranger to me.
Huh? Well, then I don't get it. I don't get it. Just what did happen?
Well, a lot of the boys, after yesterday's convention session, went down to the Hi-Hat Club and... Well, I'm standing at the bar, Lieutenant, having a drink, minding my own business. The bar was pretty crowded, and this red-headed girl takes a place next to me and asks for a light, and I give it to her.
Lesson 1. When a strange girl asks you for a light, zip your wallet. Yeah, go ahead. What then?
Well, a little while later, the nightclub photographer passes by, and this redhead stops her and says to her she'd like her picture taken, right there against the bar. And just as the photographer is about to snap her picture, this redhead takes my arm with a laugh to include me, you see, and, well, I was feeling pretty good, so to enter into the fun of the thing...
Hello, sucker, she must have been saying under her breath. So, well, you both listened to the birdie.
Yeah, and when I got back to my hotel, I thought nothing more about it. This morning, I got a phone call.
From the redhead?
That's right.
Oh, she'd sell you the picture for a price or show it to your wife, huh?
That's right. Why, she wanted $500. I don't have money like that.
How'd she know you were married?
Well, Lieutenant, I never told her I was married. Hardly said a word to her.
What? Well, then how did she
I don't know. Why, she even knew my wife was arriving in New York at 2 today.
Can you beat that, Lieutenant? Go on, Daly.
Well, she told me over the phone that unless I came across with the money, she'd mail that picture to my wife today.
So what'd you tell her?
Well, I told her I wouldn't give her a cent. Why should I pay her? Look, Lieutenant, believe me, I'm a happily married man, and I haven't done anything wrong, but what'll my wife think if she gets that picture?
Daly, what's the name of that redhead and where does she live?
Well, I don't know that. She didn't tell me.
Well, then how did she expect you to get to her with the dough?
Well, she said if I was agreeable, she'd tell me where I could leave the money, and she'd later leave the picture in the same place. But I told her nothing doing. I'd go to the police first. Then she hung up.
Well, you did the right thing by coming to the police.
Well, but if she sends that picture to my wife's an understanding woman, Lieutenant, but after all, if I could get my hands on that girl, I swear I'd kill her.
Hey, go on. Pick up your wife at the station, Daly, and relax. I'll drop into the Hi-Hat Club, see if that redheaded is known over there, and Daly, make sure your wife puts you on a leash.
Lieutenant Clover.
Yeah, Sergeant, what's up?
Looking all over for you, Lieutenant. Broadway Towers. Detective Tom Donnelly's already up there, apartment 5E. Some dame there, found dead, Lieutenant. Looks like murder.
How do you like that? Just when I was staring up at the skyscrapers wishing I was a pigeon. All right, let's go, Sergeant. Broadway Towers. Who is she, Tom?
Name Rita Rondell, Danny, according to the building superintendent.
Redhead, huh?
Yeah. Fractured skull.
Body was discovered by the super,
Yeah. No witnesses. No one seen entering or leaving.
Hey, look over that back room, Sarge.
Right, Lieutenant.
Say you found the phone off the hook, Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks like the whole scuffle was over that phone.
Yeah. Hey, what's this written on the calendar here, Danny? Bobo, 1 p.m.
Yeah, let me see. Bobo. Could be some guy. Ask around the stem, Tom. Any characters named Bobo.
Okay.
You say Doc places a death about 1:10. Huh?
Right.
Well, whoever a visitor was, boy, they had quite a tussle.
Say, Danny, look here. I found some photographs hidden in the bottom of this drawer. Take a look.
Well, what do you know?
What's the matter, Danny?
Hey, you remember that nice guy, Daly, from Little Rock, came in the station house this noon about a blackmailing redhead?
Yeah?
Yeah, this is him. With Rita Rondell. Taken against the bar at the Hi-Hat Club. Look.
Yeah, how about that, huh? This must have been the dame who was trying to shake him down. And this is the frame-up picture she meant to sock him with.
Yeah, so this is the redhead. And me, I'm looking all over for her.
Open and shut. Remember, he said he'd like to kill her? Never can tell. He didn't look that mad.
Well.
Like I always say, cherchez le motive and you got your man. Shall I bring him in?
Hey, hold your horses, Tom. There's no evidence he had anything to do with this, but I better drop in on him and have a little chat.
Question him, huh?
Yeah. Anything else turns up, let me know. And check Bobo.
Right.
I'll keep in touch. Poor Daly. I feel sorry for him. And with a wife just arrived in town. Tom, this is going to be a heartbreaker. Especially if the little lady from Arkansas answers the door.
Coming. Just a moment.
Mrs. Daly?
Yes?
Is your husband in?
Why, yes. He's just lying down for a bit. Who shall I say is...
Mrs. Daly, I'm Lieutenant...
Well, isn't old Artie? Clean forgot our appointment, fella.
Huh?
Oh, darling, I want you to meet Art Smith. He was my lieutenant, 3rd Airborne. The old dog. Imagine meeting him at the convention after all these years.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith, just imagine. You two must be thrilled. I guess New York's the place one meets all
Be right with you, Art. I just put on my jacket now.
Yeah. Okay, I'll wait.
How do you like the little missus, Art?
Oh, just fine. Pleased to meet you, ma'am. Step on it, Pete, huh?
Won't take a minute, Art.
Why? Where are you boys off to?
Oh, Cookie, I forgot to tell you. I promised Art I'd have a cup of coffee with him. You know, catch up on the old gang. He leaves for Cincinnati in a little while.
Mrs. Daly, does your husband often go to conventions alone?
Oh, heavens, no. This is the first time we've ever been separated in the 3 years we've been married.
I see.
Ben Cotton, his partner, was going too, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, I know that Peter wouldn't even look at anyone else.
Oh, let's go, Art.
All right, Peter. Let's go down to that coffee shop and have that little chat. Yeah, we can talk right here in the lobby.
Yeah, okay.
That's one sweet wife, Daly.
Yeah, you can say that again. You can see why I didn't want to let on you were a police officer.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, Lieutenant Clover, did you ask in that nightclub like you promised to find out if anyone knows that red-headed blackmailer? She hasn't sent that picture yet.
You wouldn't be kidding me, mister, would you?
What do you mean?
When did you see her last, this Rita Rundell?
Oh, is that her name? You found that out? Well, why, last night at that bar.
You didn't go to her apartment today? At 1 o'clock, say? You know, son, if you're on the level with me, I'd be about the happiest guy on earth.
What do you mean, Lieutenant? If I'm on the level? What's up?
Rita's dead, son.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. We found that picture you were talking about in her apartment.
What happened?
Oh, there was a scuffle from the look of the place, and she fell against something in the struggle and fractured her skull. I don't know. Probably accidental, but there'll be a manslaughter rap for somebody.
My gosh. Well, who do you suppose?
Daly, right now, I don't have any idea, but my men are going over that apartment, inch by inch, police routine. I'll get a report just as soon as I call headquarters, but before I put in that call, were you or were you not in Rita Rundell's apartment?
No. Well, I told you before I didn't even know where she lived.
Good. Come on, now let's walk over here to the phone. I'll call headquarters, and if nothing else turned up, you can go back upstairs to your wife.
Yeah, she'll think it's funny, my leaving her to talk with you so soon after she gets to New York.
Yeah, you wait outside the booth, will you? I'll only be a minute. Clover. Sergeant, anything turn up on the Rondell dame's place? Uh-huh. Yeah. I see you. No, you didn't. There's nothing else, huh? Out where? Oh, then he... I see. Thanks, Sergeant. Daly, where's your hat?
My hat?
Your hat.
Well, I must have left it up in my room.
Shall we go up and see?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe I lost it.
That's right. You lost it at Rita Rundell's apartment.
What are you driving at, Clover?
It was found on her fire escape. Has your initials.
Well, lots of people have initials.
Okay. Then let your wife identify it.
No, I'll leave my wife out of it. I'll tell you where I lost it. Come to think of it, I remember now. Yeah, at that bar last night where I met her. That's right. I missed it when I got back to the hotel. So either that girl or someone else picked it up and... Well, maybe that explains how...
Brother, you killed me. You were wearing that hat in the station house this noon. I'm sorry, Daly. I'll have to take you to headquarters. I'm charging you with manslaughter.
You're listening to Broadway's My Beat. We'll continue in just a minute, but first, Sunday nights on CBS are famous for their top comedy with Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, and the other great comedians, for the splendid drama that Helen Hayes brings each week, and for the appearance of one of the greatest detectives in modern times, Sam Spade, created by Dashiell Hammett. Sam Spade's approach to crime detection has now become the pattern for many another sleuth. But none so well combines the hard-boiled view toward a fast dollar, the down-to-earth appreciation of a well-formed ankle, and the readiness with a wisecrack. A bestseller in the fiction field, Sam Spade's adventures on the air are now among the top-rating mystery shows. You will find here tonight and every Sunday night on most of these same stations, Sam Spade, ready for rough-and-tumble action and a battle of wits in the best Dashiell Hammett tradition. And now back to the 16th Precinct and Detective Danny Clover.
Why, this is awful. Look, Lieutenant, I'm from Daly's hometown, and I've known him for years. Why, he couldn't have had anything to do with this.
Mr. Cotton, I know you're Daly's friend, and I know how you feel. I simply phoned you, seeing as you're a friend of the family, to notify Mrs. Daly of her husband's arrest.
Yes, of course. Well, she wasn't in her room when I stepped by, so I rushed down here as fast as I could. Those two are so much in love, Lieutenant, I just don't have the heart to tell her.
Any luck this time, Tom?
Nah. Try to persuade Daly again, but no soap, Danny.
See, Mr. Cotton, we offered to allow your friend a few minutes to call his wife, tell her himself about his arrest, but he says he can't do it.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Cotton. Says it'd kill him to tell her. Why don't you tell her?
Oh, she's such a sweet kid. She's going to take this awful hard. You see, in a way, I feel kind of responsible for this, being here with Ben. I just don't believe I could face her.
Tom?
Unless it's an order, Lieutenant. I'd rather be included out.
Okay. I guess a policeman's job can include almost anything. I'll get over there right now. Oh, Tom, come here a minute.
Yes, Lieutenant? Yeah, Danny?
You didn't find any guy anywhere named Bobo.
No Bobo.
No Bobo. All right, then, that's that. Okay, fellas, I'm on my way. Oh, believe me, this is going to be tough. Breaking the bad news to the little lady from Arkansas.
I'm coming, Peter. Peter, Oh, why, it's you, Mr. Smith. Where'd you two boys get lost? Where's Peter? Isn't he with you?
No. No, Mrs. Daly. Say, let's go inside. I want to talk to you.
But I don't understand, Mr. Smith. Where is Pete?
Well, the fact is, Mrs. Daly...
Where, for goodness sake?
Well, I mean, the fact is, Mrs. Daly, I'm not...
I looked downstairs for you two and couldn't find you anywhere. And now you come back alone and... Do tell me, you frightened me. Has something happened to him? Mr. Smith, I thought you had to catch a train.
Well, now, you see, that's just what I wanted to explain, Mrs. Daly.
Oh, I get it now. You went to a bar instead of the coffee shop, so you missed your train and he... Oh, Mr. Smith, why didn't you say so in the first place? You had me so worried.
Oh, well, no, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Where is he? Is he in bad shape?
Well,
you just bring him back here, no matter what condition he's in, and I'll take care of him. Maybe some coffee would help. Do you hear me, Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith?
Mrs. Daly, I'm not Mr. Smith.
What? You're not?
It was all just an act. I'm sorry. I mean, your husband called me that when I came in before, and, well, I played along.
An act? What in heaven's name are you talking about? And who are you?
Detective Lieutenant Danny Clover, ma'am, of the 16th Precinct. Your husband... Oh, now, wait a minute. Here, let me help you. Hey, Perhaps you better sit down.
No, I'm all right. Please go on. Something happened to him. An accident or something. Is he hurt badly?
No, he isn't hurt.
Oh, that's good.
Ma'am, your husband is under arrest.
Under arrest? Peter? Nonsense, what for?
Well, you see, it dates back to before you arrived, naturally. You see, last night he got into a jam at a nightclub.
A jam?
I mean, that is, there was a girl at the bar next to him.
A girl?
No, don't get me wrong there, ma'am. In that respect, I assure you, but it's something else that happened, and... now, Mrs. Daly, let me tell you the whole story from the beginning.
He wouldn't do anything.
No, but please don't get me wrong, ma'am.
You mean he got mixed up with a girl, but he couldn't?
Oh, no, it's not that. There was this red-headed... Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait. Oh, I'm no good at this sort of thing, Mrs. Daly.
Go on.
Well, look, it was all a framed-up thing. Your husband came up to the station this morning and told us the whole thing. Your husband was blackmailed.
Blackmailed? But you said he was framed.
Yeah, well, as far as the the girl is concerned, there's nothing to it.
Oh, of course, I should have known.
He was framed with a picture taken at a bar and, well, to protect you, to keep you from seeing that picture.
Well, a picture? What would I have cared about an old picture? There's nothing to it. Everything's all right. But you said Peter was arrested.
Well, you see, ma'am, to keep you from seeing that picture, I figure maybe he went up to that girl's room and there was a little fight or a struggle or something, and this girl fell.
Oh, she's hurt.
She's dead.
Dead? She's dead?
Oh, no, he didn't mean well, it's a charge we call manslaughter.
Manslaughter? He didn't. He couldn't have killed anyone. Does he say he didn't?
Yes, ma'am. He denies he was even in her apartment, but you see, there's some evidence.
Then I believe him. And you've got to believe him, Lieutenant. My husband's never told a lie in his life. He's incapable of lying. Ask anyone in Little Rock where he's loved and respected, and they'll tell you.
But, Mrs. Daly, the evidence
I don't care
shows
what
that...
evidence you say you've got. His word's good enough for
Look,
me.
Mrs. Daly...
And I'll tell you something else, sir. If he was guilty, he'd have told me so. In our whole married life, he's never held back one single little thing. Lieutenant, my husband didn't kill that girl. And if he says so, he was never even up in her apartment.
Well, ma'am, I'm glad to hear you talk like that. I was pretty sore your husband was holding out on me, but maybe there's a chance he was telling the truth. Could be he was framed again. I'll go back and have another talk with him.
I'll be praying, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Mrs. Daly. You do that.
Danny, Peter Daly's confessed.
Confess? Oh, no.
I just visited him again in his cell with his friend, Mr. Cotton here. Darned if Daly didn't say...
Wait a minute, Detective Donnelly. Peter did not confess. At least not to killing that girl. He just admitted that he went up to her apartment and he saw her lying with her head in the kitchenette against a milk bottle. She was already dead.
That's an old one, Danny, you know. She was already dead.
Lieutenant, you got to believe him.
I tell you what. I think I'll have a talk with him myself. Hello, Daly.
They told you, Lieutenant Clover?
Yeah. Yeah, so you were holding out on me. You were in that Rondell Dane's apartment.
Oh, I was afraid to admit.
You know, you should have told me everything right from the beginning.
Well, after I left here this morning, I stopped back at the hotel, and she called me again. Said she'd settled for $25. So I figured it'd be worth that much to get the thing over with. I didn't tell you about it because I was afraid it'd get in the paper.
It'll make the papers now, all right. Go on.
Well, she gave me her address. I went up there, and the door was partly open.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go in, but I could see through the open door, and she was lying on the floor.
When you were talking to Donnelly and your friend just now, you told them she was lying with her head in the kitchenette.
Oh, no, I couldn't see her head.
Oh, I see. Then what'd you do?
Well, then I heard someone coming. I got scared, so I ran down the fire escape.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please believe me, Lieutenant. Poor Joan, she comes to New York for once in her life, and this has to happen.
Daly, How long have you known this pal of yours? What's his name?
Cotton?
Yeah.
Oh, way back from school days.
How does he get along with your wife?
Oh, fine. Well, you see, Lieutenant, he and Joan were sort of engaged at one time. Before I met her, that is. Naturally, when Joan and I fell in love...
So that's the way it goes, huh? Did he marry someone else?
No. Ben's still a bachelor.
Still a bachelor, huh?
What's so strange about that?
Well, what do you know?
Lieutenant Clover, you back again? This is the third time today. What gives?
Like this, like that. Hey, a couple of perfectos, lover.
Did you come in here to see me, or did I see you keeping an open eye on that gentleman from 305 that just got on the elevator?
Hey, you know him?
Shouldn't I? He smokes cigars.
His name's Ben Cotton from Little Rock. I think I'll go up and have a word.
Mm-hmm. Give Bobo my best. You know, for an out-of-towner, the tips he hands out... Oh.
Bobo, did you say?
Yeah, Bobo. You know how it is at these conventions, the nicknames you pick up. I've heard some good ones, but Bobo, that kills me. Everyone around here calls him that.
Oh, thanks, Sally. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for what?
Oh, nothing, lover. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, why, Lieutenant Clover.
What's the matter, Mr. Cotton? You going somewhere?
Why? What do you...
I see your suitcase is all packed there on the bed.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Yeah, I'm going back home.
Bobo.
Hmm?
A note on Rita Rondell's calendar. Probably expecting some guy named Bobo at 1 o'clock. You know any Bobo?
Why, well, that happens to be sort of a nickname of mine. I picked it up here at the convention. Why?
Well, you said you didn't even know the girl. You know the inside of Rita's apartment better than Peter did, Bobo. He didn't tell you her head was against a milk bottle.
Oh, I never said...
No, you arranged for Rita to bump into Peter like at that nightclub. Get a picture taken with him. And then she was to send it to his wife. I'll tell you why you arranged it, too. You were in love with his wife. You wanted her to think the worst, maybe, and throw him over for you. Come on, come clean, Bobo.
All right. I was up to that double-crossing redhead's apartment, but I didn't mean to kill her.
Let's have the story.
Well, I told her yesterday I'd give her $100 if she could manage to get her picture taken with him and send it to his wife.
Oh. And then this Rita pulled a fast one. Asked Daly for $500 for it.
Yeah, that's right. But when Peter went to the police about it, I got scared.
So you went up to her apartment today at 1, huh?
Yes, I did. To make her call the whole thing off.
And she demanded from you the price she was asking from Peter, $500.
That's right. And when I refused...
She threatened to expose you to your friend Daly. Began to phone him at his hotel.
Yes. That's just the way it happened. I struggled with her for the phone. I gave her a push, and she fell... But I swear, Lieutenant, it was an accident.
So that's that.
Well, okay, Lieutenant, I'm ready to go to jail. But I don't know what got into me. Trying to do something like that to my best friend.
The old triangle, huh?
Well, you see, I've been in love with Joan for a long time. Longer than Peter. But he came along and she married him, and, well, ever since I've been hoping, waiting for a chance.
Chance to break them up.
Yeah, that's right. But I didn't mean to go so far. Once I got into it...
You got into it, all right.
Yeah, I guess I've been a real number one heel, huh?
Mister, that's the greatest understatement since... come on.
Papa! That's us, Joan.
All right, Peter. Lieutenant Clover, I don't know how to say...
We'll never be able to thank you for all you've done.
Oh, skip it, Arkansas. Hey, just promise me one thing, will you?
What's that?
Well, I mean, you've come to New York. This is the first time for both of you, isn't it?
That's right.
You've had a pretty rough time. You got one impression of New York, the wrong one. Come back and give it another whirl, will you?
That's a promise.
I want to see you both again, you know. So, you know, miss, I don't often meet somebody like you. Why, the faith, the trust you have in your husband is...
Oh, you see, Lieutenant.
We're in love.
It's getting late now. 1,000,000 lights have gone out. But I'm thinking about people. On Broadway, in Arkansas, good, bad. They get into trouble here like everywhere else. Only maybe here it's just a little bit easier. On the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Columbia has just brought you Broadway's My Beat, with Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover. Gene Carson was Sally. John Forsythe was Tom. Today's broadcast was written by Joseph Roscoe and produced and directed by John Dietz. The musical score was composed and conducted by Robert Stringer. This is Bern Bennett speaking. In just a moment, CBS begins the presentation of its 10 great Sunday evening entertainments. In order, tonight, you'll hear Barbara Stanwyck starring on the Prudential Hour, followed by the unsurpassed comedy of Ozzie and Harriet, Jack Benny, and Amos and Andy in succession. Sam Spade takes over next, and then on to Lum and Abner's delightful Jot 'em Down store in Pine Ridge, Arkansas. Then from Pine Ridge to England, as the First Lady of Broadway, Helen Hayes, brings you Noel Coward's famous motion picture, Brief Encounter. A solid hour and a half of laughs follow, with Eve Arden as the ardent schoolmistress, our Miss Brooks, with J. Carroll Nash as Luigi, and the little Italian immigrant, with the geniuses on It Pays to Be Ignorant. They'll all be heard on most of these same CBS stations, with Jack Benny, of course, coming to you on all of them. So start your stay-tuned Sunday evening with CBS now, as Barbara Stanwyck stars on the Prudential Hour. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Is there life on Mars? For centuries we have wondered. Now, for the first time, through the new photographic miracle of Cinemagic, you will see the wonders of this strange and terrifying world when you see the Angry Red Planet. Join this daring crew, the first in the scientific race between nations to attempt to land on Mars.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
Blast off from Earth with courageous astronauts Gerald Moore, Nora Hayden, Les Tremaine, Jack Crucian. Travel thousands of miles through space to the unknown. Cinemagic is not being shown to you now, but this wild land comes alive in Cinemagic. You'll see buildings miles high in Cinemagic. Journey to the center of sudden terror in Cinemagic. Be trapped by the tentacles of man-devouring plants in Cinemagic. Feel the fire-hot breath of a 40-foot monster as it reaches for you in Cinemagic. Your eyes will see the wonders of a world no eyes in this world have ever seen before.
I wonder, will we ever get back to Earth?
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company, and they're all in uniform.
Well, George has been a very unhappy man since that bane of his existence, handsome Gordon Cates, moved in next door. We find George watching him through the window as we meet the people who live in the Burns home, George and Gracie.
Look at that big gorilla, running around the backyard in his shorts. Thinks he's an athlete.
Oh, now, George, you're just aggravating yourself. Get away from the window.
Putting on a show for the neighbors just because he's got a beautiful body.
Oh, don't look at him. Get away from the window.
What a conceited guy. Showing off his bulging muscles.
George, will you please get away from the window?
Why?
I want to look.
Oh, fine.
Well, so that's the great Gordon Cates. What's that thing he's tossing up in the air?
That's what makes him so healthy. That's a medicine ball.
Well, let him have his health. I don't want you swallowing a thing like that.
You don't swallow it. Toss it around to build up, to build you up and to build up your body. I'll have to admit he's got the kind of figure women crave.
Not me, George. I never did crave a big, muscular, broad-shouldered figure like that.
Really?
Well, of course not. How would I look in an evening gown?
Well, anyway, I wish he'd... Hey, look at that. He's pulling the lemons off our tree.
Well, the nerve is... I'll put a stop to that. Mr. Case, you stop picking those lemons.
Well, if it isn't the lovely Mrs. Burns.
You stop it now.
How can you look so charming this early in the morning?
Never mind. Just get away from those lemons.
You look younger every day.
Well, you can pick one or two.
Not only younger, but more beautiful, if such a thing is possible.
George, go down and help him pick the lemons.
Now, stop that. Kates, get away from those lemons.
I don't have to. They're on my side of the fence.
Oh, yeah? Then I'll come down and make you stop. Take that. And that. And take that. There. Now, I've given you a dozen lemons. Are you satisfied?
Why, sure. There's no reason for us to be quarrelsome neighbors, George. Now, the lemons on my side of the fence are legally mine.
And Gracie is legally mine.
Yes, you big blonde wolf. I suppose just because you've got curly hair and broad shoulders and big muscles, that makes you more attractive than my husband.
No, it doesn't.
Really? Then what does?
Gracie, whose side are you on?
Why, I'm on your side, darling.
Well, say something in my
well,
favor.
I don't like conceited men who think they're so handsome.
Oh, now, Mrs. Burns, have you ever heard me say that I'm handsome?
Well, no.
You haven't?
No.
Well, I am, you know.
Come on, Gracie, let's go in the house.
Now, George, calm down. Why should you get upset over a nobody like Gordon Cates? Why, you're a big star. You're a famous personality.
Yeah, that's right.
Why, when the average person walks into a restaurant and asks for a table, the waiter insults them. But not you. You're a celebrity. The head waiter insults you. Come in.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mr. Burns.
What's good about it?
Well, now, look, you'll have to excuse George. Our next-door neighbor has him all upset.
You mean handsome Gordon Cates?
Yes. He's getting under my husband's skin.
Well, he'll fill it out much better than your husband. Mr. Cates has the most beautiful physique I've ever seen. Next to mine, of course. Just look at him racing down the street on that bicycle.
Hey, that's my bicycle. I left it in his garage before he moved in.
Well, go get it.
You bet I will. Hey, Cates, get off that bike. Who do you think you are?
Oh, that Mr. Cates is a terrible man. He stole our lemons, and he's stolen George's bicycle. Why, for 2 cents, he'd steal your wife.
Have you got change of a nickel?
Oh, now, Mr. Postman, surely you don't want to get rid of your wife.
You say some rather fantastic things.
Well, have you really made an effort to get along with her?
Oh, I've tried everything. I even bought 2 lovebirds and put them where my wife could watch them. I thought it might give her ideas.
Did it?
No, but it gave the lovebirds ideas. They beat each other's brains out.
Oh, my goodness. Tell me, Mr. Postman, why did you ever marry your wife?
I didn't know we were getting married. She told me it was a civil service examination. Well, I'd better be running along. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman. Oh, here comes George, empty-handed.
You like that big ape. He wouldn't give me the bicycle. Said I couldn't prove it was mine.
The bully.
Didn't want to start a fight on account of my glasses.
That's right. You didn't have them on.
Yeah.
But Mr. Cates seems very friendly. Now, you see, he's looking out of the window at you. He's giving you the Boy Scout salute.
Where?
Right there. Only, George, I thought they put their finger to their forehead.
That does it. I'm going next door and punk him. I'm gonna poke him right in the eye.
Yeah?
Cates, you've been asking for this.
Oh, sit down, dear. I'll get a piece of beefsteak for your eye.
Felix Mills to the orchestra, and I'm confessing that I love you.
I'm confessing that I love you. Tell me, do you love me too? I'm confessing that I need you, honest I do. Need you every moment, in your eyes I read such strange things, but your lips deny they're true. Will your answer really change things, making me blue? I'm afraid someday you'll leave me, saying can't we still be friends? If you go, you know you'll grieve me. All in life on you depends. Am I guessing that you love me? Am I dreaming dreams of you in bed? I'm confessing that I love you over again.
How does your eye feel, dear?
Terrible. What a sight I must be.
Oh, it's not so bad. You know, I never could decide whether I like you better with brown eyes or blue eyes. Now you have one of each.
That Gordon Cates. Gotta figure a way to get that guy to move.
I've got an idea. We'll smear mud all over the front of the house and soap the windows.
That's a thought.
Sure. And then when he sees how terrible our house looks, he won't want to live next door to it. Forget it, huh?
I would, yes.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, Uncle John.
Say, I was just watching Gordon Cates ride his bicycle down the street. He certainly is an attractive fellow.
Yes, he even caught George's eye.
Hey, your pal Gordon Cates gave me the shiner.
Uncle John, see if you can cheer George up.
Why, you bet I'll cheer you up, George. That Gordon Cates is no pal of mine. Picking on a little anemic, defenseless fella like you.
Look, Uncle John.
What's more, he's a coward. Hitting you in the eye so you couldn't see to run away.
Uncle John.
He thinks he's such a big, powerful man, giving you a black eye. Why, anybody could do that.
All right, you've cheered me up enough, Uncle.
It burns me up to see a man pick on you just because you're past the age where you can defend yourself. I
know you like me, yes, you like me, Uncle.
I'll be in the den if you want me to cheer you up some more.
Isn't Uncle John sweet, George? I want him to stay with us permanently.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
Gracie, I'll make a little bargain with you. If you can think of a way to get Gordon Cates to move, I'll let your Uncle John stay with him.
Oh, how wonderful. I'll run down to the man who rented Mr. Cates the house and see if he has any suggestions.
Okay.
Now, if Mr. Cates starts anything, you just snub him. Turn your back on him.
I will.
Oh, on second thought, you better not. If he can hit a small target like your eye, think what he could do to a great big...
Never mind, never mind.
But, Mr. Perkins, you rented him the house. Can't you unrent it?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns, but there's no way to make Mr. Gates move. Unless, of course, he happens to break a zoning regulation.
Zoning regulation? What's that?
Well, certain things can't be done in certain neighborhoods. For instance, in yours, no person may keep pigs on their property. No person may...
Oh, I see. If they kept pigs, they'd get thrown out?
Yes, but I'm sure that pigs would never enter Mr. Gates' mind.
No, but they might enter his garage. Oh, thanks for your help, Mr. Perkins.
Well, I've given you no help.
You're cute. Well, it's nice of you to drive me out to the country, Harry.
Oh, I'm glad to do it, Gracie, but you haven't told me what you're doing out in the country.
Oh, I'm going to buy a pig.
Oh, shopping for a little ham, huh?
Oh, no. George doesn't even know about it. And, Harry, I wish you wouldn't call him that.
Well, Gracie, I didn't... Well, let it go. It's a natural mistake. Here's a farm where I think you'll find some good pigs.
Harry, you seem awfully familiar with this lonely country road.
Oh, well, this is where I bring my girls on dates, you know. We park under that big elm over there.
Why, Harry.
Oh, I don't just bring any girl out here, you know.
No?
No, she's got to have an A coupon. I'm no dummy, you know.
Oh, Harry, I'm surprised at you. A big grown-up man parking with girls. Now, if you were a boy, it wouldn't be so bad.
Can I tell you something? It's not so bad anyway. It's fun, you know. I put my arm around her, and she puts her head on my shoulder.
Then what?
Oh.
Oh, well, let it go, Harry. This is where I get out.
Funny, that's what all the other girls say. Look, Gracie, I'll pick you up here in about a half hour, huh? And say, let me give you a tip. If you want to get a good pig, don't let on that you're a city girl.
Well, now, don't worry. I'll act like a regular straw seed. Don't they call a country boy Rube?
Yeah.
Well, they'll think my name is Ruby. See you later, Harry. I'm looking for the owner of this farm, by cracky.
No need to keep a looking, Mom. I'm her.
Oh. Well, I'm Mrs. Burns, by heck.
Howdy, Mom. Howdy.
Tolerable.
Was there anything I could do for you?
Yes, I want to buy a pig, by gum.
What sort of a pig, Mom? A shoat?
Well, I don't care how short it is, but it's got to be fat.
I reckon we can find a critter to suit you.
Oh, and don't think you can put anything over on me. I used to live on a farm myself.
Oh. Well, I reckon yourn was more than just a plain old dirt farm.
Oh, yes. We didn't have to raise our dirt. It just grew wild.
Well, you're awful pretty to work on a farm.
Tolerable. But I didn't mind the work. I was up every morning popping the corn, bucking the wheat, plowing away with my horses hitched to the silo.
You sure do know a sight about farming, all right.
Tolerable.
Well, there's all my pigs in the field over yonder. See one you like?
Oh, let's see now. Yeah, that one leaning up against the fence looks good.
You wouldn't want that pig, ma'am.
Why not?
It's a sheep.
Oh, sure. You see, it's still a little chilly, so I thought they might be wearing their winter coats.
Better let me pick one out for you, lady.
All right.
I expect when you get this here pig home, you will just have a big barbecue with all the trimmings.
Well, certainly not. Why should I cook for a pig? Not for me, anyhow. I'm going to put it in a neighbor's garage.
I'll be dogged if I even try to figure it out. I'll wait here, you wait here, and I'll fetch you one.
Tolerable.
Uncle John, has Gracie come home yet?
Oh, I saw her drive up in front with Harry Von Zell a few minutes ago. They unloaded a pig.
Gracie bought a pig?
I guess so.
Well, that's one way to get bacon. Of course, we won't have it long with Gordon Cates next door. He'll steal that just like he stole my lemons and my bicycle.
Cheer up, George. Nothing but trouble can come to a man who steals from a poor, defenseless...
Now, don't start cheering me up again, Uncle.
Well, anyway, Georgia, I'm going next door and get those things back for you.
Well, George, your worries are over. Gordon Cates won't be in this neighborhood long.
Excuse me. I got something to attend to before he moves.
Gracie, how come Cates is leaving?
Well, I bought a pig.
And a bit of...
Oh, no. I put it in his garage. You see, there's a zoning law against having pigs in this neighborhood. So all we have to do now is call the police, and they'll make him move.
Why, Gracie, that's downright brilliant.
Well, yeah. You didn't know there were 2 smart members to this family, did you?
No.
Well, there are. Mother and I both know our way around.
Well, this is great. Look at Cates out there in his shorts again. That's just the way the police will find him.
Yeah, this time they're really going to catch him with his pants.
You said it. Hand me the phone. This will teach Mr. Gordon Cates that he can't outsmart me.
Outsmart who?
Outsmart you.
Oh.
Hello, police headquarters? Listen, there's a man in the 200 block on Cannon Drive raising pigs in his garage. Yeah, you better come right over. Yeah.
By golly, George was right. Here's his bicycle in Mr. Cates' garage, big as life. Well, I'll be darned. He's already stolen the pig. Well, come along, little piggy. You're going right back to George's garage where you belong.
All right, me fine bucko. You'll just stay here in this cell until the judge wants to see you. We'll teach you to raise pigs in a restricted zone.
Well, George, you said you wanted to see Gordon Cates inside of a jail. There he is.
Where?
Coming in the door to bail you out.
Don't forget, George and Gracie will be on hand next week. Now, in the time remaining, we bring in Raymond Scott and his distinctive music. Dorothy Collins will handle the vocal chores. Downbeat, Mr. Scott.
walk alone, because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I'll walk alone. They'll ask me why, and I'll tell them I'd rather. There are dreams I must gather, dreams we fashioned the night you held me tight. I'll always be near you wherever you are, each night in every prayer. If you call, I'll hear you. No matter how far, just close your eyes and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ingredient number 1, a very warm, very wonderful story about a boy, a girl, and a very special kind of problem.
Did you hear what I said, Miss Kubelik? I absolutely adore you.
Shut up and deal.
Ingredient number 2, a brilliant cast. Jack Lemmon in a delightful role which gives full rein to Jack's amazing versatility. Shirley MacLaine, whose glowing warmth lights up the screen like a Christmas tree. Fred McMurray. This is a Fred McMurray you've never seen before.
You know, you see a girl a couple of times a week just for laughs, and right away they think you're going to divorce your wife. I ask you, is that fair?
No, sir, it's very unfair, especially to your wife.
Yeah.
Ingredient number 3, Billy Wilder. There's nothing quite like that Billy Wilder, some like it hot kind of laughter.
Are we dressing for dinner?
You know, just come as you are.
Say, you're pretty good with that racket.
You should see my backhand. Where did you see me serve the meatballs?
Mildred, he's at it again.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Chickens Come Home to Roost. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, well-known playboy and publisher of the Daily Sentinel, gradually awakened to the insistent ringing of the phone beside his bed. He yawned, turned on the light, and noticed it was after 3 a.m. Then he reached for the phone.
Hello?
Reed, this is Axford.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Axford, why aren't you home and in bed? What's the idea of...
Down at Cops headquarters. A call just came in. I phoned the story to the Sentinel, and then I thought you'd like to hear about it.
Look, I can't think of anything that would interest me at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going back to sleep.
Now, hold on a minute. When something happens to one of the biggest guys in the city, a guy you know, I thought you'd like
What's happened to whom? Get to the point.
You know James Hartford, the financier?
Of course I know James Hartford. What about him?
Well, he just committed suicide, that's what.
What? Suicide? James Hartford?
That's right. So I thought I'd call you in case you wanted something special in the Bulldog edition.
That is news. Are they sure it was suicide?
Sure. There's no doubt about that, Reed.
Well, I am glad you called. Did you get a hold of Gunnigan?
Yeah, I phoned him at home. He's gone down to the Sentinel.
Good, I'll phone him there. I'll be down first thing in the morning.
Sorry to wake you up, but
That's okay. Glad you did. I'll see you in the morning.
Right. So long, Reed.
Goodbye.
following morning, Britt Reed was in his office at the Daily Sentinel discussing the Hartford death with his secretary, Lenore Case, and with Mike Axford.
The death of old man Hartford certainly has created a panic on the stock market.
You said it, Reed. They say things are really in a mess down there this morning.
Well, why should his death affect the stock market to such an extent, Mr. Reed?
His holdings ran into millions in this case. Only yesterday it was rumored that Hartford was about to swing a big merger of some kind. There was quite a flurry on the exchange because of it.
What I'm anxious to find out is why a guy like him would commit suicide.
Oh, are they sure it was suicide, Michael?
Of course, according to the story.
What is the story?
Well, it seems he had a meeting of some kind in his study at his place. It lasted late. His wife, his nephew, and the butler were in the living room waiting for the visitors to leave. The wife and nephew came into the hall just as the butler let the visitors out. The three of them heard the shot and rushed into the study in time to see Hartford fall across his desk.
Well, that's proof enough that he killed himself, all right.
Yes, it is, but... Well, I wonder why.
Well, frankly, the rumor I heard yesterday was that if the merger didn't go through as Hartford planned, he'd have his back to the wall.
Huh. That guy sure has pushed plenty of other people against the wall in his time.
You can say that again. He was vicious in his dealings and let many of his own friends go under when he could have helped them.
Then it seems to me that the chickens have come home to roost, as they say.
Well, that's a neat way to put it, Miss Case. It hits the nail on the head. Yes?
This is Gunnigan, Chief. A flash just came through from the newsroom giving the lowdown on why Hartford killed himself.
What does it say?
Hartford was putting over a merger with Cornwall and Murray. When they met last night, he found that they'd squeezed him out. He stood to lose everything he owned.
So that was it.
Get a story written up on that, Gunnigan. Meantime, I'll get an editorial ready and send it to you within half an hour.
Okay, Chief.
Now, isn't that something, though?
It sure is. In this case, I'll whip up a short editorial. I'll use that chickens come home to roost idea of yours, and we'll get it to Gunnigan. There's plenty of dope on Hartford in the morgue. Get it for me, will you?
Yes, sir. I'll get it to you right away. It won't take me long to find it.
And as for you, Axford, don't stand there with your mouth open. I have work to do.
Work? Oh, yeah. I'll beat it down and see if Gunnigan has an assignment for me. See you later, Reed.
Oh, that word work stumped him. Now to get started on that editorial about Hartford.
That afternoon, a short time after Britt Reed had returned from a late lunch, Miss Case announced a visitor.
What is it, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, there's a man here to see you, and, well, he seems very angry about something. Here's his card.
Mr. Charles Hartford. Why, he's James Hartford's nephew.
Yes, that's what I thought. Do you want to see him?
Why not? Show Mr. Hartford in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed will see you, Mr. Hartford.
Thanks.
Come right in, Mr. Hartford.
Listen here, Reed. What's the idea of writing this rotten editorial?
Won't you sit down?
No, thanks.
Something wrong?
Yes, there is. Plenty. I've read your editorial about my uncle, and I've a good mind to sue you and your paper for libel.
Editorial? I'm afraid
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yes, that.
Look at that heading. Chickens come home to roost. You've got a lot of nerve to write that sort of thing about a man who's dead and can't fight back. I tell you, the more I think of it, the more I'm determined that such a libelous article as that should be...
Hold on, Mr. Hartford. Perhaps the editorial is a little rough, but it speaks the truth. Therefore, there's no cause for libel.
My uncle was a keen businessman. The truth is that Cornwall and Murray pulled a legal swindle after getting him to tie up his holdings. Uncle James knew he was sunk, and he couldn't take it.
You call it a legal swindle when it happens to your uncle. But would he have called it that when he manipulated the market, causing disaster to many small investors?
That's neither here nor there. I still say that editorial you wrote this morning is material.
Hartford, I respect the fact that James Hartford is dead. But that editorial states the known facts, and I don't intend to retract one word of it. Now, if you have anything else to discuss before you leave...
Cornwall and Murray forced my uncle to his death. And you beat on his casket with stuff like that. They lied and cheated, yet there's no legal way to get back at them. And you skirt the law of libel by claiming that you printed the truth. Well, by thunder, if I had it in my power, I'd see to it that each of you got what you deserve.
Listen, Hartford. You're in my office. You've had your say. Now take your hat And don't slam the door as you go out.
Why, you...
Good afternoon, Mr. Hartford. And, don't forget your paper. You may want to read that editorial again.
This is what I think of your rotten paper. I've never come up against a man with more brass in my life.
Quite a temper.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Come in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Chickens come home to roost.
Mr. Hartford was surely raging when he came out of here.
I'll say it was. He just saw my editorial, the one about chickens come home to roost. I admit there was nothing subtle about it. It seemed to hit young Hartford like a ton of bricks.
Oh, then that editorial was what Mr. Hartford came to see you about.
That was it. He threatened to sue me and the Daily Sentinel. In fact, he became so obnoxious I had to ask him to leave.
I'm sorry if there's liable to be any trouble over that editorial.
I stuck to the facts, Miss Case, so there's no way you can cause trouble about it. At first, when he plunked that editorial in front of me, I felt a pang of remorse. I didn't be a little easier on the old man. But after what he said, I'm glad it was printed as is.
Frankly, I'm glad you did put it through as you first wrote it. I think you did a wonderful job with it. And the facts stated in your editorial can readily be proved.
That's right.
And Mr. Hartford will soon cool off and forget about it, I guess. Well, is there something you want me to do now, Mr. Reed?
Well, let's get this mail out that's piling up on my desk, and then I'm going on home. I've had enough work for one day.
More than a week passed. The news concerning Hartford's death was stale, and the public had forgotten. One night, Mr. Julius Cornwall, big financier, sat in the library of his luxurious mansion reading. Suddenly, he looked up as the drapes bordering one of the long French windows billowed slightly. Nervously, Cornwall put down his magazine, adjusted his eyeglasses, and stared at the window. Then he sat up, tense and startled, as a masked figure stepped into view.
Who are you? Why have you come here? You came here after money. That's it. I assure you I have very little here in the house, but enough to... Don't stare at me like that. And please, put away that gun. You can have what money there is in the safe. You're moving closer. Why? Why do you act like this? Listen to me. I promise not to call for help. You can take what you want. I'll even open the safe for you if you... Stop it. Stop it. That gun. 3 o'clock, Cap. Hartford. He died at 3. Look, let me pay you anything at all, lad. No, stay away from me. You can't do this, you can't!
The following morning, Britt Reed entered the city room at the Daily Sentinel in time to hear Mike Axford talking excitedly to Gunnigan, the city editor.
I tell you, Gunnigan, there's some new kind of crook. Another one like the Green Hornet in a way.
Could be, but I don't see the comparison.
What's Axford talking about?
You've heard about the Cornwall killing, Chief?
Yes, of course.
Well, that's what we were talking about.
Well, I thought I heard you mention the Green Hornet.
He did, but this wasn't a Hornet job.
You see, Reed, the killer snuck in like the Green Hornet does. Then he kills Cornwall and leaves behind a seal, just like the Hornet.
A seal just like the Hornet seal?
I'll tell you, Reed. It was a homemade seal, sort of. One of them little round kind with the stick-em on the back.
The kind that you can buy at any stationery store.
Sure. It is about half an inch across and had a funny drawing on it in red ink.
What was on it?
Well, I understand the drawing was of a couple of claws holding onto a rod or a bar, whatever that could be for.
Yeah, and the cops found an envelope with Cornwall's address printed on it and containing another one of them seals. It was on Cornwall's desk like he'd received it through the mail that day.
I see. Did he report receiving that seal?
Nope, I guess he didn't think it meant anything.
The cops are already calling the killer by the name The Claw. Now, with the Green Hornet and the Claw running loose, there's no telling what we're in for.
Well, of course, they'll make headlines whenever they do anything.
We could do without some of those headlines. That means someone has to die, Axford.
Mike doesn't care about that, just so long as it isn't him being killed. Well, I gotta get busy. Copy, boy.
Axford, go down to headquarters and stick there. I want every scrap of information you can get about Cornwall's death and about the killer known as the Claw.
Okay, Reed. I'll go right on down. And if the least little thing new breaks, I'll get in touch with you immediately. You can bet on that.
That evening, Britt Reed left his office at the Daily Sentinel building and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Dinner will be ready soon, Mr. Britt. There's some mail on desk.
Thanks, Cato.
Oh, I take coat and hat.
This has been an exciting day with Cornwall's murder breaking.
Oh, yes, sir. I hear some of news on radio. They all talk of sinister killer called the Claw.
That's right. I dropped by police headquarters on the way home and had a look at the seal the killer left. It was crudely drawn. Just 2 claws holding a stick or rod. Short letter from Dad. Doesn't say too much as usual. This one is... Cato,
Yes, sir?
come here a minute.
What matter, Mr. Britt?
This envelope. When did it come?
Oh, that one with printing on it? It come in late mail.
Just as I thought.
What you find inside envelope? There not seem to be letter.
This isn't a letter, Cato. But there is this.
What? Small white seal.
Right. With a crudely drawn claw holding a rod. This is the same warning that was sent to Cornwall before he was murdered.
That not good, Mr. Britt.
At least it may give the Green Hornet a chance to cross the path of the so-called Claw.
Will you not notify police of warning?
No, not now. They'd interfere with my actions by sending out someone as a bodyguard.
Oh, that's true. But if you not tell police and Green Hornet get mixed up with the Claw, then he maybe be smart enough to know Britt Reed and Green Hornet one and same.
I don't think so. Even if I did call the police, they'd keep the matter quiet. So the Claw would have no way of knowing I haven't contacted them.
Oh, I answer it. Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato, let me speak to Reed.
Oh, yes, Mr. Axford. He right here.
Axford, eh? Must have heard something new. Hello, Axford. What's up?
Plenty, Reed. That killer at the Claw went and left another one of them seals. That is, he sent one through the mail as sort of a warning, looks
How
like.
do you know the Claw sent... Who received the envelope containing the seal from the Claw, Axford?
Another one of them Wall Street guys, Reed. You know, Mr. Farlow Murray.
You say Farlow Murray received a warning from the Claw?
That's right, Reed. Of course, the cops are taking every precaution to safeguard Murray, you understand?
I'm sure they'll do what they can. But they're up against a ruthless killer who'll stop at nothing to get Murray.
Way you talk, you'd think you knew that guy in the Claw.
I didn't say I knew him, but I do know his type. If anything more breaks, let me know.
Okay, Reed. So long.
Axford says Farlow Murray, the big financier, also received one of those warning seals from the Claw.
Murray?
Yes, Farlow Murray.
Oh, I recall that he and Cornwall have connection. They ones who get blamed for suicide of Mr. James Hartford a week or so ago.
Yes, that's true. Cato? I'm beginning to see a bit of light.
I not understand.
About this killer, the one they call the Claw. Instead of waiting around for him to hunt me down, it might not be a bad idea for me to go out and do the hunting.
Oh, you mean Green Hornet make hunt for the Claw?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. If I'm not mistaken, I think I'll know about where to look. Let's get going.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
I'll drive, Cato.
Oh, yes, sir. Where we go? To the home of other men who receive warning, perhaps?
No, we may go there later if necessary. But right now, I have other plans.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness. As Britt Reed stopped the car before a certain house, neither he nor Cato knew that from a hidden vantage point nearby, a pair of steely, hate-filled eyes watched and waited for their next move. Britt sat a moment. Then he spoke in a low tone.
The whole place is dark, Cato.
Why you come here to hunt killer?
I'll tell you later. I'll do a bit of investigating inside. You wait here. I won't be long.
Yes, sir.
Cato waited patiently for more than 5 minutes. As he sat staring through the shadows toward the darkened house, a sinister figure crept slowly toward the car from the rear. Without making a sound, the shadowy menace moved closer and closer to the unsuspecting Cato. A stealthy gloved hand reached forward slowly until it rested upon the door handle. Then suddenly...
Oh, I not hear you coming. Wait, you not do that. Oh.
At that moment, Britt Reed left the house and started back toward the Black Beauty.
Oh, no luck in there. I wonder... Someone's getting into the car. It isn't Cato. I'd better... Cato! Cato! Great Scott. He's knocked out. Get the light on. Seal on his forehead. A claw!
Concerned about Cato, Britt Reed returned to their apartment and administered first aid. Soon, Cato was resting comfortably.
Feeling better now, Cato?
Why, all right now, Mr. Britt. So sorry to let man take me by surprise. I thought it you returning to Black Beauty.
Luckily, I came along in time to keep him from going off with the car and you.
I not have chance to look at man.
This was stuck on your forehead, Cato, so we know who slugged you.
Why, it's seal used by killer, the claw.
That's right. He must have seen me leave the car and go to the house.
You think he know you, Green Hornet?
He probably did notice my disguise, which means he knows now that the Green Hornet is on his trail.
Well, that make it harder to catch killer.
In a way, yes. Cato, I know now what's behind this claw business. The main thing is to prevent that maniac from killing anyone else. I want you to rest a while now. Later, we'll go out again in the Black Beauty.
But if we waste time, then maybe killer
Don't
have
worry.
chance.
By putting certain facts together, I've come to the conclusion that he won't try to get to Murray until around 3 a.m. A few hours of rest will do us both good.
It was after 2 a.m. when, both feeling refreshed, Britt Reed and Cato decided to go out again.
How do you feel now, Cato?
Oh, head feel not too solid, but I otherwise all right, Mr. Britt.
Good. I left a note for Axford saying I'd be out late, just in case he should come in before we do. Come on. We'll see how we make out with this time in our effort to run down the claw.
Meantime, a car stopped in front of Barlow Murray's home. The tall, self-possessed man leisurely got out and stepped slowly up the walk.
Halt! It's the law speaking. Who are you? What are you coming here for?
I'm Charles Hartford, officer. I was worried about Mr. Murray, so I came over to keep him company. We're friends, you know.
Oh, I recognize you now, Mr. Hartford. You needn't worry about Mr. Murray. I'm watching here at the front, and there's one of our men at the back. We're keeping our eyes open, you can bet on that.
Oh, it's a relief to know that. I hesitated to come over so late, but the suspense was too much for me. May I see Mr. Murray?
Oh, sure. I'll take you to him myself. Come along.
Fine.
I'll tell the butler to take you in.
Thank you.
Yes? Look, this is Mr. Charles Hartford, a friend of your boss. It's okay to take him into the study where Mr. Murray is.
Oh, of course. I recognize Mr. Hartford.
Good. You can go ahead and show him in. Good night, sir.
Good night, officer, and thank you.
That's all right.
Come right in, sir.
I know the way to the study, Peters. You needn't bother.
Very well, sir. Come in.
Hello, Murray.
Well, Charlie Hartford. What brings you over here at this hour of the morning?
Well, naturally, I was worried about you, sir.
Oh, I'll be all right. I have enough protection. Nice of you to come, though.
No, don't mention it.
I was afraid that after, well, what happened, you might resent...
Oh, no, not at all. You were only playing the game the way you saw it?
Of course. Mix yourself a highball and make yourself comfortable.
I'm not going to stay long. I'll pass up the highball, but I will make myself comfortable. I'll be leaving about 3 o'clock.
We haven't much time. It's 10:03, Cato.
Well, I don't understand why you're anxious about time.
Cato, I feel sure I know who the killer is.
You know?
Yes. And I figured out why I used that design on the crude seal he leaves.
Well, I still not see it.
Over a week ago, James Hartford committed suicide. By a bit of legal double-crossing, Cornwall and Murray, who were supposed to be his friends, caused him to lose millions.
Well, yes, I know all that.
Hartford's nephew, Charles, came to my office highly incensed over an editorial which was headed by the saying, "Chickens come home to roost." He was in a frenzy, and the thought of that stuck in his mind.
I see.
As he left, he expressed hate for Cornwall, Murray, and for me.
Oh, then Cornwall get murdered, Murray and you get warnings.
Yes. And the design, the 2 claws clutching a bar or stick, I figured out to represent the feet of a chicken on a roost. Charles Hartford's idea of turning the tables. He decided that he, too, could make the chickens come home to roost.
Then Charles Hartford, the killer.
That's what I believe, Cato. His uncle died at 3 a.m. He's planned that the ones he's after die at the same hour. Cornwall was killed at that time, remember?
Yes, sir.
Step on it. It's almost 3 now.
Well, Mr. Murray, there's just about 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I've noticed you watching the time. What's so important about leaving right at 3?
This, Murray.
The gun. Listen here, Charlie. This is no time...
This!
One of those seals. And you must be the claw.
That's what they call
Now, look
it.
here.
Keep your voice down.
You'll never get away with this. The police will know you did it. You can't get away.
But all planned. I shoot you when the clock strikes 3. Then I'll smash one of the windows, rough myself up a bit, and be lying on the floor when the police come in.
Why, you're insane.
Yeah, sure I am. I'll hide the gun before the police rush in. They won't suspect me. I'm too well known. And they won't search for the weapon when I tell them the claw killed you and escaped, in spite of my resistance.
Now listen here, Charlie. Let's reason this out. I'll take you into my business.
It's too late, Murray. The clock is striking.
Wait, you...
This is it, you crook.
I'll take that gun.
My leg. Someone outside.
Yes, the police are on their toes, it seems. I've got the gun now, Hartford. Let the police in.
What's happened?
Are you all right, sir?
Hey, look, Sarge. The guy on the floor is shot.
Holy smoke. What happened to Mr. Hartford?
Hartford had this gun. You can see it hasn't been fired, but he came here to kill me. He admits he's the claw. I'll appear against him.
What? The claw? And he tried to kill you?
Fortunately, one of your men fired through the window.
Fired through the... Well, there's only 2 of us here on duty, and both of us were out front when we heard that shot. Neither of us did that.
Well, then who could have...
Holy cats, the Green Hornet. He must have been after the claw for something or other.
I almost got away with his car by slugging his helper. I guess that was my big mistake.
So that's it. Well, you should know better than to try to fool with that one. Come on, we're taking you into headquarters. Man alive, Clancy. Mike Axford's going to have a fit when he finds out all he missed in this excitement.
Hartford, I read an editorial in the Sentinel last week about your uncle. Something about chickens coming home to roost. Seems the same thing applies to you in this case. Thanks to the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet implicated! Green Earl aborted! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel X repaired!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Now, here's a special program note. Fine music, brilliantly performed by a fine orchestra. It's the Boston Symphony Orchestra program coming up tonight over this same ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Exciting new spectacle of the splendor and savagery of ancient Rome. History's most bloodthirsty entertainment was pursued by the Romans, who taught the world how to fight. They enslaved the most sensuous women to titillate the perverted pleasures of the Roman public. Pam Grier, defiant and untamed.
I am a Maui.
Margaret Markov, determined and proud.
Stop! I am Boadicea.
Unchained wild women, their beautiful bodies shaped into superb fighting equipment in the arena.
Those are Roman citizens. They own the world. Romans are pigs.
Women stripped of their dignity, piece by piece.
The Romans have taught you to live like an animal.
The Romans called it sport, but the arena was an orgy factory, spewing forth untamed desires and violence. They live as slaves, fight as gladiators, and love on command.
Come to see the women fight!
Gladiator women who live, fight, and kill to please the blood-howling mobs.
We who are about to die salute you. Freedom!
Proud, defiant, and ready to kill for freedom.
What kind of men put women into the arena?
Bloody and barbaric, corrupt and sensuous. The ultimate spectator sports in the arena.
We all fear. That's what they want. That men should fight and die seems natural.
Savage fighters sold into an orgy of Roman pleasures.
But the women. He'll free the winner.
The price of freedom in the arena. One of them must die.
Only the loser will be free.
Driven by fear, consumed by hatred, desperate to be free.
I'm going to be free my way.
Black slave, white slave, fighting for their lives in the arena. The Arena, from New World Pictures.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers and the wagon trains pushed west to the Mississippi, the pioneers were faced with many dangers. Outlaws and hostile Indians roamed the territory. The country was rough and the trails were poorly marked. Without the help of the masked rider of the plains, many of the immigrants would never have reached their destination. It was the Lone Ranger's knowledge of the country, his courage and resourcefulness, which made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! It was midday, and the wagon train, led by Jason Barker, had halted on the open plain. Jason himself, astride a heavy bay, was stationed at the head of the long line of covered wagons. His gaze was fixed upon two horsemen who approached from the west at a gallop.
Oh, boy. Oh. Well, it can't be done, Mr. Barker. It's like we said it'd be. We hadn't got over a couple of miles into the hills before we found signs of redskins.
We'll have to circle.
You don't figure it'd be safe for us, eh? You got a powerful big party here, Mr. Barker, but just the same, I'd advise steering clear of the hills. You wouldn't have no chance. It'll take longer to circle, but it'll be worth it in the end.
I see. Marthy?
Yes, Jason.
Come here.
You going to make camp here for the rest of the day, Mr. Barker? Or do you figure to make a few more miles before sundown?
That's my business.
Huh?
I said that's my business.
Say, what's getting into you? We knew...
I hired you men to guide us to Meadville. But you're finished. We'll get along without you. You can go back to Center City.
What in blazes is the matter?
You have the money?
Yes.
Give it to me. I reckon you'll find it's all here. Count it if you don't believe me. I cheat no man.
Now, look here, Mr. Barker. I don't savvy
Take
what
your money.
But we
Don't
want to...
argue with him, Tim. Take it. If he says we're fired, then I guess maybe we are.
Doggone if I can savvy this.
Before you leave, I'll give both of you a word of advice.
Yeah?
The next time you hire out as guides, don't try to trick the folks you work for. It don't pay.
Blast it, what's this about? Where'd we trick you? Where'd you get a fool notion like that?
When you suggested riding ahead to scout out the trail through the hills, I let you go. It was a test. I wanted to see what you report when you return.
Well?
You say there's Injuns ahead. According to you, we ought to circle the hills.
You should.
If we circle, it'll take us an extra 3 weeks to reach Meadville. Maybe a month.
What of it? Ain't that better than risking a fight with the Redskins?
Well, it would be.
Well, then.
If there was any.
Huh?
If there's any, why, doggone it, there's 1,000 at the least in them hills.
There ain't.
Why, you fool, that's been Indian country since as long as I can remember.
Huh? But they ain't there now.
What?
They left the hills more than a month ago. They followed the buffalo herds to the north.
Jason, where'd you hear a crazy story like that?
It ain't crazy. It just so happens to be the truth.
But where'd you hear it?
From a trapper I met in Center City. He'd just come from the hills. He'd been from one end of them to the other. They never seen redskins.
There's something doggone funny about this. Just who was this trapper? Did he tell you his name?
Yes, Dade Humber.
Did you say Dade Humber?
I did.
Why, Dade's the biggest crook around these parts that ever dodged hanging.
And if he's a trapper, then I'm a lawyer, by thunder.
I expected you'd say something like that. The fact is, when he warned me again you, he said you likely would.
That crook had the crust to warn you again us?
That'll be enough of that. You'll gain nothing by calling him a crook.
But doggone it, he is.
He didn't act like he was dodging the law.
Why should he? He's always been too slick for the law to get anything on him.
As a matter of fact, I asked about him, in case you got the notion it's just your word against his. Everybody I asked said Dade Humber was a fine, trustworthy man.
Folks in Center City told you that?
They did.
Well, that beats all. Tim, how can you figure that?
I don't know, unless...
Unless what?
Well, Dade runs around with a bunch of fellas just as crooked as he is. If so be it happened to be some of them you asked, and so be it they knew he was scheming something and aimed to help, why, then they'd tell you just about the same as you claimed you heard.
By golly, Tim, I bet that's it. Dade's up to something, and this is just another one of his crooked schemes.
Yeah? And what would he stand to gain by it?
I don't know, but
Then we won't argue no more. Your pay just clear out.
You really mean that? You really figure to make out alone?
Without no trouble at all.
Gosh,
Blast it, Tim, if he's fool enough to take Dade's word against ours, then let him. It's nothing to us. Come on, let's get going.
I don't like it.
Just clear out.
All right, then, Jason, we will. But you mark my words. The day you believe the polecat like Dade is going to be the sorriest day you ever spent. Keep that in mind. And I got a notion the time will come when you will recollect it without no prompting. Adios. Get up there. Get along. Get up.
Jason,
Well?
are you sure you done right? There's been other times when you were
Of course
sure.
I'm sure. And it ain't a woman's place to question a man's decision. Get back to the wagon. We'll be starting.
Yes, Jason.
All right, folks. Whip up the horses. Keep going straight ahead. We're making for the hills. Get up there. Come on. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
A little more than 5 miles from the trail was a large wooded depression in the level surface of the plain. There, a group of hard-faced men had made camp. Less than 2 hours after Jason had given the order to head for the hills, a horseman raced from the camp and...
Whoa, whoa there, whoa, whoa. Hi, fellas.
Hi.
Well, Dade, you was right. It worked.
Did, eh? What happened?
I kept watch from cover when I seen Tim and that other fella ride back to the wagons. You could see they had an argument with Jason. Then they rode off.
Which way?
Like they was heading for Center City. Oh, doggone. Who you got over there?
Just a redskin we caught sneaking around camp. Hanging on to him till he decides to tell us what he was spying for.
What's your handle? You hear me, Injun? Who in blazes are you? You savvy white man talk? Oh, you got a tongue, huh? Well, then answer up.
Me not talk.
Now how about it?
Me not talk.
Why, you know...
Leave him alone, Spike. He won't talk. Come on back here. Just let him be till he's had time to think things over a bit.
Wonder where he come from.
Dunno. I'll find out before he gets loose again.
Spike, which way is that wagon train traveling? You get a chance to see?
Them? Shucks, they're making for the hills. They ain't gonna waste no time circling. Not them folks. They know it'd just be a waste of time.
That Barker hombre's just the kind of fella I like to fool. It's so doggone easy.
I would have said just the opposite.
Uh-huh. That's why I can scheme things at work and you can't. Now, take this fella Jason Barker, for instance. Suspicious as they make him and stubborn as all get-out. You figured he'd be the last man you'd try to trick and get away with it.
I sure thought he'd be.
You just got to know how to handle him, is all. You seen what a fine fella he thought I was before he and his bunch pulled out of Center City.
You had him eating out of your hand, Dade.
Sure.
By telling them how smart he was. He was so doggone convinced I was telling the truth there that he believed everything else I said along with it.
Well, what'll we do now? Just stay on here?
For the present.
Yeah, that'll feel good. I've been on the move so doggone
You ain't
long.
staying, Spike.
Huh? But look here, Dade. There ain't nothing to do right now. I don't see why I
You can
can't...
stay and rest up for the night. But that's all.
Why?
The wagon train won't get into the hills till tomorrow sometime.
Sure, so why...
you can stay here tonight. But I want you to follow that wagon train all the time it's in the hills. And just the second them redskins strike, you hightail back and let us know.
But why can't somebody else do that?
Who else is there good enough so they won't be caught?
Doggone it, Dade. You could follow them immigrants in a wagon and they'd never see you.
It ain't the immigrants I'm worried about. It's the Injuns.
You know them wagons won't never get through the hills without the Injuns attacking, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, then why not wait, say, a week and then ride when we know them immigrants must have been killed?
Because if we did that, there wouldn't be nothing left worth of stealing. What the Redskins didn't take themselves, they might be burned up. Nope. What we got to do is get there just when they beat the immigrants. But just before they've had a chance to loot the train. We'll ride down on them like we was reinforcements. Grab what's to be had when they scatter, then be on our way before they have time to savvy they got us outnumbered.
Mm-hmm. And what if they don't scatter?
You ever see the time Injuns didn't when whites attacked? They will at first, all right.
Well, you're the boss.
Sure, Dade's right, Spike. Dade, you got any notion of how much we're likely to get out of this? You pumped Jason any?
Plenty. And if there ain't at least 10,000 in cash to be had, besides the grub and other things we can pack away to sell, then I'm looking...
Hey, look! Come on, over there. The engine's loose. Hey, stop there! Get that redskin!
How'd you get loose?
How do I know?
You missed. Shoot again.
He's got to the horses. Get him up, go! Get him up!
Well, that's what he's getting away.
And if he's savvy what we were saying, he's heard of plenty.
We gotta get him back. Come on, hit leather. $100 to the man that brings that redskin down. Get up there. Come on. Get up there.
Riding low upon the neck of his powerful stallion, Tonto raced toward the hills. He came at last to a gully and followed it until he reached a small, well-hidden camp.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Oh.
What's the matter, Kemosabe? You've ridden Scout hard.
Me ride heap hard.
What happened?
Me find outlaw.
Dade Humber?
They
saw you?
Me fall, get caught. Then take Tonto prisoner.
They caught you, Tonto? But how'd you get away?
Them not tie Tonto good. Me get loose.
Good for you, Kemosabe.
Them chase after Tonto.
Can they follow?
Me not know.
Did you learn what they're doing in this part of the country? Did you hear anything to tell you what they're planning?
Me hear plenty.
Yes?
Them want bad Injun kill white people.
The people with a wagon train?
That's right.
And then?
Pale-face die. Outlaw steal cash.
Then their scheme won't work.
Why it not work?
I know the guys who were hired to lead the wagon train. They're old-timers. They'd never let them go through the hills where the Indians would attack.
Wagons go in hills, though.
You're sure?
Guide not with wagons.
You mean those emigrants are going ahead without guides in country like this?
Them on way now.
They'll never get through. We better... What's that?
Them outlaw.
They trailed you, Tonto. Into the sand. We can't waste time finding it out
That's
now.
right.
The wagon train must be well on its way toward the hills by now. And they've got to be warned before the Indians can strike. Let's go, Kemosabe.
Get 'em up. Hail Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After escaping from Dade Humber and his men, the Lone Ranger stopped only long enough to hide his mask and assume a disguise. Several hours later, he and his faithful Indian companions sighted the wagon train. It had already threaded the narrow pass which formed the entrance to the hills and had drawn up in a protective circle on a flat plateau several miles beyond. Dusk was beginning to fall, and the campfires of the emigrants could be seen plainly in the distance.
There they are, Tonto. How's my disguise?
And all right.
I'll have a better chance to persuade them I'm telling the truth if they don't see my mask. See those trees ahead?
Me see 'em.
You leave me there. You can watch our back trail for Dade and his men. It's better that these people don't see you. They'd mistrust an Indian.
All right.
Here we are, Kemosabe. I'll return as quickly as I can.
Oh, Scout. Oh.
Come on, boy. I think they see us, Silver.
Who's there?
A friend.
Right in, stranger. Jason! Hey, Jason, we got company.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Who's your leader here?
He's coming, mister. I just called him. Where you heading? For Meadville, like us?
No, I just...
Howdy, stranger.
You're the leader of this wagon train?
Uh-huh, that's me. Yet? If you ain't, the women folks just getting the victuals ready, and you're welcome to have...
That can wait. I'd advise you to forget food for the present and pull out of here.
Huh?
Hasn't anyone warned you that this was Indian country? The redskins in these hills will attack whites at any opportunity.
Oh, you don't know about it neither, huh?
About what?
Well, you see, stranger, I knew this was Indian country right enough. But they done cleared out. Ain't a one of them in the hills. They're following the buffalo to get meat for the winter.
I've been in and around these hills for the past month.
Yeah?
And in that time, I've seen no less than 100 Indians. That means there's at least 10 times more I haven't seen. You chose the hill trail believing yourselves safe. You're badly mistaken.
Now, stranger, you must have made a mistake somehow. I got my information on right good authority.
Look, Jason.
Well?
This fellow's saying just the same as those fellers that was guarding us did. I'm beginning to think that maybe we've been banking too much on that trapper's say-so. It seems to me that
Dan, Mr. Humber must
Humber,
have known...
did you say?
Well, you know him.
If it's Dade Humber, I do.
It's the same one. He's the fella told me about the Indians leaving the hills.
Dade Humber isn't a trapper. He's a crook.
Just what them guides said.
You got something against him?
Only the fact that he's an outlaw who's been too clever to let himself be trapped. That's why I'm here. To see that he's brought to justice.
Oh, you're a lawman, huh?
I'm not a lawman, but I help...
Not, you say?
No.
Then if Dade Humber's a crook, which I ain't admitting just on your word, stranger, just what authority you got to jail him?
That doesn't matter. What does matter is the fact that you're in danger. Your party will never get through these hills alive.
Mister, you're up to something.
You think so?
I don't know what it is, and I don't care. Maybe you're a friend of them guides I fired, figuring to get their jobs back from. Maybe it's something else. But whatever it is, I'm free to say you won't get away with it.
In other words, you mean you intend to keep on going, is that it?
I do. That's plain enough, ain't it?
Doggone, Jason. You listen to me.
I'm the leader of this party, Dan.
Sure you are, but you're doggone stubborn, too. And you've made your share of mistakes before this. Maybe you can tell us what to do most times, but when it's our lives we're risking, the rest of us should have something to say.
Dan, you
No,
know...
by heavens, this is once you're going to listen whether you hanker to or not. I met that Dade Humber just like you did, and I didn't like his cut. He soft-soaped you till you figured him to be the finest fella you ever met up with. Well, he didn't soft-soap me none, and I still don't like him. And I'm telling you right here and now what we're going to do.
Well?
We're calling everybody together. You can have your say, and the stranger can have his. When everybody's had the chance to listen to both sides and decide for themselves, then if they still want to go ahead, that's all right with me. But if they decide to turn back and circle the hills, by thunder, you'll do it.
I've got no objection to seeing what the rest have to say.
You ain't?
'Cause I know they'll do like I tell them. All right, call them together.
The emigrants gathered around their leader, ready to take part in the discussion. Jason soon learned that his custom of making decisions without consulting his companions had become increasingly unpopular. And when the Lone Ranger had finished speaking,
Folks, I don't know what the rest of you think, but what the stranger just said makes sense to me. I'm for turning back while we still got our scalps.
Oh, my, Jason. How about the rest of you?
Well, I'll wait, folks. Circling the hills means all them extra weeks. It means
We've heard all that already.
And I say there ain't no sense in going over it again.
You said it was up to us to decide, Jason, and you'd abide by it.
Don't you think you better listen to him, Jason?
Doggone fools. Well, if they can stand spending a month or so extra on the trail, I reckon I can. Look here, stranger.
Yes?
You've won out. Now that you've made such a point of our turning back, I'll just let you decide what to do. Do we turn back now or wait till morning?
No doubt the Indians already know you're here.
If there are any.
There are. The villages are quite a few miles into the hills. They believe you intend to continue on. No doubt they'll wait until you've reached a place where an attack would be safer.
Meaning?
There should be no danger in staying here until morning as long as you post proper guards. In the morning you can backtrail and be out of the hills before the Indians realize you're escaping.
You seem to be the boss around here. All right, folks. You can do what you please. We're staying here for the night.
Hey, look, there's a redskin. Grab your gun. Shoot him down. Maybe there's more.
Hold on. Put down those guns.
It's a redskin, I tell you.
It's Tonto. Tell Kimosabe. Don't fire, I tell you. Tonto's a friend.
Oh, fella. Oh.
What is it, Tonto?
Me's the outlaw.
Indeed? They're here?
Them at pass.
What are they doing at the pass?
Them got blasting powder. Wagons go back. Them blow up pass.
What?
What's the matter, stranger? What's happened?
You can't go back. If you do, you'll never get through the pass. You'll have to go through the hills.
What's this all about?
You haven't only Indians to fear, Jason. You have worse. White renegades who prey upon their own race.
What are you talking
Go
about?
ahead and you meet the Indians. Return and the pass will be blocked. But do as I say and we'll find a way out yet.
The Lone Ranger explained the plan he had in mind, and the men of the party carried out his orders. In the morning, the train moved on. Meanwhile, the outlaws had made a new camp at the pass, and...
Did Spike say the wagons was keeping on, Dade?
Yeah. He was watching when they started out this morning.
How's he going to signal us when to come?
If they've attacked today, he'll have to ride back here.
Mm-hmm.
If it's later, why, then he'll build a smoke signal. Don't worry, none. You'll get word to us all right.
Well, the sooner we hear, the better. I'm getting tired of this. I want to get back to town.
You will. And when you do, you'll have your pockets lined with cash. How does that hit you?
Good enough.
Wait.
Huh?
You hear anything?
That's a horse.
Coming this way at a gallop.
I wonder...
By thunder, look it. It's Spike.
You think it's happened already? You figure it's time to ride?
Wake up the boys and tell them to get to the saddle. If the engines are struck already, we'll be on our way.
Right. Come on, boys.
Spike! Hi there! Spike!
The engines are struck.
You hear that, man? Get to the saddle like I said. Where them engines at? Where'd they attack?
Not a dozen miles down the trail. Right where it cuts off to the west.
They got guns?
Not many that I could see.
Yeah, then here's where we collect. Come on. Spur them horses till they run faster than they know how. Get up there. Get up, get up, get up there.
Spurring and whipping their horses, Dade and his men swept up the trail. As they approached the scene of the attack, after less than an hour of hard riding, they heard shouts and gunfire. And when they breasted a rise, they saw the train surrounded by savages. Dade signaled for a halt, and for almost half an hour they watched the battle below them.
They've sure been going it hot and heavy.
Just about over, though. Look there. See them far wagons? There ain't been a shot fired from them in the last 10 minutes.
There's another where they've all been killed off.
How soon do we ride? Ain't it just about time?
I don't think there's one of them emigrants left, Dade. Look, them redskins are getting off their horses. They wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't over.
Right. All right, fellas. Listen careful. Follow me when I start. Whoop and holler as loud as you can and fire your guns as fast as you can load them. Make them Indians think there's a couple of regiments swooping down on them. Grab what you can and light out again when I say the word.
Everybody got that straight? Then let's go. Get up there. Get up.
Sweeping down on the wagon train, the outlaws fired wildly and yelled at the tops of their voices. The Indians below looked up in apparent surprise, milled about in confusion for a moment, then jumped to the backs of their mounts and disappeared in the forest. The outlaws raced on toward the silent wagons.
Make it fast, boys.
You watch that the engines don't come back. If they do, give the signal.
Right.
Ain't nobody moving.
Pull up. Pete, you and Red stand over there. Mike, you go down a ways. Snake, take the rest of the boys and start from the other end. Get all the cash and everything else we can carry that's worth it. And be blamed sure you don't overlook nothing. Now get moving.
Come on, fellas. We ain't got much time.
I'll fire 3 shots if we have the light out.
You won't.
What the?
Drop that gun. Take them, men.
Masked man, here's where you...
Next time, do as I say.
Blast you.
This is one time you didn't get away with it, Dade.
We got the skunks.
They dropped their guns. I'll fire a shot, the yellow polecats.
So where'd you fellas come from? We thought you was all killed. Because the stranger there schemed it that way. Them fellas you thought was Injuns were just some of us with our skin stained.
Tonto disguised them.
We done it to draw you coyotes from the pass. Now just try and blow up the pass so as we can't get through.
Blast you, Spike. You got us into this. You hadn't let them fool you.
How was I to know? You'd have been fooled just like I was. And you needn't claim different.
That'll be enough. Dade, you and your men are going to Meadville with a wagon train. There you'll be turned over to the law.
You keep still.
And you, Jason, you'll have the back trail until you reach the plains again, then circle the hills. You still have time if you hurry.
Just as you say, friend.
He's learned his lesson, stranger.
Good. Come on, Tonto.
Away! Get up! Away! Now, why in blazes did he leave in such a big hurry, Martha?
Land sakes, I don't know. All I know is that we'd better hustle and do the same. And if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be able to.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Only the author of Little Caesar could tell so dramatic a story. Only the director of The Treasure of Sierra Madre could film it with such power. Only once in a decade does the screen come up with such absorbing characters. Sterling Hayden as Dix Handley, a hooligan with a twisted dream. Gene Hagen as Doll, the dime-a-dance dame who wanted to share that shabby dream.
Let me go with you. Please, Dix, please.
Are you crazy? I'm on the lam. I'm wanted bad, packing heat. If there's any trouble, what good would you be?
I could drive.
No, I'm wanted on a killing rap. You know what that means.
I don't care. I just want to be with you.
Louis Calhern as Emmerich, the big-time mouthpiece with crime on his mind.
Oh, I suppose a fellow should stick to his own trade, but I know some pretty big men around here that might not be averse to a deal like this if they're properly approached. Highly respectable men, I might add.
Sam Jaffe as Doc. He's got $1 million in that little black bag, and a jitterbug cost him every dime of it. Marilyn Monroe as Angela, the easy-living, green-eyed blonde.
Haven't you bothered me enough, you big banana head? Just try breaking my door, and Mr. Emmerich will throw you out of the house.
James Whitmore as Gus, the strong-arm boy. A right guy in a wrong world.
Stop! Come on! Bring on! You ain't break loose! You haven't seen him where he's think! You're gonna wind up for your palaver. You're gonna wind up for no more!
Check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. We're allowed newspapers here, and by chance I saw your advertisement. I have exactly 48 hours to live. No more than that, unless you can do something which no one else has been able to do. Get me out of the death cell at the state penitentiary. I was tried and convicted for the murder of one of my best friends.
I was tried and convicted for the murder of one of my best friends. I didn't do it. Will you try to help? Martin Kirby. When I received the letter from Martin Kirby, I wondered how a man felt who had only a short time to live and knew it. Before the thing was over, and I'd stopped wondering. I knew.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Hunt and Peck.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, what can you do about it?
Susie, I wish I had an answer for you.
You're going to see him, aren't you?
Well, if I don't, I'd kick myself all over the city for not doing what I could. On the other hand, he was tried, convicted, and sentenced.
But it could be wrong. I mean...
I know what you mean. Susie, sentencing a man to death is a terrible thing. The evidence against Kirby must have been pretty strong.
Uh-huh, I guess it was. You're on the horns of an Aunt Emma.
Dilemma. This time, Susie, I don't laugh.
What are you going to do?
Well, the only thing I can do, see Martin Kirby and, well, at least listen to him.
I didn't think you'd come, Mr. Holliday.
Why not?
Well, there must have been a million guys in this place. All innocent.
Sure, maybe. Some of them were and are.
I am.
What time? I mean...
I know what you mean. It's 1:30 now. I've got the rest of today and till tomorrow night at 11:30.
34 hours.
I know. I've counted them, too.
All right, Kirby, what can I do?
I don't know.
Is there anything you can tell me, something that didn't come out at the trial?
The only thing that didn't come out at my trial was the fact that I didn't kill Leslie Roberts. Oh, I kept saying it, but there was too much against me. At first, when I got here, I didn't care anymore. If they wanted to see an innocent man die for something he didn't do, then it was murder on their heads. But now, Mr. Holliday, I want to live.
Sure. But there's nothing you can tell me. Anything that I can go to the police with and get a reprieve, a stay of execution?
My lawyer's tried that 100 times. My case has been reviewed. Nothing doing.
Then what you're asking of me is to do what everyone else has failed at.
I guess that's it.
You know, Kirby,
It's at times like this that I wish I'd never put that Box 13 ad in the paper.
Meaning there's nothing you'll do?
No, I didn't say that. I'll try, but 34 hours is a short time.
Look, maybe you'll go at this with a fresh slant. Maybe something will hit you that everyone else has missed.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Kirby, it'll take me 2 hours to get back to the city, and, well, if I'm going to do anything, I'll have to do it fast. Driving back to the city, I felt like someone who has to tell a kid there's no Santa Claus. Because I was almost sure that Kirby had no chance. What could I do? The police were no fools. The district attorney must have had an airtight case against Kirby when he went to trial. Well, I'd promised to help, so my first stop in the city was the Star-Times, and down to the morgue to read up on the case. It was all there. Whoever covered the case for the Star-Times had done a great job of reporting. I looked at my watch. It was 3:45. Martin Kirby had 2 hours and 15 minutes less than the original 34, and all I had done so far was to stack up a pile of newspapers. I started from the beginning, but the story of the murder of Leslie Roberts itself told me nothing. Then I got into the transcript of the trial. It took me 3 hours to read everything carefully. And when I finished, I could have summed up the whole thing just as the prosecutor did.
Gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the testimony in this case. The state has proved the following facts. 1, Martin Kirby was desperately in need of money. 2, the deceased, Leslie Roberts, was insured for $100,000. His beneficiaries being the accused, Martin Kirby, and another partner, William Morgan. The double indemnity clause in the insurance policy meant that both Kirby and Morgan would receive $100,000 each. Third point. The accused quarreled with the deceased over Mrs. Roberts, wife of the murdered man. Fourth, we have established the murder weapon. This gun belonged to Martin Kirby. True, the serial numbers were filed off, but scientific work revealed the numbers, and this gun belonged to Martin Kirby. He's admitted it. And thinking to get rid of it, he threw it into a sewer near Leslie Roberts' home. Now, perhaps Mr. Kirby believed the police of this city to be fools. Far from it. Their work has established beyond doubt that Martin Kirby is a murderer.
Oh, sure, it was a good case. I stacked the papers in a pile and left the Star-Times and went down to police headquarters to see Lieutenant Kling.
Sit down, Dan. What's on your mind?
Martin Kirby?
Oh? Why?
I've seen him. He wrote to Box 13.
Oh. He's innocent, huh?
Did you work on the case?
No, Inspector Rawlings handled it. Why?
But you know about it.
Sure. Yeah, I sometimes manage to know what's going on.
Look, Kling, you're a good detective. You've got brains.
I'll buy you malted milk sometime, but you didn't come here to hand me posies.
Do you believe Kirby's guilty?
Yes.
From the evidence?
That's what we base our cases on. It's inherent in the judicial and legal system. Now, what do you want from me? A new system?
I told you I saw Kirby. Kling, he doesn't act like a guilty man.
Oh, now, wait a second.
Who's this?
That's a photograph of Marion Oberling.
So, what am I supposed to do?
Look at her. Nice and sweet, isn't she?
I've never met her.
Oh, but I did. Butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. A smile that would soften up the Rock of Gibraltar. Talks like an angel. But she killed a kid to get 35 cents from him. Now, look, you've got a soft heart, Dan. But you've got a tendency to let it run right into your head.
Maybe you're right, Kling, but I promised Kirby I'd plug away until time was out. I like to keep promises.
And that's your business, Dan. But why did you come to me?
For any help you could give me?
Which adds up to a big zero.
Kling, I read the transcript of the trial. Kirby was the only suspect.
He had motive, opportunity.
So did Mrs. Roberts and William Morgan.
It was Kirby's gun that put Leslie Roberts in the obituaries.
Someone else could have used it.
So his defense lawyer said. But Kirby couldn't explain how it got into that sewer.
But Kirby called the police when he went to Roberts' house that night and saw Roberts dead.
Sure. We get dozens of cases where the killer tries to play smart. He calls the police, figuring it'll make him look good.
But he had to kill Roberts, run outside, throw the gun into the sewer, then go back inside and call the police.
So?
That's a big chance to take in case someone heard the shot and came to investigate.
Killers take chances, Dan.
Okay. Now, the paper said there was a note from Roberts asking Kirby to come to his house that night.
Yeah. That's why Kirby said he happened to go to Roberts' house that night. The only night in the week that Mrs. Roberts is always out.
The police said Kirby could have typed that note.
Right.
But Kirby's defense lawyer said Roberts could have typed it.
Look, you type a note to me asking me to meet you. Then what do you do?
What do you mean, what do I do?
You write your signature 9 times out of 10. You don't type it.
So? That means anyone could have typed it.
I know. To get Kirby to Robert's house.
That's it.
So that was all brought out at the trial. The jury saw it the way the prosecution summed it up. That Kirby typed that note to make it seem as though he was asked to Robert's place.
But both Mrs. Roberts and Morgan also stood to gain by Robert's death. Each gets $100,000.
Look, the case is closed. Too many things added up against Kirby.
Sometimes things can be added up wrong. Figures and facts.
You're knocking your head against a stone wall.
So I'll get a headache.
That's about all.
Okay, I'll carry aspirins with me. But, say, could I look at that note?
What for?
This is a favor.
Okay, I'll take care of it for you. But I'll give you 6-2 and even that Martin Kirby will be executed tomorrow night at 11:30.
Well, Kling got me the note. So I had it, and so what? All it said was, Marty, be at my house tonight at 8:30. Less. It was typed and had been left in Kirby's typewriter at the office. Susie and I studied it.
What do you expect to get out of it, Mr. Holliday?
I don't know, Susie.
Gee, like you said, anybody could have typed it.
That's right. Kirby denies he did. Nobody can prove Roberts did or didn't. Not now.
Maybe that Mr. Morgan or Mrs. Roberts did. Gee, what if either one of them did it, and they're letting an innocent man be executed? Oh, it wouldn't be a comfortable feeling.
Susie.
What's the matter? Did I say something?
Yeah. Maybe you did, Susie. Maybe you did.
What?
Conscience?
Whose?
Mrs. Roberts and Morgan's?
You mean both of them killed Mr. Roberts?
Give me that phone book.
Here it is.
Thanks. Roberts, Leslie Roberts.
What are you going to do, Mr. Holliday?
Play a little poker.
You're going to play cards at a time like this?
Not quite, just a bluff. I'm holding a pair of deuces.
I don't get it.
Hello?
Is this Miss Leslie Roberts?
Yes. Who's this?
Never mind, just listen. Tomorrow night at 11:30, just 24 hours from now, Martin Kirby will be executed for the murder of your husband.
Who are you? What do you want?
Does your conscience bother you, Mrs. Roberts?
What do you mean by that?
Don't you know, Mrs. Roberts?
Is this some kind of a stupid joke?
Hardly. They're not joking at the state penitentiary. Mrs. Roberts?
Yes?
I know something that can make you uncomfortable, but I'm willing to talk about it.
I don't know what you mean. You're either insane or completely without feeling.
If you're interested, meet me at the corner of Carpenter and Pastel Place at midnight.
And why should I do that?
That's for you to think about. But I think you know already. Now listen carefully. I'll be wearing a light tan topcoat, brown felt hat. I'll carry a leather briefcase. Goodbye.
Mr. Holliday, what was that for?
I told you. All I've got is a pair of deuces. Now, I'll make the same call to Morgan. But first, one to Kling.
I'm certainly bewildered.
Don't you ever change. You're wonderful as is.
What did I do?
Nothing at all. Susie, after I make this call to Kling and one to Morgan, I'll either have something to help Martin Kirby or
what?
Or a wonderful notice in the obituary column of the Star Times.
And now back to Hunt and Peck, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I made the same phone call to William Morgan that I made to Mrs. Roberts. But I tipped Kling to something before I did. At midnight, I was at the corner of Carpenter and Pastel Place waiting. Sure, it was a bluff. But I figured all was fair in this game. 10 minutes went by, no one showed up. Then...
Got a light, Bub?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
It's all right.
It's a wonder they wouldn't put streetlights here. Guy could get lost easy.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the light.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dick. See you tomorrow, then. Good night.
Maybe I played the wrong cards. Maybe no one would show up. It was 20 minutes past midnight. I stepped out of the shadows where I'd been standing. I felt pretty silly. And I knew what Kling would say. I was 20 feet away from the corner, walking slowly, looking up and down the street. There was no one in sight. The lights in the windows of the houses went out, slowly, one by one. I was 30 feet away from the corner when...
Dick, is that you?
Hey, that was somebody shooting! Oh, the shot just been...
Dan, where are you?
Right here, Kling.
Did you get it?
Yeah, on the arm.
Sergeant, lead those people back. Keep them in their houses. And tell Thompson to take a couple of boys and scour this neighborhood. Find the person who fired that shot.
Whoever it was is the one who should die on Martin Kirby's place.
You're an idiot. You set yourself up like a clay pigeon. How bad's the arm now?
It's not so deep as well or wide as a church door, but 'twill do.
How do you like this guy? He gets winged and quotes Shakespeare. Okay, let's get you out of here. Feel better?
Yeah, thanks.
What for?
Who fired the shot?
I don't know.
No luck?
Whoever it was in one of the buildings. And running somebody to ground in that neighborhood takes a squad of men.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Okay, so what have you got now? The bullet through your arm?
Kling, Morgan is the real murderer of Leslie Roberts.
Boy.
Mrs. Roberts reported my phone call to you, didn't she?
That's right.
But Morgan didn't.
I know that.
So he was afraid it was a blackmailer who knew he killed Roberts. He would have reported my call to you if he had nothing to be afraid of.
Sure. It looks good in your head. But what proof have you got that Morgan fired that shot tonight?
None. But on the strength of it, can't you get a stay of execution for Martin Kirby?
How? I call up and say you got shot. You think it was Morgan. Morgan denies it. No soap, Dan. To get a stay for Kirby, you need positive evidence.
And this hole in my arm doesn't count?
Only as a strike against you. And you're lucky at that.
What do I have to do?
If you could prove Morgan fired that shot, you'd have something. But what you'd have is that he fired at you. Not that he killed Roberts. Say so, swear out a warrant, and we'll bring him in.
No. Don't do that. Let me ask you one more question.
What?
What do you think of the whole thing now?
Well,
Come on. What do you think?
I think you've got something, but the police haven't.
I was afraid of that. All right, Kling. Any objections if I keep going?
None for me, but you'll have to do it alone. As far as the department's concerned, the Roberts case is closed. I'd never get permission to work on it, Dan.
Not even on your own time?
That's different.
Okay. Keep in touch.
Yeah, I will. Meanwhile, you keep alive.
Well, there wasn't anything more I could do that night. I took my punctured arm and myself home and got some sleep. Not much, though, because I knew I was right and Kling was right. Only 2 people knew I'd be at Carpenter and Pastel at midnight. Morgan and Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Roberts had called the police to report my call. Morgan hadn't. All Morgan had to do now was to lay low until Kirby was executed. But he had been worried enough to take a shot at me. Then I thought of something else. The next morning in my office...
Mr. Holliday?
Oh, good morning, Susie.
Your arm. It's in a sling.
It's becoming, isn't it?
What happened?
I was shot.
Oh, who shot you?
William Morgan, I'm sure. But never mind that now. I want you to help me.
Well, sure, Mr. Holliday, but I won't get shot, will I?
Here, sit down at the typewriter.
All right.
Now, look, I've typed out a bunch of slips with, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party.
With one arm?
Good enough. Now, you do the same. Go ahead.
I don't understand.
I'll explain while you type. Go ahead.
Okay.
The note left for Martin Kirby was typed. What I'm trying to do is to find out if the style of typing can be definite enough to pin on one person.
You mean I type differently from you?
Mm-hmm. I use Hunt and Peck, and you use the touch system.
Oh.
You see, Mrs. Roberts used to be a secretary. She'd use the touch system of typing. Martin Kirby could type, and so could William Morgan.
Then what good will all this do you?
I don't know. Okay, Susie, that's enough. Now, mix up the slips and pick one at random. Then you tell me who typed it.
All right. I typed that one.
How do you know?
It's smoother than yours.
Is that the only way you can tell?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Then if I type touch system, it'd be pretty tough to tell the slips apart.
Oh, sure. All touch system is smooth looking. The letters are, well, they're all about the same blackness.
Okay, that's another lead shot.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Holliday.
Look at that clock. 10 minutes past 12. Less than 12 hours left for Kirby. Susie, I'm as sure as I can be that Morgan's guilty. But he shot me last night.
Then why don't the police arrest him? It's dangerous for a man like that to be loose.
Yes, I think you're right, but Susie,
Uh-huh.
remember what you said about conscience?
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, if Morgan were sure of himself, he wouldn't have tried that stunt last night. All right, because he did, it means that a little more work on him might make him break, huh?
You're not going to let him shoot at you again.
Oh, not if I can help it. But I am going to see him.
You will be careful, won't you, Mr. Holliday?
Susie, I have only one life to give my work. But it so happens I like it. It took the rest of the day, but I learned all I could about Mr. William Morgan. And there wasn't one thing that pointed at him as a killer. But I was sure he'd killed Roberts and framed Kirby. He knew Kirby and Roberts had quarreled. He could have taken Kirby's gun from Kirby's desk at the office. He could have typed the note leading Kirby to Roberts' house. And among other things, he had been a demonstrator for a typewriter concern. How did that help? Answer, not at all. Because Mrs. Roberts and Kirby both typed touch system. That I found out when I read the report of the trial. Okay, I had one angle left. Work on Morgan. Work on him hard enough to crack him wide open. If it could be done. So that night, 2 hours before Martin Kirby was to die, I buzzed at Morgan's house.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. William Morgan?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm a writer.
I have nothing to say. Excuse me. Get your foot away.
Oh, just a minute. Did you receive a phone call last night?
Come in.
Thank you.
What about a phone call?
Did you have one last night?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you let me in when I mentioned it.
Sit down.
Okay.
You hurt your arm.
Yes, it got in the way.
You mentioned a phone call?
Yes, I did.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. That ashtray's awfully full. You must have been smoking a lot.
So what?
Nervous, Mr. Morgan?
Now, look here. I've had enough of this. What do you want? And who are you?
My name's Holliday. I called you last night.
That was a gruesome joke, Holliday. One I didn't appreciate at all.
I wasn't trying to amuse you, Morgan.
Why did you make that call?
Before I answer that, take a look at your clock.
Well, what about it?
In 1 hour and 50 minutes, Martin Kirby will be executed for a murder he didn't commit.
Why don't you say what you've come to say?
Because I'm waiting for you to say something.
You mean you'd like me to say something that would... Oh, no.
Why didn't you tell the police about that call last night? Big belly laugh, huh?
Yes, so the police know that you made that call.
Yes, I...
Oh, that wasn't very bright of you, Mr. Holliday. No blackmailer would have told the police he made that call. If you knew anything and were planning to trap me, you'd have kept it to yourself, right?
Morgan grinned at me. He knew I'd walked right into it. His nervousness seemed to just ooze away. He lighted another cigarette and kept grinning at me through the smoke. Then...
Don't you think you'd better leave now, Holliday?
Morgan, there was a note, typewritten. You typed it.
Did I?
Yes. Maybe you don't know this, but that note can put you in Kirby's place.
Yes? How?
Well, there's a way of telling who typed a note. Every typist has a different touch. And when enlarged, the touch of one typist will show up differently from another's. Kirby's defense lawyer missed that bet. But I didn't.
You talk a great deal too much, Holliday.
But it's interesting conversation, isn't it?
I don't believe what you said.
No? Here's the note. The police lent it to me, and...
Yeah, that's all, Holliday. Stay sitting.
You really wanted that note, didn't you?
And I've got it.
And that gun in your hand. It's the same one you shot me with last night.
And this time it won't be in the arm.
No, I suppose not.
Look, Holliday, it's almost 10. In about 1 hour and a half, Kirby will be executed. Now, you settle down and wait until 11:30.
What do you mean?
2 birds with 1 stone. Kirby and you at 11:30. 11:25, Holliday. You and Kirby have 5 minutes.
You won't get away with it, Morgan.
Why not? If I kill you in my apartment, it'll be legal. Look.
What's that for?
Can't you guess? Papers scattered around, drawers ransacked. It's simple. I came in, surprised you rifling my apartment, and shot you. See?
With that gun?
Why not?
You know, I almost wish you would, Morgan. Because ballistics has the bullet taken from my arm, and if it matches the one that kills me tonight. You figure it out.
Why, you meddling fool. You'll be sorry.
Good work, Dan. With 1 arm, too. You better stay where you are, Morgan.
Kling. Hey, Kling, the phone, the penitentiary.
Oh, I took care of that an hour ago.
You did what?
Sure. I heard the whole thing from outside the window.
But you said the case was closed. You couldn't work on it.
I've got news for you, Danny boy. I'm off duty.
You said nobody could tell the difference between typists.
That he did, Susie. And a bluff about the bullet.
Well, any bluff in a poker game, Kling. Oh, by the way, let me ask you one question.
Yeah? What?
Why did you hold off until the last minute?
Oh, I had time. Morgan wouldn't dare kill you until after Kirby was executed at 11:30. So I looked at my watch and I figured I had time to get the headquarters, pull strings to stop the execution, and get back to you.
Lieutenant Kling.
What, Susie?
Look at your watch. It's stopped.
Oh, that's nothing. It does that every once in a while. Just shake it and, Oh, holy cats.
Oh, no. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Robert M. Light, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
There is no limit to what some men will do for money, especially a man like Morris Buttermaker.
No, I really appreciate this. It's just a damn shame that none of the fathers had the time for it. God knows if I wasn't so busy down at City Hall.
You got my check, Whitewood? Even if it meant coaching an unlikely group called the Bad News Bears. It was a team of superstars like Mike Engelberg, Rudy Stein, Reggie Tower, Ahmad Abdul Rahim, the incomparable Ogilvy, Timmy Lupus, Kelly Leak, the Aguilar brothers. With a team like this, there is only one way you can go.
Cups and supporters. Gotta be won at all times.
Sister, no sé.
Comfortable. Well, either you wear them, give that one. Either you wear them or you don't play.
Walter Matthau is Morris Buttermaker, a man so desperate to make a buck that he did the unforgivable. He put a girl on the team.
Boys, I'd like you to meet your new pitcher, Amanda Wurlitzer.
Juice, fix, niggers, and now a girl? Rabbit that, punk.
Tatum O'Neill is Amanda, but Amanda is no ordinary girl. And with her help, the Bad News Bears went from totally terrible to just plain bad.
I mean, once
don't you do this league a favor? You and the Bears just drop out.
Amanda knew what the Bad News Bears needed. She also knew how to get it.
If I win, you play baseball for the Bears.
And if I win?
Name it.
What if he tries something,
I know an 11-year-old girl who's already on the pill.
Don't ever say that word again.
Oh, well, if it isn't Inga Puke. How'd you like me to stick this bat where the sun never shines, Turner? Sit on it.
But a little success is a strange thing. Once you taste it, you want more. And from just plain bad, the Bad News Bears climbed up the ladder to become the team that played baseball like it has never been played before. Academy Award winner Walter Matthau is the coach. Academy Award winner Tatum O'Neal is his secret weapon. Together, they turned the Bad News Bears into a team of superstars you will never forget. The Bad News Bears, the incredible story of how a disaster combined with a catastrophe and somehow became the greatest champs who ever played ball.
Thank you.